The air was thick with the scent of incense, curling in wisps from bronze burners that stood like silent sentinels before the temple gates. The walls were carved with beasts, majestic dragons twisting their serpentine bodies into eternal dances, phoenixes poised mid-flight as if they would soar into the heavens at any moment. A child tugged at their elder's sleeve, wide-eyed and brimming with curiosity. "Who are they?" the child whispered, pointing to the carvings. The elder knelt, their face alight with a knowing smile, and began to speak in a voice that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "Long ago, before the rivers found their courses, before the mountains rose to pierce the sky, the world was a canvas of chaos. It was not humans who tamed this wildness, but the beasts, creatures of unfathomable power and wisdom. They were not merely animals, they were forces of nature, guardians of balance, and teachers of humankind." The child blinked, their breath held as if afraid to disturb the story weaving its way into the air. "Do you see the dragon?" the elder asked, pointing to a sinuous carving. "That is the azure dragon, the guardian of the east, the bringer of rain and spring. When drought parched the earth and rivers ran dry, it was said the dragon would rise from its slumber in the seas, coiling through the heavens to summon the rains. The farmers would stand in their fields, watching the first drops fall, whispering thanks to the great beast." The elder's voice softened, almost reverent. But the dragon was more than just rain. It symbolized power, strength, and transformation. It was said that emperors carried the blood of dragons in their veins, chosen by heaven itself to lead. The child's gaze shifted to another carving, a fiery bird with feathers blazing like a summer sun. "What about that one?" they asked. "Ah," the elder said, "the vermilion bird. It flies where the heat of summer burns brightest, its cry like a song of eternal life." To see it was an omen, a promise of renewal and immortality. Some believed it was a phoenix, rising again and again from its own ashes, reminding us that even after destruction, life finds a way to return. A soft wind stirred the leaves, and the elder continued. But the beasts were not always kind. There was the white tiger, fierce and unyielding. It guarded the west, a symbol of war and justice. Warriors prayed to the tiger for strength, for its roar could terrify even the bravest of foes. It was said that when the winds carried the scent of autumn leaves, the tiger prowled the lands, ensuring the balance between life and death. The child shivered, imagining the tiger's gleaming eyes in the shadows of the trees. "Not all beasts roamed the skies or the earth," the elder went on. "Some dwelled in the depths of the unknown, like the black tortoise, entwined with a serpent, guarding the north. It moved slowly, steadily, watching over the waters and the cold winds of winter. To the people, it was a symbol of resilience, of wisdom that endures through the harshest storms." The child tilted their head, curiosity brimming. "Why did people believe in them? They sound scary and powerful. Couldn't they hurt people?" The elder chuckled, a sound like the rustle of dry leaves. "Indeed, they could. But they could also protect. You see, humans lived in a world that often felt vast and unpredictable. The beasts gave them something to hold on to, a way to understand the storms, the floods, the changing seasons. They believed the beasts weren't just creatures, they were reflections of the universe itself. To honor them was to honor life's mysteries and to live in harmony with the unseen forces of the world." The child's eyes flickered to another carving, a unicorn-like creature with shimmering scales. "And that one?" "Ah, the Qilin," the elder said with a gleam in their eye. "It was the gentlest of all. It only appeared in times of peace, when a ruler was just and kind. It was said its hooves never crushed a blade of grass, and it could walk upon water. To see the Qilin was to know that the world was as it should be." The elder paused, their gaze growing distant. There were so many beasts, each with their own tale. The nine-tailed fox that could shift its shape, the gluttonous tautai who reminded people of the dangers of greed, and the phoenix, a symbol of rebirth and harmony. A sudden gust of wind swept through the temple courtyard, carrying the faint sound of bells. The elder looked up, their face softening. The beasts were never just stories. To the people who told them, they were alive, intertwined with every part of their world. They were the rain and the sun, the rivers and the mountains, the fears and the hopes. And even now, when we carve their images or whisper their names, we are speaking to something ancient, something that still watches over us. The child's hand brushed against the carving of the dragon, their small fingers tracing its scales. "Do you think they're still out there?" they asked, their voice a mix of awe and wonder. The elder smiled, their eyes glinting with a secret. "Perhaps. Or perhaps they live in the stories we tell, as real as the beating of your heart." As the elder rose, the temple bells rang out again, a haunting, melodic sound that seemed to echo through the very stones. The child stood motionless, their gaze fixed on the carvings as if trying to see beyond them, to glimpse the world the elder had painted with their words. And in that moment, with the incense smoke curling around them and the shadows of the mythical beasts stretching long in the fading light, the child felt something stir deep within, an unshakable sense that the world was larger, stranger, and far more magical than they had ever imagined. In the beginning, there was nothing. No sky, no earth, no sea, and no stars. Only an endless, suffocating void, heavy and silent, where time itself seemed to have no place. It was not darkness, it was emptiness, a space where even the concept of light had not yet been born. And then came the egg. It hung there, suspended in the void, an enormous, radiant sphere that pulsed like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. Inside, chaos churned, a restless mix of opposites struggling for balance. Hot and cold, light and dark, soft and hard, all trapped within the shell. For eons, this chaos simmered, a silent war between forces that could neither coexist nor separate. Until, finally, something began to stir within. A groan like the grinding of mountains filled the void, the sound of something ancient waking for the first time. Cracks began to appear on the egg's surface, faint at first, then spreading like veins of lightning. From within, a powerful being pushed against the fragile walls of its prison. With one final surge of effort, the egg shattered, shards scattering into the nothingness. Out stepped Pangu. He was vast, his body towering like a mountain, his limbs thick as ancient tree trunks. His breath was the wind, and his voice was thunder. In his hands, he carried an axe, sharp and gleaming, forged from the very essence of chaos itself. Pangu looked around at the emptiness and saw the swirling remnants of the egg. He felt the crushing weight of it, the disorder and confusion pressing in on him from all sides. It was then that Pangu swung his axe. The first strike split the swirling chaos into two, a single, monumental blow that separated light from dark, heavy from weightless. The lighter parts rose upward, stretching and expanding until they became the heavens. The heavier parts sank, thick and unyielding, to form the earth. But the two could not yet stay apart. The heavens threatened to collapse, and the earth trembled as though it might rise to meet them. Pangu knew what he had to do. He stood between them, his feet planted firmly in the earth and his hands pushing upward against the heavens. His body became a bridge, a living pillar holding the two realms apart. Every day, the sky rose a little higher, the earth grew a little sturdier, and Pangu himself grew taller, his strength keeping pace with the task. For 18,000 years, Pangu held the heavens and the earth apart. His breath became the wind and clouds, his sweat turned to rain, and his voice shaped the first echoes of sound. He bore the weight of creation itself, his resolve unshaken even as his body began to weaken. When his task was finally done, Pangu collapsed. His massive form fell to the ground, and as he breathed his last, his body became the very foundation of the world. His skull formed the peaks of the highest mountains, his flesh turned into fertile soil, his blood became the rivers, and his bones the veins of precious minerals deep within the earth. His hair scattered to become the forests, his breath the soft whispers of the wind, and his eyes transformed into the sun and moon. But Pangu's story did not end with his sacrifice. From his final breaths, a new force emerged, the beasts. They came from his essence, born of the harmony he had created from chaos. The dragon, mighty and serpentine, rose from the rivers and seas, its shimmering scales reflecting the balance of water and air. The phoenix took flight from the fiery embers of his heart, a brilliant blaze of renewal and grace. The tiger roared into existence from the strength of his muscles, fierce and untamed, while the tortoise emerged from his steady, unyielding will, carrying the wisdom of time itself. Each beast carried a piece of Pangu's spirit, embodying the forces he had tamed to shape the world. They roamed the lands, their presence a reminder of the great act of creation that had brought order to chaos. Some became guardians, watching over the balance Pangu had fought to maintain. Others became teachers, guiding the first humans who emerged from the fertile earth he had left behind. But not all beasts were gentle or kind. Some, born of the wilder fragments of chaos, carried the untamed fury of the void within them. They prowled the dark corners of the earth, testing humanity's strength and courage. Tales of their wrath and power spread, their names whispered in fear and awe. And so, the beasts became woven into the fabric of existence, their stories etched into the mountains, rivers, and stars. They were not merely creatures, they were living symbols of the forces that shaped the world, reminders of the sacrifices that had brought it into being. Even now, when the wind roars through the valleys or the thunder cracks across the sky, it is said that Pangu's spirit stirs, carried by the beasts who roam the earth he created. The villagers gathered around the old storyteller as the evening shadows stretched long across the earth. A crackling fire cast flickering shapes onto the walls of the meeting hall, and the scent of wood smoke mingled with the sharp chill of the approaching night. The storyteller leaned forward, his eyes catching the firelight, and began to speak in a voice as steady as the river's flow. "There is a balance in all things," he said, his words carrying an air of quiet reverence. "The seasons change, the tides ebb and flow, the stars travel their paths through the heavens. But beneath it all lies a harmony, woven from 5 forces that shape the world: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water." The crowd fell silent, leaning closer, the firelight dancing in their wide eyes. "These are not merely things," the storyteller continued. "They are alive. They breathe, they pulse with energy, and they give rise to creatures that embody their essence. Each beast is a keeper of its element, carrying its power and meaning, reminding us that the world is alive in ways we cannot always see." He pointed to the forested hills that loomed beyond the village, their silhouettes dark against the twilight sky. "In the heart of the woods lives the creature of wood, the Qilin. Its body shimmers like sunlight filtering through leaves, scales glistening in hues of green and gold. The Qilin is a symbol of growth, renewal, and vitality. Wherever it steps, flowers bloom, and the air hums with life. It is said that the Qilin appears only to the pure of heart, and its presence blesses the land with peace and prosperity." The villagers glanced at the hills, as if expecting to see the Qilin emerge from the shadows, its antlers gleaming in the moonlight. "But wood does not stand alone," the storyteller said, his voice lowering, drawing them closer. "From the flickering flames of fire comes the vermilion bird, its feathers a blaze of red and orange. It soars high in the southern skies, its cry echoing like the crackle of a great inferno. The vermilion bird is a creature of passion and transformation, its fire consuming the old to make way for the new. It carries the warmth of summer in its wings, but its flames can also purify, burning away what does not belong." The fire crackled louder, as if the vermilion bird itself had stirred in the embers. "Then there is earth," he said, his tone soft but firm, as solid as the ground beneath their feet. "And guarding earth is the yellow dragon, coiled deep within the land's core. Its scales gleam with the golden hues of ripe fields, its breath a gentle wind that carries the scent of harvest. The yellow dragon is the protector of stability and balance, a creature of patience and wisdom. It reminds us that the earth beneath us is not just soil and stone but a living, breathing force that sustains us all." The crowd shifted, the weight of his words settling over them like a heavy blanket. "And from earth comes metal," the storyteller said, his voice gaining a sharper edge. "The white tiger prowls the western mountains, its fur shimmering like polished steel under the moon. It is the beast of courage and strength, its roar cutting through the silence like the clash of swords. The white tiger teaches us the value of resilience, of standing firm even when the odds are against us. But beware, for it is also a creature of justice, swift and unyielding to those who upset the balance of the world." The villagers glanced uneasily at the mountains, their peaks glowing faintly under the rising moon. Lastly, the storyteller murmured, his voice like the soft whisper of a stream, "There is water. And in the depths of the oceans, coiled around the rivers, swims the azure dragon. Its body flows like the waves, its scales glistening with the colors of the sea and sky. The azure dragon is the bringer of rain, the guardian of life's endless flow. But its waters are not always gentle. When angered, it can summon storms that shake the very heavens, a reminder that even the most nurturing force can wield unimaginable power." The hall grew silent as the villagers let the images sink in, the Qilin in the woods, the vermilion bird soaring through flames, the yellow dragon coiled in the earth, the white tiger prowling the peaks, and the azure dragon swimming through the boundless seas. "The five beasts," the storyteller said after a pause, "are not separate. They are bound together, just as the elements they represent cannot exist alone. Wood feeds fire, fire creates ash that nourishes earth, earth yields metal, metal enriches water, and water sustains wood. They form a cycle, eternal and unbroken, each supporting and balancing the others." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "And when they are in harmony, the world thrives. The rains fall when they should, the crops grow strong, the winds carry the scent of blossoms. But when the balance falters..." His voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken words heavy in the air. The villagers sat motionless, their hearts beating faster as they imagined the beasts, their power and majesty, their role in shaping the world they called home. The fire crackled again, throwing wild shadows across the walls, and for a moment, it seemed the shapes of the five creatures danced in the flickering light. The village sat in silence under a sky split in two. To the east, the moon rose full and glowing, casting its silver light over the hills. To the west, the sun dipped below the horizon, spilling fiery streaks of red and gold. It was a moment caught between two worlds, night and day, light and dark, and the elders said it was the hour when the beasts of yin and yang stirred from their hidden places. In a clearing near the edge of the forest, an old man gathered the children around him. His voice carried softly through the evening air, weaving a tale as old as the stars. "There was a time," he began, "when the world was divided, and nothing could exist in harmony. Shadows stretched endlessly without light, and the blazing sun burned without pause, unrelenting in its heat. It was chaos, a world where nothing could thrive." The children leaned closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Then came the forces of yin and yang," the old man said, his voice low and steady. "They were not creatures or gods, but the very essence of existence. Yin was the stillness of the moonlit night, the cool embrace of the shadows. Yang was the fire of the midday sun, the spark of life that drove all things forward. They were opposites, yes, but they were also bound together. One could not exist without the other." A faint breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a sense of quiet wonder. "It is said," the old man continued, "that these forces took shape in two great beasts. From the mists of Yin emerged the black tortoise, its shell vast as the heavens and marked with the patterns of the stars. It was a creature of patience, of wisdom, of still waters that ran deep. The tortoise moved slowly, but its every step was deliberate, every action infused with meaning. It carried the essence of calm and reflection, a reminder that the quietest moments often held the most power." He paused, letting the image of the black tortoise settle in their minds. "But Yin could not be complete without Yang," he said. And so, from the blazing heart of Yang rose the vermilion bird, a creature of fire and brilliance. Its wings burned with the colors of the dawn, and its cry was a song of life itself. Where the tortoise was still and enduring, the bird was energy incarnate, fierce and untamed. It soared high above the world, its flames igniting change and renewal wherever it went. The children's faces glowed in the fading light, captivated by the images painted in their minds. "For a time," the old man said, "these two creatures lived apart, each ruling its own domain. But the balance was incomplete. The world grew cold and lifeless under the tortoise's unchanging calm, and the bird's fire burned too hot, consuming everything in its path. It was only when the two came together that harmony was born. The tortoise tempered the bird's flames, and the bird brought warmth to the tortoise's chill. Together, they created a world where life could flourish." The fire in the clearing crackled, sending sparks into the air, and the old man's eyes gleamed with the reflection of the flames. But yin and yang are not only found in the tortoise and the bird, he said. They live in all things, even in the fiercest of beasts. Take the dragon and the tiger, for example. The dragon, a creature of the skies, is a symbol of yang. It is bold, powerful, and unyielding, its roar shaking the heavens and its presence commanding awe. The tiger, prowling the earth, embodies yin. It is stealthy and calculated, a creature of shadows whose strength lies in its patience and precision. Alone, they are fearsome. Together, they are unstoppable. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper, and the children leaned in closer, hardly daring to breathe. In ancient times, he said, there was a great battle between the dragon and the tiger. For days and nights, they fought, their powers clashing with a fury that shook the mountains and churned the seas. The dragon's fiery breath scorched the land, while the tiger's claws carved deep into the earth. It seemed they would destroy everything in their struggle. The children gasped, their hearts pounding in their chests. But then, the old man said, the two beasts realized something. Neither could defeat the other. The dragon's fire was met with the tiger's shadows, and the tiger's strength was matched by the dragon's cunning. They were equals, opposites, yet bound together. And so, they stopped their battle and instead joined forces. The dragon soared into the sky, calling forth the rains, while the tiger guarded the earth, ensuring the rivers flowed in their rightful paths. Together, they brought balance to the world. A hush fell over the clearing, the only sound the soft rustling of the trees. The beasts of yin and yang, the old man said, remind us that harmony is not the absence of conflict. It is the meeting of opposites, the dance of forces that seem at odds but are, in truth, inseparable. Light cannot exist without shadow, and fire cannot burn without air. The world is a tapestry of opposites, woven together to create something greater than either could achieve alone. The old man looked at the children, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Even in ourselves, he said, yin and yang are at work. There is strength in stillness and power in action. There is wisdom in quiet reflection and courage in boldness. And just like the beasts, we must learn to honor both sides, to find the balance that allows us to thrive. The fire crackled one last time, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky, where the moon and stars shone brightly against the lingering glow of the setting sun. And for a moment, it felt as though the world itself held its breath, caught in the perfect balance between yin and yang. The drums thundered through the air, their rhythm shaking the ground like a heartbeat. In the heart of the ancient city, torches flickered in the hands of the gathered crowd, their flames casting long shadows against the towering walls of the emperor's palace. The scent of incense curled through the night, mingling with the anticipation that hung heavy in the air. All eyes turned toward the grand gates, waiting for the procession to begin. Suddenly, a roar split the night, low and deep, resonating in every chest. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as a massive figure emerged from the shadows. Its golden scales shimmered in the firelight, and its antlers gleamed like polished jade. The dragon, a creation of silk and bamboo, was carried aloft by dancers hidden beneath its sinuous body. It twisted and turned, its movements so lifelike that even the boldest child in the crowd felt a shiver of awe. This was no mere celebration, it was a ceremony of power and protection. The dragon's presence was not just for show, it was a promise. To the people, it symbolized the emperor's divine right to rule, his connection to the heavens themselves. As the dragon danced, its tail sweeping through the air in graceful arcs, the crowd chanted blessings, calling for rain, prosperity, and harmony. In ancient China, the dragon was more than a mythical beast, it was a guardian of the empire and a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Its image adorned royal robes, its claws gripping pearls of wisdom and power. No ordinary man could claim the dragon, it belonged to the emperor alone, its spirit entwined with his destiny. Not far from the palace, in the quieter corners of the city, another creature watched over the people. Carved into the rooftops of homes and temples, its fierce eyes scanned the horizon. The guardian lion, its stone body both majestic and menacing, was said to ward off evil spirits. Each detail of its form carried meaning. The orb beneath its paw symbolized dominion over the world, while its curled mane and bared fangs spoke of strength and vigilance. Parents told their children that the lions were alive in spirit, ready to pounce on any force that threatened their peace. At night, as the city slept, the lions stood silent guard, their stone faces lit by the moon, embodying the courage and protection the people needed to feel safe. But it wasn't just the grand and the fierce that found their place in the lives of the people. In the countryside, farmers held festivals to honor the Qilin, the gentle creature of peace and prosperity. During these celebrations, children donned masks painted with the creature's golden scales and pranced through the fields, their laughter echoing in the warm sunlight. The Qilin was said to bless the crops, its presence ensuring a bountiful harvest. As the farmers worked the land, they whispered stories of the Qilin's grace, its hooves never crushing a single blade of grass. Its image, etched into clay pots and embroidered on festival banners, reminded them to treat the earth with care, to live in harmony with nature's rhythms. The connection between mythical beasts and daily life wasn't confined to rituals and festivals. Their images were etched into the very fabric of ancient Chinese society, from the grandest halls to the simplest tools. In the capital city, the emperor's throne itself was a masterpiece of symbolism. Golden dragons coiled around its arms, their eyes fierce, their bodies poised as if ready to leap into the air. Beneath the throne, a pattern of waves and clouds represented the dragon's dominion over both the heavens and the seas. Every artifact carried a story, a connection to the world beyond. On the walls of ancestral temples, murals depicted phoenixes rising from ashes, their vibrant feathers capturing the flames of rebirth. These sacred birds were symbols of renewal and virtue, their presence a blessing upon the family that worshipped within. Even the coins jingling in a merchant's pouch carried the images of beasts. Tigers and turtles were engraved alongside characters for wealth and luck, their forms meant to ward off misfortune and ensure prosperity. To hold such a coin was to carry a talisman, a piece of protection that connected the bearer to the unseen forces of the world. In the imperial courts, mythical beasts dictated the design of entire buildings. The roofs of palaces were adorned with intricate ceramic figures, dragons, phoenixes, and other creatures that faced outward, as if scanning the skies for threats. These figures weren't mere decoration, they were guardians, their presence believed to deflect malevolent spirits and ensure the safety of those within. The greatest of these architectural wonders was the Temple of Heaven, where the emperor performed rituals to honor the cosmos. The temple's design was imbued with the essence of mythical beasts. Dragons graced the eaves, their forms symbolizing the emperor's connection to the heavens, while turtles carved into the stone foundations represented the enduring strength of the earth. On the streets, during the Lantern Festival, the people carried glowing orbs painted with images of beasts. These lanterns, their light soft and golden, cast moving shadows of cranes and deer, symbols of longevity and grace. As the lanterns swayed in the night breeze, they seemed almost alive, their dancing forms a reminder that the mythical beasts were never far away. In every corner of society, from the emperor's court to the humblest village, the beasts lived on, not just in stories, but in the very objects and spaces that surrounded the people. They were woven into the rituals that marked the seasons, the festivals that brought families together, and the art that adorned both grand palaces and simple homes. And through it all, they carried the weight of belief. The people looked to them for protection, for blessings, for a connection to the vast and mysterious forces that governed their world. As the dragon danced in the torchlight and the lions stood watch over the rooftops, the people felt a spark of something greater, a reminder that they, too, were part of a story far older and far grander than themselves. The sky hung heavy with the weight of eternity, its endless expanse pulsing with ancient energy. A cold wind whispered through the mountains, carrying with it a song that no human ear could fully grasp. It was not a song of words, but of existence itself, vast and unyielding. In that moment, the heavens seemed alive, a canvas for four mighty forces that had governed the world since the dawn of time. They say the stars first appeared as the footprints of the celestial beasts, each one a mark of their eternal presence. Long before men built walls to shelter themselves from the unknown, the creatures roamed the skies, guarding the balance of the universe. The east belonged to the azure dragon, its scales gleaming like rivers of jade. It was a serpent of the heavens, its body coiled and flowing, its every movement a symphony of power and grace. Where the dragon stirred, spring awakened, flowers burst into bloom, and the rivers surged with life. The peasants who worked the land would glance toward the rising sun and whisper prayers to the dragon, asking for rain to nourish their fields. The old storytellers claimed the dragon was not merely a guardian but a creator. They spoke of its claws, which carved the mountains, and its breath, which seeded the clouds. They said the dragon's roar could summon storms, its voice a blend of fury and majesty that commanded respect from the heavens themselves. Even now, the stars of the azure dragon shimmered in the eastern sky, their light a silent reminder that this creature had never truly left. To the south, the vermilion bird ruled with a fiery presence. Its wings, the color of molten gold and blood-red sunsets, stretched across the skies, igniting the air with heat and vitality. It was a creature of passion, its movements quick and fierce, as though the flames it carried could not be contained. Farmers lit bonfires in its honor during the height of summer, hoping the heat of the bird's power would drive away disease and misfortune. But the bird was more than fire and flight. It was a symbol of rebirth, a beacon of hope for those who felt trapped in the cycle of life's hardships. The vermilion bird was said to rise from its own ashes, a blaze of renewal that brought tears to the eyes of those lucky enough to witness it. To this day, its constellation glows in the southern sky, a steady promise that even in destruction, there is always the chance for a new beginning. The western lands bow to the white tiger, the embodiment of strength and autumn's crisp winds. Its fur gleamed like the first frost on an untouched field, its stripes as sharp as the edge of a blade. The tiger was a warrior, a sentinel that stood guard against chaos and evil. It was said that when invaders threatened the land, the white tiger would rise, its roar splitting the air, a sound that sent fear through the hearts of those who dared to bring harm. Hunters carried talismans of the white tiger, etched from bone or carved into jade, believing the beast's courage would guide their arrows. In the temples, priests burned offerings to honor its spirit, praying for the strength to face life's trials. The constellation of the white tiger burned brightly in the west, a celestial guardian watching over the setting sun. And then there was the black tortoise, ruler of the north, a creature steeped in mystery and patience. It moved slowly, deliberately, as though it carried the weight of the world on its broad, armored back. Yet, within that stillness lay immense power. The tortoise was not alone. Entwined with its body was the snake, a companion that balanced its steady nature with fluid grace. Together, they were a single force, an emblem of endurance and wisdom. The black tortoise was the protector of winter, the keeper of time's quiet moments when the world seemed to pause. Its presence was felt in the long, silent nights when families huddled together, sharing stories of its unyielding strength. The constellation of the tortoise and snake glimmered faintly in the north, a subtle reminder that even in the quietest of times, something ancient and powerful endured. Legends say the four celestial beasts were not just guardians but also rivals, their energies clashing in an eternal dance that shaped the world. When the dragon's rains met the bird's flames, storms roared through the skies. When the tiger's ferocity tested the tortoise's resolve, the earth trembled underfoot. Yet, their conflicts were not of hatred but of balance, each force testing the other, ensuring that no single power could dominate. The sages believed that the heavens themselves bore witness to this balance. The beasts' constellations formed a great celestial map, dividing the sky into quadrants, each one ruled by its respective guardian. They told the people to look up at night and find strength in the stars, to see in the beasts a reflection of their own struggles and triumphs. Even now, under the modern world's electric glow, the stories of the celestial beasts live on. Their images are etched into ancient temples, woven into the silk of imperial robes, and whispered in the songs of the old. They are more than creatures of legend, they are echoes of something eternal, forces that speak to the heart of what it means to live in a world of chaos and order, fire and ice, stillness and storm. The wind rose again, carrying with it the faint sound of something primal, a memory of the beasts that once roamed the heavens. And though the skies have changed, their presence remains, written in the light of the stars and the stories passed down through generations. The sky was streaked with pale pink and gold as dawn broke over the eastern horizon. A faint mist lingered in the valleys, curling like smoke around the mountains, and the world seemed to hold its breath. From the first light of day, something ancient stirred, its presence felt more than seen. Farmers paused in their fields, their tools in hand, their faces turned eastward. They murmured soft prayers, not to the sun, but to the guardian they believed had awakened it. The azure dragon had always been there, coiled in the essence of the east, its emerald scales shimmering in the memory of every sunrise. The elders said that it was not merely a beast but a force, alive in the blossoms that erupted with spring, in the rivers that rushed to life after winter's silence. When the winds carried the scent of fresh rain, they whispered of the dragon's breath, a cool promise of growth and renewal. In the legends, the azure dragon was born from the pulse of the earth itself, rising from the waters of creation when the world was still raw and untamed. Its body was vast and serpentine, flowing like a river across the skies, its scales glinting with an otherworldly sheen that shifted from green to blue with every twist of its form. Eyes like twin jade suns radiated wisdom and power, while its antlers, delicate yet fierce, caught the light like the first rays of spring. Stories told of how the dragon would emerge at the start of the new season, its roar shaking the earth, signaling the end of the frost. With each step of its clawed feet, life awakened, the seeds beneath the ground stirring, the frozen streams thawing into torrents. The people said the dragon carried spring upon its back, trailing blossoms and warm winds in its wake. Once, during a time when the earth had grown weary and dry, and the rains refused to fall, the azure dragon descended from the heavens. Villages had become barren, their fields cracked and lifeless, the cries of starving children echoing in the empty air. The dragon roared its fury into the sky, its voice rising like a storm. Clouds gathered at its command, and thunder rolled like drums in a celestial symphony. As rain poured down in torrents, the dragon coiled above the mountains, watching as life returned to the land. To this day, farmers say they owe their harvests to that divine beast, its mercy etched into the grooves of their fields. But the azure dragon was more than a bringer of rain and spring, it was also a protector. In the ancient city of Luoyang, a mural stretched across the walls of the emperor's hall, depicting the dragon in its full glory. Its sinewy body was adorned with symbols of power, its claws outstretched as if to strike down unseen enemies. This wasn't merely an artistic choice. The people believed that the dragon's gaze could ward off evil, that its presence above the city would shield them from harm. During the annual spring festival, children would wear robes embroidered with dragon motifs, the golden thread catching the firelight as they danced in celebration. Lanterns in the shape of the azure dragon would be carried through the streets, their flames flickering like stars. The elders explained to the young ones that these gestures were not only to honor the dragon but to invite its blessing for the year to come. The dragon's connection to spring wasn't limited to the changing of seasons. In many stories, it was portrayed as a creature of immense intelligence, a being that guided emperors and scholars. One tale spoke of a young prince who sought the wisdom of the azure dragon. The prince had dreams of uniting a fractured kingdom, but his heart was heavy with doubt. Climbing the highest peak in the east, he called out to the dragon, his voice trembling with desperation. For 3 days and 3 nights, the prince waited, the cold winds biting into his skin. On the dawn of the 4th day, the clouds parted, and the dragon appeared, its form larger than the mountains themselves. Its voice was deep, yet soothing, a sound that seemed to echo from the very bones of the earth. The dragon spoke of patience and growth, of how even the strongest tree starts as a single seed. Armed with the dragon's wisdom, the prince descended the mountain, and in the years to come, he brought peace to his kingdom, always attributing his success to the words of the azure dragon. The stars themselves bore testament to the dragon's importance. In the eastern quadrant of the sky, the azure dragon's constellation shone brightly, its presence a guide for travelers and a reminder of the beast's eternal vigilance. Sailors would chart their courses by its stars, trusting that the dragon would lead them safely through the waters. To gaze upon its constellation was to feel a connection to something vast and eternal, a force that transcended the fleeting concerns of mortal life. In art, the azure dragon was depicted with painstaking care. On silk scrolls, it soared through clouds painted in delicate shades of white and gray, its body twisting with an elegance that seemed to defy gravity. In jade carvings, its form was coiled tightly, every scale rendered with such precision that it seemed as though the dragon might come alive at any moment. These depictions weren't just art, they were acts of reverence, offerings to a force that had shaped the world and continued to guard it. But even in its majesty, the azure dragon carried a sense of mystery. It was a creature of the heavens, and though it watched over the earth, it was not bound by it. When people looked east at dawn and felt a stirring in their hearts, they said it was the dragon's spirit, reminding them that life was both fragile and unending. Every bud that blossomed, every stream that flowed, carried the essence of the dragon's touch, a silent hymn to its enduring power. And so, the azure dragon remained, its presence felt in the gentle rustle of spring winds and the soft glow of eastern stars. Its roar might no longer shake the mountains, but its legacy thundered in every heartbeat, every breath of life it had ever nurtured. The sun blazed fiercely in the southern sky, its heat pouring down in golden waves that shimmered on the horizon. The air itself seemed alive, trembling with energy, as if the heavens held their breath in anticipation. Then, from the depths of the light, a single ember rose, drifting upward as though carried by an unseen current. It hovered, glowing brighter and brighter, until it burst into flame, unfurling into the unmistakable shape of a bird wreathed in fire. The vermilion bird was no ordinary creature. Its feathers were a kaleidoscope of red and gold, each one blazing like the tip of a flame. Its eyes burned with an intensity that could pierce the soul, twin suns staring out from a face that held the wisdom of ages. Its wings stretched wide, the tips trailing fire as it soared through the skies, leaving a path of light in its wake. Legend spoke of the bird's cries, notes so hauntingly beautiful that they could silence the winds. They were said to carry the power of renewal, a melody that reached into the hearts of those who heard it, igniting forgotten hopes and dreams. In the heat of summer, when the world seemed almost unbearably alive, people whispered that the vermilion bird was watching, its fiery gaze a reminder of the season's power and its promise. Long ago, the skies had grown dark, heavy with the weight of despair. A shadow had swept across the southern lands, draining the earth of its vitality, silencing the laughter of its people. Crops withered under a sun that seemed pale and distant, and the air was filled with the quiet of defeat. It was then that the vermilion bird appeared, its flames cutting through the darkness like a sword. The bird descended into the heart of the withered land, its talons striking the earth with a force that shook the mountains. Fire erupted where it landed, consuming the dead fields in a blaze so intense that the villagers cried out in fear. But as the flames died down, the land was reborn. Green shoots pushed through the ashes, flowers bloomed where there had been only dust, and the riverbeds, long dry, began to fill once more. The bird rose into the sky, its song echoing through the valleys, a hymn of life returning. The people never forgot. Every summer, they honored the vermilion bird with festivals, their streets filled with the crackle of fireworks and the shimmer of crimson banners. Dancers, dressed in fiery hues, would mimic the bird's movements, their arms sweeping like wings, their feet stamping the rhythm of renewal. In temples dedicated to the south, offerings of incense and candles were made in its name. The flames of the candles flickered like tiny reflections of the bird's eternal fire, casting shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. Priests would chant prayers, their voices rising and falling in a cadence that mimicked the bird's legendary song. It was said that those who prayed with a pure heart might feel a sudden warmth on their skin, as if the bird itself had passed nearby, blessing them with its touch. The vermilion bird was also a symbol of immortality. Its fire was not just destructive but transformative. Stories told of how the bird would burn itself at the end of its life, its body consumed in a pyre of light and heat. But from the ashes, it would rise again, reborn, its feathers even more brilliant than before. This cycle of death and rebirth made the bird a beacon of hope for those who faced hardship, a reminder that even in the greatest of losses, there could be a new beginning. In one tale, a king whose reign had been marred by war and sorrow climbed to the peak of a southern mountain, seeking the wisdom of the vermilion bird. He carried with him a single question: how to bring peace to a land torn apart by hatred. For days he waited, his body battered by the heat, his heart heavy with doubt. On the fifth day, as the sun reached its zenith, the bird appeared. Its feathers blazed against the blue sky, its presence filling the air with heat and light. The king fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the creature. The bird spoke not with words but with fire, its flames wrapping around the king, not to harm but to transform. When the flames receded, the king was left changed, his heart filled with a clarity he had never known. He returned to his kingdom, and in the years that followed, he ruled with wisdom and compassion, his reign remembered as a golden age. The bird's connection to summer was undeniable. The hottest days, when the sun was at its peak and the world seemed alight with energy, were said to be when the vermilion bird was at its strongest. Farmers relied on the bird's favor, trusting that its flames would drive away pests and diseases that might ruin their crops. Children played under the sun, their laughter mingling with the songs their mothers sang, tunes that carried the rhythm of the bird's eternal flight. Even the stars bore the bird's mark. In the southern skies, its constellation burned brightly, a cluster of stars that seemed to flicker like flames. Sailors navigating the seas watched for its pattern, trusting the bird's light to guide them safely to their destinations. To look upon those stars was to feel the warmth of the bird's presence, a comfort in the coldest of nights. Art and literature captured its fiery essence. On silk scrolls, the vermilion bird was depicted with wings outstretched, its body a swirling dance of red and gold. Poets wrote of its song, likening it to the laughter of the gods or the first cry of a newborn child. Statues carved from precious stones stood in palaces, their surfaces gleaming with the light of the bird's eternal fire. Even now, in quiet moments when the world seems to pause, there are those who claim to feel it, a flicker of heat, a sudden burst of light at the edge of their vision. And for a fleeting second, it feels as though the vermilion bird is there, watching, its flames a reminder that life, no matter how fleeting or fragile, burns with an unyielding fire. The forest was silent, but not with peace. It was a taut, expectant silence, as though the very air held its breath. Shadows stretched long beneath the canopy, their edges sharp against the amber light of the setting sun. Then came the sound, a low, resonant growl that vibrated through the ground like a warning, ancient and undeniable. Emerging from the gloom, a figure took shape, its white coat catching the dying light and turning it to liquid gold. The white tiger stepped forward, its muscles rippling beneath fur as pure as the first frost of autumn. Its amber eyes glowed with a fierce intelligence, piercing through the shadows as though nothing could be hidden from its gaze. Every step it took was measured, each movement deliberate, radiating strength and purpose. The white tiger was more than an animal, it was a force. Legend spoke of its presence heralding a time of reckoning, a signal that the balance was shifting and that great trials lay ahead. Warriors would whisper its name before battle, calling upon its strength to guide their blades and steady their hearts. It was said that the tiger's domain was the western lands, where the mountains rose jagged and untamed. Here, the air carried the crispness of autumn, and the leaves turned the color of fire, carpeting the earth in hues that matched the tiger's fierce spirit. Travelers venturing into these lands often paused at the foot of the mountains, offering prayers and tokens in hopes of gaining the tiger's protection or avoiding its wrath. There was an ancient tale of a village nestled in the shadow of the western peaks. For years, the villagers had known peace, their harvests bountiful, their lives simple but fulfilling. But one autumn, the winds changed. Raiders descended from the mountains, their weapons gleaming, their laughter cold. The villagers had no warriors, only farmers and craftsmen, their tools useless against the sharp edge of a sword. As the raiders drew near, a child, barely old enough to understand the weight of fear, wandered into the woods, clutching a small carved figure of a tiger. She had heard the elders speak of the white tiger, of its power to guard the innocent and bring justice. With a trembling voice, she knelt beneath a towering oak and whispered a prayer into the wind. That night, as the raiders prepared to storm the village, the silence of the forest was broken by a sound that froze them in their tracks, a growl, low and menacing, echoing from the darkness. The white tiger emerged, its eyes like twin suns in the night. It did not charge, but walked slowly toward them, each step carrying the weight of inevitability. The raiders, seasoned warriors, felt their courage crumble. Some dropped their weapons, their hands shaking, while others fled into the woods, their cries swallowed by the shadows. The tiger did not give chase, it simply stood at the edge of the village, its presence a silent promise of protection. In the days that followed, the villagers found their courage renewed. They took up their tools, not for farming but for defense, forging blades from plowshares and building walls from the trees that had once seemed untouchable. Though the raiders never returned, the white tiger's image was etched into their hearts and their stories, a symbol of strength born not from violence but from resolve. In martial lore, the tiger was revered as the embodiment of a warrior's spirit. It was said that generals carried banners bearing its likeness into battle, believing that the tiger's power would guide their armies to victory. One such tale spoke of a young soldier who had lost his way on the battlefield, his comrades scattered, his sword broken. As he knelt in despair, the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. Looking up, he saw the white tiger, its coat gleaming even in the chaos of war. The tiger stared at him, unblinking, and in its gaze, he found something he had not known he was searching for: purpose. Rising to his feet, he gripped the broken hilt of his sword and charged into the fray, rallying his comrades and turning the tide of the battle. The tiger's role as a harbinger of war was not limited to battles of flesh and steel. It was also a guardian of moral strength, a reminder that true power lay not in domination but in the courage to stand for what was right. Scholars and poets often wrote of the tiger as a figure of justice, its stripes a symbol of the duality of human nature, light and dark, strength and compassion. In one ancient scroll, a poet described the white tiger standing at the gates of a city, its gaze fixed upon the ruler within. The ruler, known for his greed and cruelty, found himself unable to meet the tiger's eyes. Stricken by shame, he cast aside his crown and walked into exile, his kingdom flourishing in his absence. The tiger, the poet wrote, did not move but remained at the gates, its silent vigil a reminder to all who passed that justice could not be ignored. In the temples of the West, statues of the white tiger stood as sentinels, their carved eyes seeming to follow those who entered. Offerings of autumn leaves and polished stones were placed at their feet, symbols of the season and the enduring strength of the earth. Monks would meditate before the statues, seeking the tiger's wisdom to guide them in their struggles, whether of the body or the soul. Children loved to hear tales of the tiger, though its stories often carried a weight that made even the youngest pause. They would sit wide-eyed as elders described the tiger's roar, a sound so powerful it could shatter the heavens, yet so precise it could silence the cries of an innocent child. The tiger, they were told, was not to be feared but respected, its power a reminder of the strength that lay within them all. The white tiger's connection to autumn was as much about endings as it was beginnings. The falling leaves, the cooling air, the harvest brought in before the frost, all these spoke of the cycle of life, of the strength needed to endure and the peace that came with acceptance. The tiger's presence in this season was a promise that even as the world seemed to fade, its strength remained, ready to rise when the time was right. Even now, in the stillness of autumn nights, some claim to hear it, the soft patting of paws on fallen leaves, the faint rustle of a presence just beyond sight. They say that if you are quiet, if your heart is steady and your mind clear, you might catch a glimpse of it, the white tiger standing at the edge of the forest, its eyes aglow with a strength that endures through the ages. The frost-laden winds howled over the northern mountains, carrying with them a stillness that was neither empty nor lifeless. Beneath the frozen lakes and the shadowed forests, something ancient stirred. In the depths where sunlight dared not wander, where the icy waters glistened like black mirrors, a shell glinted, a vast, unyielding shield that bore the marks of countless seasons. The black tortoise moved, slow and deliberate, its every step a testament to endurance. Its shell was a tapestry of time itself, etched with the faint patterns of rivers and constellations, as though the universe had once whispered its secrets to this timeless being. But it was not alone. Coiled around its body, weaving between its legs and along the ridges of its shell, was the serpent, a creature of sinuous grace and quiet power, its scales shimmering like rippling water under moonlight. They were not adversaries, though their forms spoke of opposites. The tortoise, sturdy and grounded, carried the weight of the world on its back. The serpent, fluid and ever-moving, danced with the currents of change. Together, they were a living embodiment of harmony, a balance that withstood the chaos of existence. Long ago, when the northern lands were wild and untamed, a village nestled by a great river faced a threat that no walls or weapons could hold at bay. The winters had grown colder, the waters more ferocious, consuming the lands in waves of icy destruction. Crops failed, and the people whispered of an angered spirit in the depths. One night, as the moon hung low and full, a child, no older than 10, stood by the river's edge. His breath clouded in the freezing air, and his hands clutched a simple offering, a carved tortoise and a serpent intertwined, shaped from the last piece of what his family had kept for warmth. He whispered words of hope and fear, his voice trembling against the roar of the waters. The river stilled. From its depths rose a massive shadow, black against the silver of the moon. The child stumbled back, his heart pounding, as the black tortoise emerged, its shell dripping with the weight of the river. The serpent followed, its form weaving around the tortoise like a ribbon of night. They did not speak, for their presence alone carried meaning. The child, though shaking with cold and awe, understood. The tortoise bowed its great head, and the serpent flicked its tongue as if tasting the air of human desperation. Together, they sank back into the river, and when dawn broke, the waters had receded, leaving the land fertile and whole. The villagers never forgot. They carved great statues at the river's edge, each one depicting the tortoise and the serpent locked in their eternal embrace. Offerings were made each winter, and prayers carried on the wind spoke of gratitude and reverence. In the myths of the north, the black tortoise was said to guard the waters during the harshest of winters, ensuring that the frozen rivers would thaw when spring returned. It was not a creature of haste or fire, but of patience and quiet strength, teaching that even the coldest, most unyielding times would pass if one endured. The serpent, entwined with the tortoise, was not merely a companion but a symbol of adaptability. Where the tortoise brought stability, the serpent brought movement and change, ensuring that balance did not stagnate into stillness. Together, they created harmony, a dance between permanence and transformation. Warriors bore their image on shields and banners, believing that the tortoise's strength would shield them from harm and the serpent's agility would guide their strikes. In the northern courts, emperors adorned their thrones with carvings of the black tortoise, a reminder that their rule must be as steady as the tortoise and as flexible as the serpent. There is a tale of a wandering monk who sought the wisdom of the black tortoise. For years, he traveled through the north, braving snowstorms and treacherous paths, until he reached a lake said to be its dwelling place. The monk knelt at the frozen shore, his breath forming clouds that dissolved into the frigid air. As he waited, the ice beneath him groaned, and a crack split the surface. From the depths rose the black tortoise, its great shell gleaming with frost, the serpent coiled around its neck like a living necklace. The monk bowed low, his voice steady despite the awe that gripped him. He asked for guidance, for strength to endure the trials of life and the wisdom to navigate its uncertainties. The tortoise did not answer, but the serpent moved. It uncoiled and slithered toward the monk, its scales catching the pale light. It brushed against his hand, its touch cold but not unpleasant. And then they were gone, sinking back into the icy waters without a sound. The monk left the lake changed. He carried no treasures, no divine proclamations, but those who met him spoke of a calm that seemed to radiate from his very being. He went on to become a great teacher, his words carrying the quiet strength and fluid wisdom of the tortoise and the serpent. In the north, the black tortoise is more than a guardian, it is a reminder. It teaches that life is a cycle, like the changing of the seasons, and that strength lies in embracing both the stillness and the flow. Its presence is not heralded by fanfare or fire, but felt in the quiet moments, when the frost clings to the trees, when the rivers whisper beneath the ice, when the world pauses to breathe in the heart of winter. And even now, in the coldest nights of the northern lands, there are those who claim to see it. They speak of a shadow gliding beneath the frozen lakes, of a serpent's flicker just beyond sight. To those who believe, it is not merely a tale but a promise, that through the darkest, coldest times, the black tortoise and its serpent companion remain, watching, enduring, guiding. In the heart of a golden plain, where the horizon shimmered under an endless sky, a presence stirred that felt like the very pulse of the earth. The air itself seemed alive, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked soil and the soft rustle of the wind brushing against ancient grasses. Here, in this sacred space, the yellow dragon of the center was said to emerge, a being neither bound by seasons nor directions, but one that stood as the axis of existence. Legends whispered of a day when the skies darkened without warning, though no storm clouds gathered. The earth trembled faintly, not in anger, but as if something vast and timeless had awakened. Farmers paused in their work, their tools frozen mid-air as they turned their faces to the horizon. A golden glow began to spread, faint at first, like the break of dawn, but richer, deeper, as if the very essence of light had taken root in the world. Then it came, the yellow dragon. Its scales gleamed not with the brilliance of fire, but with the soft, enduring glow of the harvest sun. It moved with a majesty that defied the laws of nature, its body coiling and uncoiling through the air as if it swam in an invisible ocean. Its eyes, deep and unyielding, carried the weight of eternity, and wherever its gaze fell, life seemed to surge. A sapling blossomed into a tree, a dry riverbed brimmed with water, and barren fields turned fertile. The elders spoke of the yellow dragon as the guardian of balance, the heart of the cosmos. It was neither a bringer of destruction nor a harbinger of miracles, but a symbol of harmony. Its power lay not in grand displays, but in its presence, which brought unity to the discord of existence. It was said that the dragon's breath carried the essence of the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, binding them together into a single, perfect rhythm. Once, in a time of great strife, an emperor stood before his court, his robes heavy with the symbols of his station, but his heart weighed down by chaos. The kingdom was torn, its people divided, its land scarred by war and neglect. The emperor, though young, carried the wisdom of those who came before him, and he knew that to rule was not merely to command, but to serve. He sought not victory but balance, and so he prayed, not to the heavens or the stars, but to the earth itself, to the force that held all things in place. It was on the 10th night of his vigil that the yellow dragon appeared. It did not roar or strike the earth with thunderous might. Instead, it hovered silently before the emperor, its golden light illuminating the shadows of the court. The emperor fell to his knees, not out of fear but in reverence, as the dragon's gaze met his. In that moment, words were unnecessary. The emperor understood the path he must take, not of conquest, but of harmony, to rule with the wisdom of the earth and the patience of the heavens. The yellow dragon is more than a creature of myths. Its image graces the robes of emperors, the carvings of ancestral halls, and the hearts of those who seek balance in a world of extremes. In one tale, a scholar who wandered the plains searching for enlightenment encountered the dragon. He did not see it at first, but he felt its presence in the stillness of the air and the warmth of the sun on his back. He realized then that balance was not something to be found, but something to be created, an act of will, of choice, of understanding. Even the elements themselves bow to the yellow dragon's harmony, which stretches toward the sky but roots itself in the earth. Fire burns brightly but returns to ash, feeding the soil. Metal gleams with strength yet bends under the right force. Water flows freely, shaping and being shaped, and the earth, steady and patient, cradles them all. The dragon embodies this cycle, a reminder that life's chaos and calm are but threads of the same tapestry. In ancient festivals, the yellow dragon was honored not with noise and spectacle but with quiet reflection. Offerings of gold and earth were laid at altars, not as a demand for blessings but as a gesture of gratitude. Priests would speak softly of the dragon's wisdom, encouraging the people to find the balance within themselves, just as the dragon balanced the elements of the cosmos. There is a story of a child who once wandered too far into the plains. She was lost, the vastness of the land swallowing her cries for help. As night fell, the world seemed to close in, the stars distant and cold. But then, a warmth spread through the air, and she turned to see a golden glow. The yellow dragon stood before her, its form both solid and ethereal, as if it were part of the earth and the sky at once. The dragon did not guide her back, nor did it carry her home. Instead, it stood still, its gaze steady, until the child felt her fear ease. She looked around and saw the faint glow of her village lights on the horizon. With a newfound calm, she walked toward them, her steps sure and steady. When she glanced back, the dragon was gone, but the memory of its presence stayed with her, a quiet strength, a reminder that balance could be found even in the most overwhelming moments. The yellow dragon does not belong to one place or time. It rises when the world falters, not to solve its problems, but to remind it of its foundations. It whispers through the earth, through the wind, through the steady rhythm of life itself. Those who see it are changed, not by miracles, but by the clarity it brings, the understanding that strength lies not in dominance, but in harmony. Even now, when the golden fields stretch endlessly under the sun and the air hums with the quiet life of the earth, some say they can feel the presence of the yellow dragon. It does not roar or rise in grand display. It is the silence between the winds, the warmth in the soil, the balance that holds the world steady. In the stillness of a moonlit night, when the world seemed to hold its breath, a soft melody drifted through the air. It wasn't a song sung by human lips, but the sound of nature at peace, the rustle of leaves, the faint murmur of a brook, and the whisper of a breeze carrying with it the scent of blossoms. In this tranquil moment, the Qilin appeared, stepping gently into the clearing. Its form was unlike anything the villagers had ever seen, a creature woven from the threads of dreams and virtues. Its body shimmered as if covered in 1,000 jewels, each scale glowing softly with an inner light. Antlers, delicate and regal, crowned its head, and its eyes, deep pools of compassion, seemed to hold the history of all who had ever lived. The Qilin did not roar or demand attention, its mere presence was enough to still even the most restless soul. Legends whispered that the Qilin came only during extraordinary times, heralding peace and prosperity. It was said to be a creature of profound virtue, one that walked so lightly upon the earth that even the blades of grass beneath its hooves remained unbroken. But it was not just the beauty of the Qilin that inspired awe, it was what it represented. Long ago, in a kingdom torn by strife, an emperor despaired over the endless conflicts that plagued his land. Crops withered under the shadow of war, rivers dried, and the people's cries echoed through empty halls. One day, as the emperor walked alone in the palace gardens, he saw something that made his heart stop. The Qilin stood among the trees, its radiant form casting soft light on the desolate earth. The emperor fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the sight. The Qilin did not speak, yet its presence seemed to fill the air with a silent promise. The emperor understood without words that his people's suffering stemmed not from a lack of resources or strength, but from a lack of harmony. Inspired by the Qilin's calm demeanor, he resolved to bring his land back to balance, focusing not on conquest, but on compassion. Stories like this were passed down through generations, each one tinged with a reverence that could bring tears to even the most hardened hearts. The Qilin, they said, appeared when goodness triumphed, when leaders ruled with justice, and when the people's hearts were aligned with virtue. Its presence was both a reward and a reminder, a beacon of hope and a challenge to maintain peace. In one tale, a poor scholar wandered the countryside, burdened by the weight of his unfulfilled dreams. He had spent years studying the ancient texts, hoping to pass the imperial exams and bring honor to his family, but each attempt ended in failure. On the night of his greatest despair, he found himself by a quiet lake. The moon reflected on the water's surface, creating a mirror to the heavens. As he gazed into the still waters, he noticed a ripple, though the air was calm. From the shadows of the forest, the Qilin emerged, its movements as graceful as flowing water. The scholar froze, unsure whether to bow or run, but the Qilin's gaze held him in place. It walked toward him, its steps silent, and stopped a few paces away. The scholar felt an overwhelming sense of clarity wash over him. He realized that his worth was not defined by the titles he sought, but by the kindness he carried in his heart. The Qilin seemed to nod as if it understood his unspoken thoughts, then turned and vanished into the night. From that moment, the scholar dedicated his life to teaching and helping others, becoming a beloved figure whose wisdom shaped generations. The Qilin's appearances were always brief, like a fleeting dream, but their impact was profound. Artists and poets tried to capture its image, though none could fully convey its essence. In paintings, it was depicted as a creature of harmonious contradictions, a blend of dragon, deer, and horse, yet entirely its own. Its flowing mane and tail seemed to ripple like flames, and its body glowed with the hues of twilight. In times of peace, the Qilin was said to roam freely, blessing the lands it touched. Farmers spoke of crops that grew taller and sweeter in fields where the Qilin had passed. Streams ran clearer, and even the air seemed fresher, as if the very presence of the Qilin purified the world. It was not a creature of destruction or conquest, but one of gentle strength, a protector of the innocent and a guardian of balance. Even in its rare encounters with humans, the Qilin's demeanor was always calm and composed. It was said that the Qilin could see into a person's soul, sensing their intentions and judging their worth. Those with pure hearts were blessed, while those with malicious intent found themselves unable to even approach the creature. One ancient scroll tells of a tyrant who sought to capture the Qilin, hoping to use its power to strengthen his rule. He sent his armies into the forests, instructing them to build traps and drive the creature toward his palace. For weeks, they scoured the land, but the Qilin was never found. The tyrant grew furious, cursing the creature for its elusiveness. One night, as he paced the halls of his grand palace, he saw a faint light outside his window. Rushing to the balcony, he looked out to see the Qilin standing in the courtyard, its gaze fixed on him. For a moment, the tyrant felt a flicker of awe, but as he stepped closer, the light from the Qilin grew too bright to bear. He shielded his eyes, and when he looked again, the creature was gone. That night, his dreams were filled with images of the suffering he had caused, and he awoke with a heavy heart. Though the Qilin did not speak, its presence had planted a seed of change within him. The Qilin is more than a creature of myth, it is a symbol of what humanity strives to be. Its appearances, though rare, remind people of the virtues that sustain peace and prosperity. It is a creature of boundless compassion, a mirror to the best parts of ourselves, and a guide toward a better world. In the quiet moments when the world feels still and the air seems to hum with unspoken words, some believe the Qilin is near, watching, waiting, and reminding us of the power of goodness. Its stories linger, not as echoes of the past, but as living lessons for the present, a testament to the enduring beauty of virtue. At the edge of a tranquil lake, where golden reeds swayed in a gentle breeze and the water mirrored the crimson hues of a setting sun, a song filled the air. It wasn't carried by a human voice, but by the stirring sound of wings slicing through the stillness. The phoenix had arrived. Its feathers shimmered like molten gold, with streaks of vibrant red and glimmers of sapphire blue, each movement painting the world in fleeting rainbows. Its tail fanned out like a cascade of flame, rippling with a life of its own. The creature's eyes burned with a light that was neither harsh nor blinding but radiant and unyielding, as if it had seen the rise and fall of empires and carried their memories in its gaze. Legend spoke of the phoenix as more than a bird, it was harmony incarnate, a living balance of grace and power, fire and serenity. To see it was to witness an ancient truth, one that transcended time and words. The phoenix was said to appear during times of great peace, its presence a herald of unity and virtue. But it was not merely a symbol of serenity. Stories told of its cycles, of death in flames and rebirth from ash. It was a creature that refused to be bound by the limits of existence, a testament to the power of renewal. Once, in a kingdom ruled by a wise empress, the land was in a golden age. The fields yielded bountiful harvests, the rivers flowed pure, and the people sang songs of contentment. The empress was beloved not for her crown but for her fairness and compassion. She was said to embody the spirit of the phoenix itself, rising above challenges with grace and guiding her people with wisdom. One day, as she walked through the palace gardens, she paused by an ancient tree whose roots twisted like the veins of the earth. There, nestled in its branches, was the phoenix. Its presence was silent but commanding. The empress knelt, not out of submission but out of reverence, and the phoenix lowered its head in acknowledgement. That night, the creature took flight, its fiery plumage lighting up the night sky. The sight was said to be so breathtaking that even the stars seemed to dim in awe. But the phoenix's story was not always tied to peace. There were darker tales, stories of kingdoms on the brink of ruin. One such tale spoke of a village consumed by drought, where the earth cracked like parched lips, and the air carried the scent of despair. The villagers prayed to the heavens, their voices raw with desperation. As their cries reached a fever pitch, the horizon burst into flames, not the kind that destroy, but flames that heal. The phoenix soared overhead, its wings trailing embers that fell to the ground and turned into rain. Each droplet quenched the earth's thirst, and soon, life returned to the barren land. When the villagers looked to thank their savior, the phoenix was gone, leaving only a single golden feather, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The phoenix's connection to rebirth is a tale that transcends any single story. It is said that when the phoenix senses its time has come, it builds a nest of fragrant wood and spices. Nestled within, it ignites itself, creating a fire so brilliant that it blinds the heavens. From the ashes, it rises anew, a creature reborn, untouched by the decay of the past. This cycle of renewal inspired countless myths and rituals. People believed that to witness the phoenix's rebirth was to glimpse the divine, a reminder that even in the face of destruction, there is always hope. It was not a creature of endings, but of beginnings, teaching humanity that no matter how dire the circumstances, there is always the chance to rise again. The phoenix was also tied to the vermilion bird, a celestial guardian of the south and the embodiment of fire. While the vermilion bird represented the fiery vigor of summer and the power of the sun, the phoenix carried a deeper, more profound message. It was fire, yes, but not just the consuming kind. It was the fire that purified, that renewed, that gave life rather than taking it. The two were often depicted together, their flames intertwined, representing different facets of the same truth. While the vermilion bird roared with the might of the midday sun, the phoenix burned with the steady, enduring glow of eternal wisdom. Their connection was one of kinship, a bond that transcended mere symbolism. In ancient palaces, the image of the phoenix adorned the empress's robes, her throne, and even the architecture itself. To the people, she was the living embodiment of its virtues, elegance, resilience, and harmony. The phoenix's imagery was not just decoration, it was a promise, a reminder that balance and virtue must guide those in power. In one story, a young girl born into poverty found herself wandering the woods after losing her family to war. Her steps faltered as she reached a clearing, her tears falling onto the dry earth. As she sat, trembling and alone, a soft glow filled the air. She looked up to see the phoenix descending, its wings spreading a warmth that chased away her despair. The creature landed beside her, its gaze piercing yet gentle. In that moment, the girl felt a strength she had never known. She rose, her grief still present but no longer consuming. The phoenix took flight, its cry echoing in the night like a promise, and from that day forward, the girl became a healer, spreading hope wherever she went. The phoenix's presence was not always literal, sometimes it lived within the hearts of those who embodied its virtues. It was said that its spirit could be felt in acts of kindness, in moments of resilience, and in the quiet courage of those who chose to rise despite the odds. Even today, the phoenix remains a symbol of humanity's highest ideals. Its stories linger like the last notes of a song, a reminder that harmony is not a state but a choice, and that within destruction lies the seed of creation. It is not a creature confined to myths, but a living symbol of what can be, if only we dare to rise, again and again, from the ashes. Beneath the crashing waves and the endless blue, a world of breathtaking majesty and power lay hidden, a realm untouched by mortal hands yet shaping the lives of all who walk the earth. The sea rippled with a mysterious rhythm, as though alive with secrets, and at its heart reigned the Dragon King, Long Wang. His dominion was not merely over the water, it extended to the skies, to the storms that rolled in thunderous fury, and to the gentle rains that kissed the earth awake. Long ago, in a village cradled by the cliffs and kissed by the salty spray of the sea, there was a boy named June. The people of the village whispered tales of the Dragon King with both reverence and fear. They said his underwater palace gleamed with gold and jade, its walls made of pearls larger than a man's fist. The sea itself obeyed his will, calm one moment, a tempest the next. It was said that to anger him was to invite ruin, but to please him could bring blessings beyond measure. One summer, the rain stopped coming. The fields turned to dust, and the villagers' wells ran dry. They begged the sky for mercy, but no clouds gathered. In their desperation, they turned to the sea, making offerings to the Dragon King. Yet, the water remained as still as glass, as if Long Wang himself had turned away. June, barely more than a child, stood at the edge of the shore, clutching a small jade amulet, his only keepsake from his mother. He believed that if anyone could speak to the Dragon King, it was him. With trembling hands, he threw the amulet into the waves and whispered, "Please, help us." The sea began to churn. A great wave rose, and from its crest emerged a serpent-like figure, scales shimmering with the colors of the ocean. His eyes burned like twin suns, fierce and unyielding. The Dragon King had answered. "You dare summon me, little one?" Long Wang's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, like the echoes of a storm in the mountains. June fell to his knees, but found his voice. "My people are suffering. The rains have stopped, and we don't know why. Please, bring the rain back." The Dragon King tilted his head, his expression inscrutable. "Do you think rain falls at the whim of mortals? My waters obey the balance of the heavens. If the rain has ceased, it is not without reason. But we'll die without it," June pleaded, his voice cracking. "I'll do anything. Please." Long Wang stared at the boy, and for a moment, silence fell, save for the lapping of the waves. Then he spoke. "If you wish to save your people, come to my palace beneath the sea. But be warned, once you enter, your fate is no longer your own." Before June could reply, the waters rose and enveloped him. He gasped, but instead of drowning, he found himself able to breathe. The ocean wrapped around him like a living thing, pulling him deeper and deeper until he saw it, the Dragon King's palace. It was more magnificent than words could describe. Towers of coral spiraled toward the surface, and gardens of glowing seaweed swayed in an unseen current. Fish of every color darted through the water, their scales flashing like precious gems. At the center of it all was Long Wang's throne, carved from a single massive pearl, with the Dragon King himself coiled atop it. Long Wang gestured for June to approach. "If you wish for rain, you must prove your worth. There are forces that seek to disrupt the harmony of my realm. Find the serpent who has stolen the Pearl of Tides and return it to me." June nodded, though fear gripped his heart. The serpent was said to be a creature of chaos, as cunning as it was cruel. Armed only with his determination, June set out, guided by the whispers of the sea. He wandered through dark caverns and forests of kelp, his small frame dwarfed by the immensity of the ocean. Finally, he came upon a shadowy figure coiled around a glowing orb, the Pearl of Tides. The serpent's eyes were slits of molten gold, and its scales were black as midnight. "You think you can take this from me?" the serpent hissed, its voice like a blade drawn across stone. June swallowed his fear. "The rain has stopped because of you. My people are dying. I must take the pearl back." The serpent laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the water. "And what makes you think you're worthy?" Summoning all his courage, June said, "Because I care. I'll do whatever it takes to bring the rain back, even if it means facing you." The serpent lunged, its teeth flashing, but June dodged and grabbed hold of the pearl. It burned against his skin, as though it resisted being taken. The serpent wrapped around him, its grip suffocating, but June refused to let go. He thought of his village, of the dry fields and the empty wells. With a final surge of strength, he broke free and swam toward the surface, the pearl clutched to his chest. The serpent gave chase, but as June reached the palace, the Dragon King rose, his form towering and his eyes blazing. With a sweep of his tail, he sent the serpent fleeing into the shadows. "You have done well," Long Wang said. "Taking the pearl from June, you have shown courage and a heart worthy of respect." The Dragon King ascended to the surface, where he cast the pearl into the sky. Clouds began to gather, dark and heavy, and soon, the rain fell, soaking the parched earth. The villagers danced in the downpour, their cries of joy echoing across the land. June returned to the shore, where the Dragon King awaited him. "You have proven that even the smallest among us can hold great strength," Long Wang said. "Your bravery has restored balance." With that, the Dragon King disappeared beneath the waves, leaving June with nothing but the memory of his glowing eyes and the sound of the rain. From that day forward, the villagers spoke of June and the Dragon King in the same breath. They told their children of the boy who braved the sea to save his people and the mighty ruler who listened to a mortal's plea. And though Lone One's palace remained hidden, the rain always came when it was needed, a silent promise from the Dragon King who watched over the seas and the skies. The sky was painted with a soft pink hue as the sun began to dip below the horizon. In the quiet stillness of the evening, the earth seemed to hold its breath, waiting. There was a ripple in the air, a soft rustling sound that wasn't of the wind. And then, from the clouds above, they appeared, 8 heavenly horses, their bodies shimmering like the moon's glow. They were the Tianma, the flying horses, creatures of legend and wonder, whose hooves never touched the ground. They came from the heavens, sent to deliver messages, to carry out the will of the gods, and to serve as steeds for those deemed worthy of their power. The horses' wings stretched wide, delicate yet strong, their coats a mix of gold and silver that sparkled in the fading sunlight. With every beat of their wings, the earth seemed to tremble slightly, as if the very air was alive with their divine energy. It was said that their arrival signaled something great, something profound. And in a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains, a young boy named Jin stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing upward, his heart beating faster with every moment. Jin had heard the stories. His grandmother had spoken of the Tianma many times before, their beauty and grace a thing of reverence, their role as messengers a gift from the heavens themselves. The villagers believed that only the purest of hearts could see them, that only those with a connection to the divine could be blessed with such a sight. And tonight, Jin knew, was a night he would never forget. As the horses descended slowly, their wings whispering in the breeze, Jin felt a stirring in his chest. It wasn't fear, it was awe, wonder, something that reached deep inside him, something that made his skin tingle. He had always believed in the stories, but to see the horses with his own eyes was beyond anything he could have imagined. The Tianma landed gracefully on the soft grass before him. Their hooves left no mark on the earth, their forms glowing with a celestial light. The leader of the group, a magnificent stallion with a mane that shimmered like starlight, stepped forward. His eyes, deep and wise, met Jin's with an understanding that went beyond words. "You have called us," the stallion spoke, his voice echoing in the silence. It was not a sound heard with the ears, but something felt in the very core of Jin's being. Jin's breath caught in his throat. I didn't call you," he whispered, unable to tear his eyes away from the creature before him. The stallion nodded, as if understanding the confusion in Jin's heart. "Not with words, but with your spirit. Your heart has long been attuned to the heavens. You have waited for us, and now, we have come." Jin's mind raced. He had always felt different from the others in his village. While they were content with their lives, farming the land and following the seasons, Jin often found himself staring at the sky, wondering about the world beyond. He had always felt a pull, a connection to something greater, something beyond the mortal realm. And now, the heavenly horses had come to him. The Tianma leader continued, "We are the messengers of the gods, the bearers of divine will. We are sent to those who carry the light of the heavens within them. And tonight, you are chosen, Jin." The boy's heart pounded in his chest. Chosen? But I am just a simple boy. I have no power. No greatness. The stallion's eyes softened. Greatness is not measured by what you can hold in your hands, but by the purity of your soul. It is in your heart that the heavens see your worth. Jin stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. He had never thought of himself as anything special. But as he looked into the eyes of the Tianma, he began to feel something shift inside him. It was as if the very essence of the sky, the stars, the wind, and the earth were flowing through him, coursing through his veins. He was part of something far greater than himself. The stallion stepped closer, lowering his head. "You are to carry a message. A message of peace, of hope, and of unity. The gods have seen the struggles of your people, and they have heard your prayers. But it is you who must deliver this message." Jin blinked, still trying to comprehend the enormity of what was happening. Me? But how? I am no messenger. Your heart speaks louder than words, the Tianma said, his voice soft yet strong. And you will carry our message with your actions, your choices, and the life you lead. When you share the gift of love, of kindness, of peace, you spread the message of the heavens. The other horses stepped forward now, their wings fluttering gently. Each one was unique, with its own aura, its own presence. Some had wings that shimmered with colors of dawn, others with the cool blue of twilight. They circled around Jin, their movement elegant and graceful, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. He felt as if he were standing at the center of the universe, surrounded by something infinite and pure. The Tianma leader raised his head, his wings unfurling. We will guide you, Jin. You are not alone. But the path you walk will be shaped by the choices you make. The heavens have given you the gift of their trust. Now, you must carry that gift with honor. And then, as swiftly as they had come, the Tianma spread their wings and took to the sky. Jin watched them disappear into the twilight, the sound of their wings like a distant melody carried on the wind. The sky felt different now, as if the very stars above were watching over him. He stood there, in the stillness of the night, the weight of the message heavy in his heart. He wasn't sure what the future held, but one thing was clear: the heavenly horses had come for him because he had been chosen for something greater than he could ever imagine. The world had shifted in that moment. And Jin knew, as the heavens watched over him, that his life would never be the same again. It was a night like no other, one of those still, quiet evenings when even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. The moon hung high, casting its pale glow on the ancient stone walls of the temple. In the far corner of the courtyard, the shadows seemed to flicker and move, as if something, or someone, was watching, waiting. Xiao Wei stood still, his heart racing. His eyes were fixed on a figure carved into the stone doorframe, an imposing, fearsome beast, its body covered in scales, its eyes wide open in a piercing glare. The Bixie, a mythical creature known to protect the living from the evil that lurked in the darkness. Legend said that when the Bixie was present, no evil could cross its path, for it was a beast of immense power, capable of banishing spirits and demons with a single, terrifying roar. Xiao Wei had heard the stories, of course. Who hadn't? But seeing the Bixie in person, its fierce, noble form etched into the stone, stirred something deep inside him. It was more than just a story. It was something real, something ancient, and it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The temple had stood for centuries, its stone walls etched with the marks of time. But it was not the architecture that held Xiao Wei's attention. It was the Bixie, watching over the sacred grounds with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the night. He stepped closer, feeling a strange pull, as if the Bixie itself was calling him. His footsteps echoed in the stillness as he approached the carved beast, the chill of the stone making his fingers tingle as he traced the intricate patterns of the creature's scales. The Bixie's form seemed alive, its eyes glowing faintly under the moonlight. It was said that the Bixie was the guardian of temples and tombs, standing guard against the forces of darkness. No one knew where the Bixie had come from, only that it had existed since the earliest days of the Empire, a creature born of both fear and reverence. It was a protector, a symbol of strength, but also a reminder of the fragility of life. In the face of death, in the presence of the unknown, the Bixie stood firm, unwavering in its duty. As Xiao Wei stood before it, he could almost hear the whispers of the past, the stories of those who had come before him. He had grown up in this village, surrounded by tales of the gods and the creatures that walked the earth. But there was something different about the Bixie. It wasn't just a story. It was a warning. A promise. Suddenly, the air shifted. A strange sensation washed over Xiao Wei, and he felt an odd pressure in the air, as if something unseen was stirring, waiting to emerge. He spun around, heart pounding, but the courtyard was empty. The shadows had deepened, and the silence had become oppressive, as if something was moving just out of sight. Xiao Wei took a step back, unease creeping through his chest. He felt the temperature drop, a chill running down his spine. It was then that he heard it. A soft rustling sound, almost imperceptible. Like the wind whispering through the leaves, but sharper, more deliberate. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, his breath catching in his throat. And then, the air grew heavier, and a deep, resonant growl filled the space. It wasn't from the wind or the trees, it came from the Bishie itself. Xiao Wei's heart raced. His eyes darted back to the carved beast. The stone that had once seemed cold and lifeless now appeared to pulse with an almost tangible energy. The Bishie's eyes, those piercing, ancient eyes, seemed to gleam with life. Its mouth opened, just slightly, and from deep within, a growl emerged, low and menacing. He stumbled back, his hands instinctively going to his ears as the sound reverberated in his chest. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble, as if the very earth was acknowledging the power of the creature. The Bishie was not just a guardian of stone, it was alive, a force beyond understanding, a beast that carried the weight of ages. The growl stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. But it was not a comforting silence. It was the silence that came before something immense, something dangerous. Xiao Wei could feel it in the air, like a storm that had yet to break. He glanced around, looking for the source of the disturbance. The temple walls stood as silent witnesses, the shadows now heavy, pressing in on him from all sides. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't see anything. Yet, he knew, deep in his bones, that something was there. And then, with a flash of movement, the shadows seemed to gather at the edges of the courtyard, swirling, writhing like serpents. Dark shapes, indistinct at first, began to take form. Phantom figures, their eyes glowing faintly, their bodies shifting in and out of the darkness. The evil spirits that the Bishie was meant to ward off. Xiao Wei froze, his eyes wide with terror. But before he could move, before he could run, the Bishie's growl resonated once more. The sound was more powerful now, more commanding, and the evil spirits, those dark, twisting forms, paused. They seemed to hesitate, their eyes flickering between the temple walls and the fierce Bishie standing watch over them. The Bishie's presence was overwhelming. Its strength seemed to fill the courtyard, pushing back the spirits, forcing them into the shadows. With each growl, each deep, rumbling sound, the spirits recoiled, their forms flickering and fading. They could not stand against the Bishie. It was a force that transcended the mortal world, a protector that had never failed in its duty. As the last of the spirits vanished into the darkness, Xiao Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure in the air lifted, and the night became still once more. The Bishie's growl faded into silence, its fierce form returning to the stone where it had stood for centuries. Xiao Wei stood there, his heart still pounding, his mind racing. The Bishie had not only protected the temple but had also shown him something beyond the stories, something far more powerful, far more real. It was a reminder that no matter how deep the darkness, there would always be something to fight against it, to ward it off. And as the moonlight bathed the temple once more, Xiao Wei knew that the Bishie's watch would never end. It would remain, forever guarding the sacred ground, standing strong against the forces that sought to destroy. It was a promise made long ago, one that would echo through the ages. A promise that the evil would never prevail. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the quiet, forgotten temple. The stone walls, worn with the passage of centuries, whispered of ancient times. The air, thick with stillness, seemed to hold its breath. Xiao Wei, a young scholar of the village, stood at the edge of the temple courtyard, his heart pounding in his chest. He had heard the stories, tales of beasts that could ward off the darkness, protect the living, and keep evil spirits at bay. But none of those stories had prepared him for the sight before him. Carved into the massive stone doors of the temple were the figures of mythical creatures. One, in particular, stood out from the rest, a beast with the body of a lion, the scales of a serpent, and the head of a dragon. It had a fierce expression, its mouth slightly open as if it were ready to roar at the forces of evil. This was no ordinary guardian. This was the Bishie. As Xiao Wei stepped closer, his feet echoing softly on the stone floor, the air seemed to grow heavier, charged with an unspoken energy. He had come here seeking knowledge, But something more was pulling him deeper into the heart of the temple. His fingers brushed against the cold stone, tracing the intricate patterns of the beast's body. It was then that he felt it, an unnatural chill creeping up his spine. The Bishia was not just a symbol, it was a protector. Legend said that when evil spirits sought to cross into the realm of the living, the Bishia stood as the first line of defense, sending them away with a single, mighty roar. It was a creature of power, a guardian carved into stone, standing sentinel at tombs and temples across the land, guarding the dead and the sacred from the forces that sought to corrupt them. Xiao Wei's breath caught in his throat as the shadows around him seemed to shift, swirling unnaturally as if something unseen was stirring. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he instinctively took a step back. He had heard the stories of travelers who had come across Bishia statues and felt an overwhelming sense of unease. But it wasn't just the stories that made him nervous. It was the growing sense that something was not right. Suddenly, a low rumble broke the silence. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't the wind. It was a growl, deep and primal, like the earth itself was stirring from its slumber. Xiao Wei's heart raced. The growl came from the Bishia, but the statue hadn't moved. It couldn't have. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, and then it stopped. For a moment, everything was still again. The shadows hung heavy in the corners of the temple, but the pressure in the air had lifted. Xiao Wei's breath was shaky, his mind struggling to understand what he had just felt. Could it be real? Was this just his imagination? He took another step closer to the Bishia, drawn by some invisible force. The growl had seemed so real. He had felt the very power of the beast's presence, even though it was only a carving in stone. His fingers hovered above the lion's claw, feeling the coolness of the stone. He was starting to understand. This beast wasn't just an image, it was alive in some way, protecting the temple, guarding it against the darkness. As he traced the outline of the creature's features, he remembered the old stories, the ones told by his grandmother around the fire at night. She would speak of the Bishia's power, how it had protected sacred grounds for centuries, warding off spirits and dark forces. It was said that when the Bishia was present, no evil could enter, no darkness could remain. It was the embodiment of purity, of courage, and of protection. And, Xiao Wei realized, it wasn't just a story, it was a promise. The Bishia was here to guard, to keep evil at bay. And in that moment, something inside him shifted. The weight of the beast's protection felt real now. This was no mere decoration. The Bishia's power, its ancient force, seemed to seep into the very air around him. Xiao Wei's heart thudded with awe. There was a reason the Bishia was carved into the doors of temples, placed on tombs, and protected by the living. It was because it was needed. The darkness was always near. But the Bishia was there to defend, standing tall against the forces that threatened to break the fragile balance of life and death. The growl came again, this time louder. Xiao Wei could feel it in his chest, vibrating through the air. And then, as if in response to the growl, the shadows in the courtyard twisted, slowly forming shapes, like the spirits of the restless dead creeping forth. He could see them now, pale, translucent figures, their faces twisted in anguish. They were the lost souls, the ones who had slipped between worlds and found no peace. They had come to disturb the temple, to disrupt the sanctuary it offered. But the Bishia would not allow it. Xiao Wei watched in disbelief as the Bishia seemed to come alive before his eyes. The stone beast's eyes glowed with an inner fire, its mouth opening as it let out a powerful roar, shaking the ground beneath him. The spirits paused, their forms flickering in the air. They seemed to hesitate, as if afraid of the power the Bishia commanded. One by one, the spirits began to shrink back, their forms dissolving into nothingness, their cries silenced by the roar of the guardian. The temple fell silent once more. The tension in the air lifted, and the oppressive weight that had pressed down on him was gone. Xiao Wei stood frozen, his heart still racing. The Bishia, the mythical beast that had always been just a story to him, had protected him, had driven the spirits away. It was no longer a legend. It was real. And in that moment, Xiao Wei knew the truth. There was power in the stories, and the creatures that guarded the living from the shadows. As he turned to leave, the shadows no longer felt so threatening. The temple's walls, though old and worn, seemed to stand taller, as if the Bishia's presence had imbued them with strength. The guardians were real. And they were always watching. Always protecting. And somewhere deep in the stillness of the night, Xiao Wei could almost hear the faint growl of the Bishia echoing in the distance, guarding the world from the dark. The street was quiet, almost eerily so. The night had fallen, and only the faint sound of footsteps echoed against the stone tiles. The lanterns flickered dimly along the path, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. But in the midst of the darkness, something caught Li Wei's eye. A shop, tucked away between two tall buildings, stood bathed in a soft golden glow. The window displayed a magnificent statue, a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a fierce dog. Its gaze was fixed, fierce yet regal, as if guarding something priceless. A small plaque beneath it read, "Pishio, Protector of Wealth." Li Wei had heard the stories. He'd heard them from the elderly in his village, spoken in hushed tones in the corners of tea houses and marketplaces. The Pishio, they said, was a creature of legend, one that brought fortune, wealth, and good luck to those it protected. But as he stood there, staring at the statue, he couldn't help but wonder, could it really be true? Could this beast, this mythical lion dog, really possess such power? The shopkeeper, an old man with deep lines etched into his face, watched him from the doorway. His voice was low, but there was an intensity in it that made Li Wei pause. "You wish to know of the Pishio, don't you?" Li Wei nodded, stepping closer to the window. The statue of the creature seemed to grow larger in his eyes, its golden eyes glowing under the lantern light. He had come here seeking answers, and the time had come to listen. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper, as though the story itself carried an ancient weight. "The Pishio is no ordinary beast," he said. "It is the guardian of wealth, the bringer of fortune. But not just to anyone. It chooses its protector, and once chosen, the Pishio bestows great riches upon them. Not for the sake of greed, but for the sake of balance." Li Wei leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. He had always believed that wealth was something earned, something hard-won through effort. But the Pishio was different. It wasn't about work, it was about the mystical connection between the creature and the one who truly understood its purpose. The old man continued, his voice steady and filled with reverence. "The Pishio, unlike most beasts, does not eat. It consumes only wealth, taking in what is offered and multiplying it. Those who possess the Pishio's favor are blessed with prosperity, wealth in all its forms, be it gold, success, or even the strength to overcome hardships. But make no mistake," he paused, eyes narrowing, "the Pishio also has a sharp sense of justice. It is a protector, a defender of those who honor its power. If you seek to use the wealth it brings for selfish gain, the Pishio will turn away from you, and the prosperity will disappear as quickly as it came." Li Wei felt a chill run through him, but there was something in the old man's eyes that made him feel safe. A part of him wanted to reach out, to touch the statue, to feel the power that the Pishio seemed to radiate. But another part of him, fear, perhaps, or disbelief, held him back. "The Pishio is drawn to those with good intentions," the old man added, his voice softer now, almost like a comforting lullaby. "It seeks those who are pure of heart, who wish to share their wealth, to help others, not those who covet it for themselves." A strange warmth filled Li Wei's chest, as though the words themselves had awakened something inside him. In his heart, he knew he had always wanted to do good, to help others, to make a difference in the world. The thought that such a magnificent creature could stand by his side, guarding his path and guiding him toward a life of prosperity, made him feel hopeful. For the first time, he truly believed that maybe, just maybe, he could be the one the Pishio was waiting for. As if on cue, the old man smiled, and with a nod, he beckoned Li Wei inside the shop. The moment Li Wei stepped over the threshold, the warmth inside seemed to embrace him, the air thick with the scent of incense and aged wood. The shop was filled with treasures, golden statues, fine silks, delicate porcelain vases. But among them all, the Pishio statue was the centerpiece, its presence undeniable. Without a word, the old man motioned toward the counter, where a small box sat, intricately carved with swirling patterns. He opened it carefully, revealing a small, polished stone. It was a charm, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, yet glowing with an inner fire that seemed almost alive. "Take it," the old man said. "This is a gift from the Pishio. Carry it with you, and the wealth it brings will follow you wherever you go." Li Wei held the charm, feeling the power hum through it. He could feel it in his fingertips, a strange, electrifying sensation. The stone was cool at first, but as he wrapped his fingers around it, it warmed, as though accepting him as its own. A sense of calm washed over him, and he understood this wasn't just a trinket. This was the bond between the Pishio and himself, forged in the ancient magic of the creature's protective power. That night, as Li Wei walked home, the charm tucked safely in his pocket, he felt a strange sense of clarity. The world seemed brighter, the path before him more open. As though the Pishio, in all its glory, had unlocked something within him, something that had been hidden, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The next morning, Li Wei awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He began to notice small changes. Opportunities that had once seemed out of reach now appeared before him. He was offered a position at the town's wealthiest merchant's shop, an invitation to travel to distant lands in search of rare goods. And each time he faced a challenge, it was as though the Pishio was there beside him, guiding his decisions, ensuring his success. In the years that followed, Li Wei's life flourished. He was never consumed by greed, never blinded by the desire for wealth. Instead, he used his newfound fortune to help those in need, donating to charities, helping the poor, and building schools for the children of his village. And through it all, the Pishio remained by his side, its presence felt in every moment of prosperity. Li Wei never forgot the shopkeeper's words, the Pishio chose its protector. And for as long as he lived, he would honor the creature's power, protecting the balance of wealth, spreading prosperity, and ensuring that the Pishio's magic would continue to shine brightly in the world. The moon hung low over the village, casting an eerie silver light across the fields. In the distance, the sound of rustling leaves whispered through the trees, like a secret waiting to be shared. Among the tall grasses, a figure moved gracefully, its fur glinting in the soft glow of the night. At first, it appeared to be just another fox, small, delicate, and seemingly harmless. But as the wind shifted, the creature paused, and its 9 tails flicked in the air, each one shimmering like threads of silk, twisting and turning with an unnatural elegance. The villagers spoke in hushed voices about the 9-tailed fox, or Juehu, a creature as beautiful as it was dangerous. They said it had the power to shapeshift, to become anyone, anything. It could slip unnoticed into a room and steal the hearts of men, weaving illusions that would make even the most hardened warriors falter. Yet, for all its allure, the 9-tailed fox was a spirit of dual nature. Some said it was a benevolent being, a guardian of the earth, while others whispered of its darker side, the trickster who sought to deceive and destroy. It was this duality that made the fox so powerful. On one hand, it was a creature of grace and wisdom, revered by some as a protector of the innocent, a guide for the lost. On the other, it was a force of chaos and temptation, capable of bringing ruin to those who fell under its spell. Its rise to power had been swift, and its downfall just as spectacular, leaving behind a legacy of caution, superstition, and broken hearts. The first time Mei Lan encountered the 9-tailed fox, she was a young girl, barely 14, wandering the edge of the village. Her father, a respected farmer, had warned her to stay away from the forest. "There are things out there," he had said, his voice grave, "things that can change you, if you let them." But Mei Lan, with her curiosity and youthful defiance, had always been drawn to the unknown. That afternoon, she slipped away from the house, her bare feet quiet on the earth as she made her way to the woods. At first, there was nothing unusual about the forest. The sun filtered through the trees in patches of golden light, and the air smelled of pine and fresh earth. But as Mei Lan ventured deeper, a chill began to settle over the land. The birds stopped singing, the wind ceased to rustle, and everything fell unnervingly silent. It was then that she saw it, standing in a clearing, the creature's fur so white it seemed to glow under the fading light of day. Its 9 tails fanned out behind it like a regal display, each one moving with a life of its own, swirling and shimmering like strands of light. The 9-tailed fox stood still for a moment, watching her with eyes that gleamed like liquid gold. Mythology could hardly breathe, entranced by its beauty. She had heard the stories, of course, but seeing the fox in person was an experience beyond anything she could have imagined. The creature's voice, when it spoke, was like the wind, soft and melodic, yet laced with something ancient, something mysterious. "You are not afraid of me, child?" it asked, its voice like a caress, but with a sharpness underneath. "Most would run." Mythology shook her head, her heart pounding in her chest. There was something about the fox that was both terrifying and enchanting, like a dream she couldn't wake from. "I'm not afraid," she whispered, though she wasn't entirely sure if she believed it herself. The fox tilted its head, its eyes never leaving hers. "You are brave. Or perhaps you are simply curious." I wanted to know if the stories were true," Mythology replied, her voice steady despite the fluttering of her heart. The fox's lips curled into a smile that was both kind and knowing. "And what if they are?" it asked, its gaze piercing through her, as though seeing into the very core of her being. "What if I am everything you've heard, and more?" Mythology didn't know what to say. She had heard of the fox's ability to shapeshift, to assume the form of anything it desired. Some said it could take the appearance of a beautiful woman, seducing men with its charms, only to leave them broken and empty. Others claimed it could become a terrifying beast, capable of destroying entire villages with a flick of its tail. But the 9-tailed fox, in front of her now, was neither terrifying nor kind, it was simply otherworldly. Its presence was magnetic, and Mythology felt herself drawn to it, as though it held the answers to questions she had never thought to ask. "What are you?" Mythology finally asked, her voice trembling slightly. The fox stepped forward, its 9 tails swishing behind it. "I am both the dawn and the dusk, the protector and the deceiver. I am the beauty that entices, and the danger that follows." Its gaze softened for a moment, as if remembering something far away. "I have been both loved and feared, revered and cursed. My power comes from the balance between those two forces." Mythology felt a strange unease settle in her chest, but she couldn't look away. The fox's power was undeniable, yet it was also a power that could easily turn against her. "I've seen the world rise and fall," the fox continued, its voice almost wistful now. "I've been worshipped as a goddess and hunted as a demon. But no matter how high I soar, the fall is always inevitable." The wind picked up again, swirling around them both, and for a moment, Mythology felt as though she were standing on the edge of a precipice, about to fall into the unknown. The fox's smile faded, and it seemed to withdraw into itself. "Perhaps one day, you will understand. Or perhaps you will simply become another story, another tale of power and loss." With that, the 9-tailed fox turned and vanished into the trees, its tails disappearing one by one into the shadows. Mythology stood in the clearing, her heart still racing, unsure of what had just happened. Had it all been a dream? Had she imagined it? But as she turned to leave, she saw something on the ground, a single white feather, shimmering in the moonlight. She bent down to pick it up, the coldness of it sending a chill down her spine. The feather felt impossibly delicate in her hand, but as she held it, she knew that she would never forget the creature that had shown her both the light and the darkness within herself. The 9-tailed fox had left its mark on her, and from that moment on, she would carry its story with her, a story of power, temptation, and the inevitable fall from grace. She had seen the fox's beauty and its danger, and she understood, in that fleeting moment, the price of both. In the quiet of the moonlit night, the village slept under a blanket of calm. But on the edge of the forest, where the shadows seemed to stretch long and deep, something stirred. A flicker, then a rustle, soft and almost imperceptible, like the wind brushing through the trees. In the heart of the forest, a fox stood still, its 9 tails swaying gently behind it. At first glance, it appeared like any other fox, beautiful, delicate, yet with an air of mystery. But its eyes, glowing with an unnatural gleam, told a different story. It was no ordinary creature, This was the nine-tailed fox. The villagers had whispered about the fox for generations, their voices trembling with both awe and fear. Some believed it was a spirit of benevolence, a protector in the guise of a gentle fox. Others spoke of its darker nature, a creature capable of seducing and deceiving, bringing ruin to anyone who dared trust it. Yet, despite the fear it invoked, the fox remained a part of the stories, a being that could neither be fully understood nor forgotten. Li Mei had heard the tales since she was a little girl. Her grandmother would speak of it late at night, her voice trembling as she told the story of the fox's rise and inevitable fall. Once, long ago, her grandmother would say, there was a fox so powerful, it could change its shape at will. It could be anyone, anything. It could weave the most enchanting illusions. And with its 9 tails, it could bring both prosperity and disaster. As a child, Li Mei had been captivated by the stories, often imagining the fox as a gentle creature, only misunderstood by those who feared its power. But as she grew older, the tales began to take on a different meaning, one that spoke of both the beauty and the danger in the fox's power, the balance between benevolence and trickery. One evening, while walking home from the village market, Li Mei found herself alone near the forest's edge. The wind had picked up, and the trees swayed ominously as though they were speaking in hushed tones. That was when she saw it. At first, it was nothing more than a flash of movement in the underbrush, but when she looked closer, she saw the gleam of fur, and then the figure of a fox, its 9 tails flicking in the air like streams of silver fire. Li Mei's heart raced, but she couldn't look away. She had heard the stories, of course, but to see the 9-tailed fox in person was an experience unlike anything she could have imagined. The creature stood in front of her, its golden eyes locked onto hers with a knowing, almost human-like gaze. For a moment, there was only silence. The wind stopped, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The fox's tails curled around its body, and it spoke in a voice that was both soft and commanding. "Why do you stare, child? Do you fear me?" Li Mei's voice faltered, but she stood her ground. "I have heard the stories about you." The fox tilted its head, its tails flicking like flames in the dark. "And what do you think of them?" it asked, its voice filled with an eerie calmness. Li Mei's mind raced. The stories had always been about the fox's power, its ability to shapeshift, to seduce, to deceive. She had heard of the fox's benevolence, of how it protected the weak, how it could bring prosperity to those who earned its favor. But she also knew of its trickery, its hunger for power, and the way it had led people to ruin. The villagers spoke of its rise, how it had once been worshipped as a goddess, adored for its beauty and wisdom. But they also spoke of its downfall, how its hunger for power had consumed it, how it had been betrayed by its own pride and ambition. "I think," Li Mei began slowly, unsure of what to say, "I think the stories are true. All of them. You are both good and bad. You are a creature of both light and darkness." The fox's gaze softened, and it stepped closer, its tails brushing against the ground like tendrils of smoke. "Very wise," it said, its voice tinged with both amusement and something deeper, something more ancient. "I am both. I am the rising sun and the setting moon. I am the beauty that entices and the danger that follows. Do you fear me now?" Li Mei swallowed hard. "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't know what to feel." The fox studied her for a long moment, its eyes gleaming with the weight of countless stories. "There is much to fear, child," it said softly, "but there is much to be gained as well. Power. Beauty. Immortality. These are the gifts I offer." Li Mei shivered, but she didn't look away. "And what do you ask for in return?" The fox's lips curled into a smile, but it was a smile full of secrets, one that promised both temptation and ruin. "Everything, if you are willing. The heart, the soul, the very essence of who you are. But do not be afraid. I offer what others cannot. I give you what they cannot see." Li Mei felt the weight of its words settle over her, a pressure that seemed to make the very air feel heavier. She knew the stories, the fox's rise, its fall. She knew of the lives it had touched, of the power it had claimed, and the destruction it had wrought. She knew how its beauty had led men to ruin, how it had once been adored, only to fall from grace when its hunger had betrayed it. The stories were clear. The nine-tailed fox could give, but it could also take everything away. "I am not afraid of you," Li Mei said, her voice stronger now, though her heart still beat wildly in her chest. "But I will not be your pawn." The fox stared at her for a long moment, its expression unreadable. Then, with a sudden flick of its tail, it turned away, fading into the shadows of the forest. "Very well, child. You are wiser than most. But remember, not all are so strong. Not all can resist what I offer." As the fox disappeared, Li Mei stood alone in the darkened clearing, her heart still pounding in her chest. She had seen the fox, the true nine-tailed fox, with all its power, its beauty, and its darkness. And for the first time, she understood the full weight of its legend, that power could be both a gift and a curse, and that even the most beautiful of creatures could lead you to your greatest triumphs or your most devastating downfall. As the forest returned to its eerie stillness, Li Mei knew that she had faced the fox, and in doing so, had learned a lesson that would stay with her forever. The nine-tailed fox would always be both a temptation and a warning. In the stillness of the night, the crackle of a fire echoed in the empty hall. The old stone walls of the temple, weathered and scarred by time, seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. Among the dim shadows, a single bronze vessel sat on a pedestal, its intricate designs casting faint reflections on the floor. For generations, the villagers had passed by this vessel, never fully understanding the weight of what it represented, only that it was both revered and feared. The Taotai was an ancient beast, a creature whose hunger could never be satisfied, whose greed knew no bounds. It had no form that could be easily described. Its body was a twisted tangle of eyes, mouths, and claws, all feeding on the insatiable urge for more. It was said that the Taotai was born from the depths of human greed itself, a manifestation of the darkest desires that lived in every soul. Its very presence was a warning, a symbol of what could happen when the line between desire and obsession was blurred. Li Wei, a young scholar, had always been drawn to the mysteries of the past. He had spent years studying the ancient bronze vessels that lined the halls of the old temple, trying to decipher the stories etched into their surfaces. The villagers spoke little of them, other than to say they were relics of a time long gone. But one vessel in particular had caught Li Wei's attention, the one with the twisted, horrifying face. The one that carried the mark of the Taotai. As he approached the vessel that night, the air grew thick with an uneasy tension. The flickering light of the fire cast grotesque shadows on the walls, making the face of the beast seem to come alive. Its eyes glared at him with an unblinking stare, the sharp fangs of its gaping mouth seeming to reach out. It was as if the Taotai was waiting for something. Perhaps it was waiting for the one who would unlock the curse it had carried for centuries. Li Wei had heard the legends. The Taotai was said to devour everything in its path. It would feast on food, drink, treasure, and even souls. It cared for nothing but its hunger, and no matter how much it consumed, it was never sated. Those who dared to serve it would find themselves slowly consumed by their own desires, becoming no better than the beast itself. The more they gave, the more it demanded. It was said that the Taotai was the embodiment of greed itself, a creature that consumed not just material wealth, but the very essence of life. His fingers traced the markings on the vessel, and a chill ran down his spine. The design was unlike any other he had seen before, a chaotic swirl of shapes and lines that seemed to dance on the surface. The eyes of the beast, etched into the metal, seemed to follow him as he moved. It was as though the Taotai was alive within the vessel, its hunger growing stronger with every passing moment. The stories of the Taotai's origins were as mysterious as the creature itself. Some said it had been created by the gods, a punishment for mankind's greed. Others believed it was a beast born from the earth, a reflection of the insatiable desires that had always plagued humanity. Whatever its origins, it had become a symbol of everything that could go wrong when a person's desires were left unchecked. It was the embodiment of selfishness, the warning of what could happen when one's appetite for more could never be satisfied. As Li Wei studied the Taotia's face, he found himself captivated by the creature's gaze. He had spent years in the temple, studying the ancient texts and deciphering the language of the gods, but nothing had ever intrigued him as much as this beast. It was as if the creature were trying to speak to him, to pull him into its world of endless hunger and insatiable need. "Do you see it?" a voice whispered from behind him. Li Wei spun around, startled. Standing in the doorway was the temple's elderly keeper, an old man who had watched over the temple for as long as anyone could remember. His eyes were dark and knowing, as though he had seen things beyond the comprehension of most mortals. "The Tao Tai," the old man said, his voice gravelly. "It's a curse, you know. A curse that consumes everything." Li Wei felt a shiver run through him. "What do you mean?" "It's just a symbol, isn't it? A warning of greed." The old man stepped closer, his eyes never leaving the vessel. "It's more than that, young scholar. The Tao Tai is not just a warning, it is a force. A force that feeds on human weakness. It waits for those who seek more than they need, who want things they cannot have. And when they feed it, it never stops. It will take everything." Li Wei looked back at the vessel, his heart pounding. He had always believed the legends were just that, legends. But standing there in the quiet of the temple, with the flickering firelight casting shadows on the walls, he began to feel the weight of the Tao's presence. It was as if the beast itself were waiting for him to make a choice. A choice that could either save him or pull him deeper into the web of desire. "What happens if it is released?" Li Wei asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The old man sighed, his eyes darkening. "Those who release it often think they can control it. They believe they can master their desires, that they can use the power of the Tao Tai to get what they want. But in the end, they are consumed. The Tao Tai takes what it wants, and it will never stop. It feeds on greed, and greed knows no end." Li Wei stepped back, his heart racing. He had come to the temple seeking knowledge, seeking answers. But now, standing before the ancient vessel, he realized that some things were better left unknown. The Tao's hunger was not just for food or riches, it was a hunger that could consume everything, even the very soul of a person. As the old man turned to leave, he paused at the door. "Beware, young scholar," he said, his voice low and filled with warning. "The Tao Tai is always watching. It waits for those who are foolish enough to feed it." The fire crackled in the silence, and the shadows seemed to stretch further into the corners of the temple. Li Wei turned once more to face the vessel, his mind swirling with thoughts of greed, hunger, and the price of desire. The face of the Tao Tai glared at him from the bronze surface, its twisted features now more terrifying than ever. And in that moment, Li Wei understood, some desires were not meant to be satisfied. Some hunger could never be fed. It was the first time Mei Lin had seen the old bronze vessel. She had walked past it many times, but something about it seemed different today. The evening sun cast long shadows through the small village museum, and the copper surface of the vessel shimmered faintly in the light. But it was the design, etched into the metal, that caught her attention. There, beneath the surface of the polished bronze, were the gaping eyes and twisted, snarling jaws of the Tao Tai. Its mouth was wide, too wide, like a black hole eager to devour everything in its path. The beast had no mercy, no sense of satisfaction. It was a hunger incarnate. The more you gave, the more it demanded, and no matter how much it consumed, it was never enough. Mei Lin felt a strange unease stir in her chest as she approached the vessel. The room, quiet except for the faint hum of a distant breeze, suddenly felt colder, as if something ancient and hungry was watching her from the shadows. She had heard stories, of course, everyone had. Tales of the Tao Tai, the gluttonous beast who symbolized greed. But the stories never prepared her for the feeling of standing in its presence, feeling the weight of its insatiable hunger. She stepped closer, her hand reaching out, trembling slightly, as if afraid to touch the vessel. Yet, something compelled her. Maybe it was the pull of curiosity, or the weight of the old stories that had been passed down through the generations. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal, and for a split second, the room seemed to shift. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of rust and age. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. "You've touched it," haven't you?" Mei Lin spun around to see an old man standing in the doorway. His face was withered and marked by time, his eyes dark and knowing. The lines on his face told stories that went back farther than the walls of the museum itself. "How did you know?" she whispered, her pulse quickening. The man's lips curved into a grim smile. "It's always the same," he muttered. "They always touch it. And then they wonder why things start to change." Mei Lin felt a cold shiver run down her spine. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The old man stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the bronze vessel. "The Taotai isn't just a beast," he said softly. "It's more than that. It's a warning, a reflection of the darkness inside all of us. It feeds on greed. It feeds on hunger that can never be filled." Mei Lin's heart skipped a beat. The words seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating against the walls of the room. Greed. Hunger. A craving that could never be satisfied. "People think they understand it," the man continued. "They think it's just an image on a piece of bronze. But the Taotai is alive in its own way. It's a force, a presence that feeds on the desires we bury deep inside, the ones we try to ignore, the ones we pretend don't exist." She glanced back at the vessel. The face of the Taotai seemed to stare back at her, its twisted features mocking her. She could almost hear the beast's growl, the promise of endless hunger. It made her feel small, insignificant, and yet, as if she too were being drawn into its grasp. The old man stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "People often think that the Taotai is a curse. But it isn't. It's a mirror. It shows us who we really are when we let our desires run unchecked. It shows us the price of greed." Mei Lin swallowed hard. "But it's just a symbol, right? A creature on a piece of metal. Is it?" The man's voice was soft but sharp, like a blade cutting through the air. "Do you know what the Taotai represents? Do you understand why it was carved into those bronze vessels?" Mei Lin shook her head, her mind racing. She had always thought of the Taotai as a mere mythical creature, something to be feared but never understood. But the more the old man spoke, the more the weight of its presence seemed to press down on her. "It's a warning," the man said slowly. "A warning about the dangers of indulgence, of never being satisfied. It's been there, in the stories, in the art, in the relics. And yet, people never see it. They never see the danger that lies in giving in to their desires. The more you feed it, the stronger it gets. And before you know it, you're lost. You're trapped in its hunger." The words settled in her chest like a stone. Mei Lin felt a strange heaviness in her heart. Could it be true? Could the Taotai, this ancient beast carved into the metal, actually symbolize something deeper? Something that reached into the core of human nature? The man's eyes softened, as if he could sense her confusion. "You've heard the stories, haven't you?" he asked gently. "The stories about the Taotia's origin? About how it first appeared?" Mei Lin nodded, though the stories had always seemed like little more than old myths, nothing more than cautionary tales passed down to scare children into behaving. But now, standing here, with the Taotai looming before her, the stories felt too real. Too powerful. "The Taotai is a creature born from the greed of the gods," the old man said. "It was made to consume, to remind them of the dangers of unchecked desire. But it's not just a myth. The Taotai was carved onto bronze vessels, placed on tombs and temples, to remind the living and the dead alike of the consequences of excess. It was a warning, but it was also a reflection. A reflection of what happens when the line between need and want disappears." Mei Lin stood in silence, the weight of his words settling in. She looked back at the vessel again, and this time, she didn't feel the same curiosity. The Taotai wasn't just a creature, it was a reminder of everything humans tried to hide. Of the things we wanted, no matter the cost. The room was silent except for the crackling of the fire, but Mei Lin could almost hear the beast's growl. It was close, waiting, watching. She wondered if the Taotai had been watching her all along. How many people had walked by this vessel, never truly seeing it? How many had given in to their desires, feeding the beast, unaware of the price? Mei Lin took a step back, her heart pounding. The Taotai wasn't just a myth, it was a part of her, of all of them. A hunger that could never be satisfied, a gluttonous beast that fed on the darkness inside. And she knew, as the old man turned and left her standing in the quiet room, that the stories had always been true. The Taotai didn't just watch, it waited. It was late in the evening when the distant howls first echoed through the valley. They were not the sounds of wolves, nor the cries of any creature May heard before. They were more intense, more deliberate, like the air itself trembled with the power of the sound. She had been walking back from the market when she first noticed the strange noise, at first faint and distant, then growing louder with each passing step. The shadows grew long as the sun sank behind the hills, but it was the sudden flickering of lights from her lantern that caught her attention. The flame danced erratically as the howl rang out again, closer now, almost as though it were following her. May hesitated. Her heart pounded in her chest, the air thick with the weight of something unfamiliar, something that did not belong. She had heard stories. Tales told by old village women who claimed to have seen things that couldn't be explained, things that lingered in the dark corners of their world. Stories of the Ho, the fierce guardian beast. The stories painted a vivid image. The Ho was a creature of incredible strength and unyielding vigilance. With a face of sharp intensity, eyes that glowed like embers, and a body that seemed woven from the earth itself, the Ho was known to protect, to watch over places of great importance. It was the embodiment of fierce loyalty, always alert, always ready to strike at any threat that dared disturb its territory. The howl sounded again, this time shaking the trees as it cut through the night. May shuddered, her feet frozen to the ground. The villagers spoke of the Ho as more than just a myth. They said it roamed the boundaries of sacred grounds, temples, tombs, and royal palaces. It was a guardian, a beast that would never rest, never falter, always vigilant. She didn't believe the stories, not until now. With trembling hands, May reached for her lantern and stepped into the darkness, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. Her mind raced with images of the Ho, its fearsome growls, its eyes burning with the need to protect. Could it be out there, watching her? A rustle in the bushes to her left made her freeze. For a moment, she thought it was the wind, but then the bushes parted, and there it was, a creature with a sleek, muscular form and sharp, glowing eyes that locked onto hers. The Ho. It was no mere story. It stood before her, its chest puffed out, the flames of her lantern reflecting off its sharp features. Its coat was the color of deep stone, its fur like woven steel, shimmering with an otherworldly energy. There was no fear in its eyes, only a quiet, unyielding determination. May could barely breathe, the weight of its presence pressing on her chest. The Ho's eyes were like fire, fierce and relentless, but they seemed to soften as they stared into hers. As if it were waiting for something. The creature's gaze did not waver. It was a sentinel, standing tall and resolute in the quiet night. May realized, in that moment, that it was not a beast driven by wild hunger or instinct. No, this creature had a purpose, a duty. It had been watching, guarding the boundaries of this land, and now it was watching her. For what felt like an eternity, May didn't move. The lantern flickered again, casting long shadows that danced in the air, but still, the Ho stood still, its eyes unblinking, its gaze unwavering. She could feel the immense strength behind its calmness, the power of a guardian who had known only one task throughout its existence, to protect, to guard, to be vigilant against any who would dare disturb the peace. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around them, but the Ho did not flinch. It stood there as if it were a part of the earth itself, as if it had been born to stand guard against the storms of time. May took a step back, feeling the weight of history in its gaze. The Ho was not just a protector of the physical world, but of something deeper, something intangible. It was the guardian of all that was sacred. The Ho didn't just fight to keep the land safe, it fought to preserve the balance of the world itself. Suddenly, the creature's body shifted slightly. May watched in awe as the beast turned, its back muscles rippling beneath its thick coat, and with a single glance, it seemed to tell her to follow. Without thinking, she did. Her feet moved of their own accord, pulled by the force of the host's presence. The beast led her deeper into the forest, its movements graceful yet purposeful. With each step, the forest seemed to grow quieter, the air heavier. May followed, her heart still racing, the soft glow of her lantern the only source of light. She couldn't help but feel both safe and uneasy in the presence of the hoe. There was something about it, something ancient, something beyond understanding, that stirred something deep within her. Soon, they arrived at a clearing, the moon casting a silver glow over the scene. In the center, a small, ancient stone temple stood, worn by centuries but still proud in its presence. The hoe stopped in front of the temple and turned to May. Its gaze was firm, unyielding. The silence in the clearing was thick, as if the world itself had paused to observe this moment. May felt the weight of the beast's attention, the unspoken command to protect what was sacred. The hoe was not simply a guardian of land or treasure, it was a guardian of a purpose, of a legacy that had spanned generations. May took a step forward, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch the stone temple. She could feel the energy in the air, the essence of something ancient and powerful that had stood the test of time. She realized then that the hoe had brought her here not just to witness its power, but to understand its duty. The hoe was a creature born not just to defend, but to remind the world that vigilance is sacred. The creature's eyes softened again, its body relaxing just slightly. It had done its job, and now it would fade into the shadows once more, waiting silently for the next threat, the next challenge. Its purpose was clear, and it had fulfilled it with unwavering loyalty. May took one last look at the hoe before it vanished into the night. She didn't fully understand the weight of what she had just witnessed, but she knew that something had changed in her heart. The stories of the hoe were not just legends. They were lessons about the strength of duty, the value of vigilance, and the quiet power of those who stand guard, unnoticed, over the things that matter most. The rain fell in sheets, heavy and relentless, as though the sky had decided to weep for a world it could no longer save. The earth soaked it all up, yet the drought had left its mark. Rivers were dry, fields parched, and hunger had crept into the villages. People had begun to whisper of desperate times ahead, and the air seemed to carry an unspoken fear. In the midst of this, on a night darker than any before, a figure stood at the edge of the barren plain. A man, draped in tattered robes, his face hidden beneath the hood of his cloak, raised his hands to the heavens. His body trembled, not from the cold, but from a deep, burning desire to save his people. He had no power, no magic, and no strength left to give. All he had was faith. Faith that the old legends might be true. The wind howled around him, and the air seemed to grow heavier, the sky darkening further. Just as he began to lose hope, a low rumble shook the ground. Not from the thunder, but something far larger, something ancient. The man's heart raced as he turned, eyes wide, as a shadow moved across the sky. Something was coming, something vast, something that had not been seen for centuries. From the mist and rain, a shape emerged. At first, it seemed to be a mere trick of the light, an illusion, but as it came closer, the air crackled with energy. The beast was massive, its wings spreading wide as it soared above the man, casting a shadow that swallowed the land below. Its scales shimmered like molten gold, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The winged dragon, its body long and serpentine, its wings like those of a bird yet imbued with a celestial strength, was the Yinglong. The dragon did not speak, for it needed no words. The moment it landed before the man, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Its wings folded with a grace that seemed to defy the storm around them. The sky above, once thick with dark clouds, parted in an instant, revealing a small patch of stars. A gentle rain began to fall, then a downpour, warm, life-giving water that surged through the dry earth. The man, overcome with awe and disbelief, dropped to his knees. "Are you real?" he whispered, his voice trembling as much as his body. The Yinglong gazed down at him, its eyes soft yet filled with a knowing that transcended time. The dragon's body glowed faintly, its wings now at rest as the rain poured steadily around them. The dragon was not just a creature of legend. It was a being of balance, of transformation. The Yinglong had come to fulfill its ancient role, to bring change where it was most needed. For it was said that the Yinglong would appear when a hero was in need, when the world teetered on the edge of despair. As the man slowly rose to his feet, the Yinglong bent its head low, close enough that he could feel the heat radiating from its scales. The air hummed with a quiet, divine power. He felt the promise of something greater, something that could bring salvation to his people. In that moment, the man realized he was not alone in his fight. The Yinglong had come to aid him. It had witnessed the world's suffering, the damage the drought had caused, and it had come to transform the fate of this land. The dragon's wings unfurled with a sudden, powerful gust, sending waves of energy through the air. A moment later, it was in the sky again, soaring higher and higher, with the man watching, heart filled with awe and hope. The Yinglong's flight was like nothing he had ever seen. It glided effortlessly through the storm, its wings cutting through the heavy air with precision. The man followed its movements, knowing that something extraordinary was unfolding before him. The rain began to intensify, but it was different now. It was no longer a torrential storm, but a cleansing, rejuvenating downpour. The Yinglong circled high above, and with each pass, the rain grew stronger, the winds gentler, and the earth responded. Where once there had been only dust and ruin, now life began to return. Seeds sprouted in the fields, the rivers, though still low, began to trickle once more with clear water. The village below, once covered in a veil of dust, was now bathed in the light of a renewed world. But as the dragon continued its work, the man felt something else, a shift in the air. The Yinglong was not only bringing the rain and restoring the land, but it was also bringing with it transformation. The man could feel it in his very bones, as if the earth itself was changing its rhythm, realigning itself with the heavens. This wasn't just a creature of rain. The Yinglong had the power to transform, to shift the balance of nature itself. It could bring change to a broken world, but it could also push those who were unprepared into the unknown. The man was filled with a deep understanding in that moment. Change was not easy, and transformation often came at a cost. The Yinglong had helped those who had been worthy of its aid, but only those who could understand its true nature. As the dragon finally descended, the skies cleared. The rain had turned to a soft mist that bathed the land in a golden light. The Yinglong landed softly beside the man, its wings folding with grace, its eyes now calm, as if it had done all it needed to do. The hero looked up at the creature, his heart heavy with gratitude and understanding. He knew that this was not just an act of kindness. The Yinglong had given him a chance, an opportunity to rebuild, to lead his people not just out of drought, but toward a new way of thinking, a new way of living. Transformation would not be easy, and it would take time, but the Yinglong had shown him that nothing in this world, no hardship, no trial, was beyond the reach of change. The Yinglong stretched its wings once more, ready to leave. Its eyes locked with the man's one last time, and in that gaze, the man understood. The Yinglong had given him a gift, not just the rain, but the ability to rise above the storms of his life, to see that even in the darkest of times, transformation was possible. And then, like a dream, the dragon disappeared into the sky, its wings cutting through the clouds, leaving behind a world renewed, a man forever changed, and a legend that would live on for generations. The sun had barely begun to set, casting long shadows across the ancient stone temples as a strange stillness swept over the land. The last whisper of daylight seemed to hang on the horizon, as if reluctant to let go, but there was something else in the air, an inexplicable pull. In the distance, a figure stood atop the cliff, looking out toward the changing sky. It was an old man, worn by time but sharp-eyed, his hands trembling ever so slightly as they gripped a small lantern. The lantern glowed faintly, casting a soft, warm light. But the old man's gaze was fixed on something much larger than the flame in his hand. The world, it seemed, was waiting for something, waiting for the shift that only the night could bring. The wind picked up, and a deep rumble sounded far off in the sky, followed by the flickering of the lantern's light. As the wind howled through the valley, a shadow appeared, moving slowly across the face of the moon. It was a shadow unlike any other. This wasn't the normal blackness that followed the moon through the sky, nor was it the absence of light. It was something more, a presence, a being, something ancient and eternal. The earth seemed to hum with a quiet energy as the shadow grew larger and the figure in the sky became clear. A dragon. A creature like no other, its body vast, serpentine, and glowing with an ethereal, almost otherworldly light. Its form shimmered with the fading rays of the sun, and as it moved across the sky, the night seemed to draw closer, the stars shining brighter as though in reverence. The old man smiled, his eyes alight with recognition. This was not a normal dragon, this was the Qilin, the candle dragon, the deity who governed time and the cycles of light and dark. And tonight, the Qilin had come to mark the change from day to night, to bridge the gap between light's warmth and the cold embrace of darkness. As the Qilin soared across the heavens, the very air seemed to pulse with the rhythm of time itself. The dragon's body, long and winding, left a trail of light in its wake, a soft glow that held the power to turn the darkest hour into something sacred. The light it gave off was neither too bright nor too dim, but just enough to illuminate the way without blinding the world around it. It was a balance that only the Qilin could provide. With every beat of its massive wings, the dragon stirred the air, as if adjusting the very fabric of the universe. The sun's final rays began to dim, yet there was no fear in the fading light. The Qiling's presence soothed the world, marking the inevitable transition, not as something to dread but as something necessary. For the Qilin was not just a dragon, it was the embodiment of time itself. Its connection to the day and night cycles was so profound that without its movement, the world might have ceased to turn. Day would never give way to night, and the night would never let go of its reign. It was the candle dragon who balanced the two, its wings sweeping the sky like the hand of a clock, ensuring that everything moved in harmony. As the dragon passed over the horizon, the last traces of daylight flickered and vanished, but the world was not left in darkness. No, for the Qiling's light still lingered, like the soft afterglow of a dying candle. It illuminated the quiet world below, casting a calm and peaceful light that filled the old man's heart with a deep sense of understanding. He had seen this moment countless times before, yet every time, it felt new, like the promise of dawn after a long night. But there was more to the Qilin than just the transition from day to night. It was said that the candle dragon held the power to guide souls through the night, to ensure that they found their way through the unknown, through the places where time and space seemed to lose their meaning. The Qilin had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth of civilizations, and the endless ebb and flow of time. It had seen the birth of stars and the death of worlds, and it had carried the weight of eternity upon its wings. For a moment, the old man closed his eyes and felt the dragon's light wash over him, filling him with a quiet strength. He knew that the Qilin was not just a guardian of time, but a keeper of memories. It was the dragon who held the moments of the past, the now, and the future in its wings, ensuring that none were lost, that nothing was ever forgotten. As long as the Qilin soared through the sky, the world would continue to turn, the cycle of time would remain unbroken, and the dance between light and dark would forever continue. The air grew colder as night took full hold, but the old man was no longer afraid. The light of the Qilin had banished his fears, reminding him that no matter how long the night lasted, the dawn would come again. And it would come with the dragon, just as it always had. The Qilin was not a creature that could be understood fully by mortal minds, for its nature was beyond comprehension. But it was also a reminder of the beauty and balance, the beauty of knowing that time, like the passing of the sun and moon, was a cycle that could never be broken. As the night deepened, the dragon's light faded slowly into the distance, its form vanishing into the folds of the universe. Yet, the old man knew it was still there, in the flicker of the stars, and the quiet moments when time seemed to stand still. And he knew that whenever the balance of light and dark was threatened, the Qilin would return, because, like time itself, it could never be lost. And so, the old man turned from the cliff, the glow of his lantern now barely visible against the vastness of the night, but he walked with purpose, with peace, knowing that the candle dragon was always watching over the world, an eternal guide through the cycles of light and dark, through the rise and fall of time. There was a chill in the air as the sun began its slow descent, casting the land in hues of gold and amber. The world was still, save for the rustle of leaves and the faint chirp of insects. But there was something else, something hidden, lurking in the shadows of time. It had been many years since anyone had seen the Baizé, and legends whispered that it was long gone. But as the wind picked up, a sense of knowing swept through the valley. The feeling was subtle, like a shift in the air, a breath held for just a moment too long. In the heart of an ancient, forgotten forest stood an enormous stone gate, half covered by creeping vines and thick moss. It had been built so long ago that its purpose was lost to time, but there were stories passed down through generations, that told of a beast, a creature of incredible knowledge, who had once stood before this very gate, its eyes as deep and endless as the sky itself. The Baizé, they called it. The all-knowing beast. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, recounting tales of the beast's vast wisdom. It was said that the Baizé had catalogued more than 11,000 supernatural creatures, beings of unimaginable power, beauty, and terror. The beast knew of their every movement, their every weakness, their deepest secrets. It was a creature that stood beyond time, beyond the boundaries of human understanding, yet it had chosen to share its knowledge, if only with a few. The legends told of a man who had encountered the Baizé. He was a scholar, a seeker of truth, driven by a thirst for knowledge that nothing could quench. His name had been lost to time, but his story remained. This scholar had spent years searching for the Baizé, chasing whispers, following ancient maps, and deciphering cryptic writings. When he finally reached the stone gate, he found the beast waiting for him, its fur as white as snow, its eyes gleaming with a wisdom that seemed to stretch back to the dawn of time. The scholar had approached cautiously, uncertain of what to expect. The Baizé did not move, but its gaze was steady, piercing. And then, without a sound, the beast spoke, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder, echoing through the still air. "I have seen what you seek," it said, its voice calm but filled with an unshakable certainty. "The creatures you seek to understand, they are all around you. Some you see, some you feel, and some you will never know." The scholar had felt his heart race. He had studied the supernatural for years, compiling endless notes, cross-referencing ancient texts. But here, standing before the Baizé, he realized that his understanding was but a drop in the ocean. The Baizé's eyes shone as it spoke of the creatures it had catalogued, of beings born from the earth, the sky, the sea, and the depths of human imagination. The Baizé did not only know their forms, their powers, and their weaknesses, it knew their origins, their purpose, their fate. It had seen them rise and fall, and it understood the delicate balance between light and dark, good and evil, life and death. The scholar's breath caught as the Baizé continued. It spoke of a creature born from the shadows, a being of pure malice, who had once terrorized a kingdom. It told of a spirit that could take the form of any animal, any person, and walk among humans, sowing chaos and distrust. It spoke of an ancient dragon that could bend the winds to its will, and a sea monster that lived at the bottom of the world's oceans, its size so vast that it could swallow entire ships whole. But there was more. The Baizé spoke not only of the monsters and spirits that haunted the night, but of the beings who brought hope, healing, and light. Of a great phoenix who rose from the ashes, bringing renewal and rebirth. Of a benevolent spirit who wandered the earth, easing the suffering of the sick and wounded. Of dragons whose flames were not destructive, but cleansing, purifying the land they touched. The scholar listened, his heart heavy with awe and fear. But as the Baizé spoke, he realized something. The more the beast spoke of these creatures, the more he understood that knowledge alone was not enough. Understanding them, knowing their ways, was only part of the puzzle. To truly comprehend the world, to grasp its deepest truths, one had to understand not just the creatures themselves, but the balance that held them all together, the delicate dance between light and dark, creation and destruction. As the sun finally disappeared beneath the horizon, the beast fell silent. The scholar, overwhelmed by the knowledge he had received, found himself trembling. The Baizé's gaze softened, and it spoke one last time. "The world is filled with creatures, some known and some unknown. They walk beside you, beneath you, and above you. Some are allies, some are enemies, but all are a part of the same tapestry. To understand them is to understand the world. To understand the world is to understand yourself. The scholar left the forest that day, forever changed. He carried with him the wisdom of the Baizé, a wisdom that transcended time, that held the secrets of the universe within its vast pages. But even as he grew older, as his hair turned gray and his steps grew slower, he never truly understood all the Baizé had shared. Some knowledge, the beast had said, was beyond human grasp, for it could not be measured by the limits of time or space. The Baizé itself had vanished from the world, retreating into the shadows, where it would remain for another age, waiting for the next seeker of truth to find it. The beast's catalog, a sacred text of sorts, had never been fully revealed to the world. Only fragments remained, passed down through generations, hidden away in forgotten temples, inscribed on ancient stones, and woven into the fabric of the world itself. But the story of the Baizé endures, whispered by those who still seek answers. It is said that the beast's eyes are still watching, observing the balance of the world, cataloging the creatures that walk within it. And when the time is right, when the world is in need, the Baizé will once again reveal its secrets, sharing its boundless knowledge with those who are ready to listen. In the heart of the mountains, where the air was thin and the clouds rolled like waves across the sky, a legend lived on. It was said that on quiet mornings, when the mist clung to the trees and the world seemed to hold its breath, the Qilin bird would appear. This bird was unlike any other. Its feathers shimmered with the colors of dawn, and its eyes, two gleaming orbs, were said to hold the answers to the universe itself. The twin-eyed bird was a symbol of harmony, but also of duality, a creature that embodied the balance of opposites. For many, the Qilin bird was a mystery, a being of profound wisdom that existed outside the usual understanding of the world. Its eyes, one black, one white, were said to see all sides of every situation, to understand both light and darkness, joy and sorrow, good and evil. It was during a particularly stormy season that a humble traveler arrived in the mountains, searching for peace. His life had been one of constant struggle, a relentless chase for meaning in a world that often felt chaotic and cruel. He had lost his family to illness, and his heart had grown heavy with grief. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore, and his soul longed for a glimpse of balance, something to calm the raging storm inside him. He had heard stories of the Qilin bird, of its ability to bring clarity to the troubled heart and wisdom to the lost soul. And so, he came to the mountains, hoping against hope that he would find what he so desperately needed. For days, he wandered through the thick fog, climbing higher and higher, his feet sore and his mind clouded with doubts. He had almost given up when, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he heard a sound, a soft, melodious call that seemed to echo through the very air around him. He followed it, his heart pounding in his chest, until he reached the top of a cliff. There, perched on a high branch, was the Qilin bird. It was even more beautiful than he had imagined, its wings stretched wide, catching the last rays of sunlight. But it was the eyes that caught him, those twin orbs, one black as the night, the other white as the first light of dawn. They glimmered with a depth of understanding that made him feel as though the bird could see into the very core of his being. The bird tilted its head, and for a long moment, the man stood frozen, unsure of what to do. But then, the Qilin bird spoke. "Why do you seek me, traveler?" Its voice was calm, soothing, like a breeze on a hot summer day. The man swallowed hard, his throat dry. "I am lost," he confessed. "My life has been filled with pain and confusion. I have searched for peace, for balance, but it eludes me. I thought you could help me." The Qilin bird's twin eyes regarded him with quiet patience, as though it had heard such words countless times before. It nodded slowly, and for a moment, there was silence, deep, reverent silence. "Peace does not come from one side alone," the bird said, its voice soft but powerful. "It is found in the balance of opposites. In the dark and the light, in the joy and the sorrow, in the life and the death. You seek harmony, but you cannot have harmony without both halves of the whole." The traveler frowned, his brow furrowing as he struggled to understand. But how can there be peace in pain? How can there be balance when everything feels wrong? The Qilin bird's wings rustled softly, and it tilted its head once more, as if considering his question carefully. The world is full of contradictions, traveler, it said. Without shadow, there would be no light. Without night, there would be no day. Without loss, there would be no love. Each part of the world is connected, and each moment contains both sorrow and joy. You cannot have one without the other. The man's heart felt heavy with the weight of the bird's words. It was true, his life had been defined by his pain, by the emptiness left behind after the death of his family. He had spent so much time trying to escape it, trying to make sense of it, that he had never stopped to consider that perhaps the sorrow was just one part of a larger picture. A picture that also held joy, hope, and love. The Chongming bird seemed to sense his struggle and spoke again, its voice gentle yet firm. To seek balance is to embrace all that life offers, the highs and the lows, the moments of light and those of darkness. You cannot reject one without rejecting the other. When you learn to accept both, to see them as part of a greater whole, you will find peace. The traveler closed his eyes, the weight of the bird's wisdom settling over him like a gentle blanket. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a flicker of understanding, as though a veil had been lifted from his heart. He realized that he had been so focused on the darkness, on the pain, that he had forgotten to look for the light. The moments of joy, the small things that still remained, the memories of love that would never truly fade. As the sun set completely, the Chongming bird stretched its wings and took to the sky. The traveler watched, mesmerized by the bird's graceful flight. Its two eyes, one black, one white, seemed to hold the entire universe within them, and as it disappeared into the night, he felt a deep sense of peace, a knowing that everything, in its own time, would find its balance. And though the bird was gone, its message remained with him, etched into his soul. The world was full of contradictions, yes, but in those contradictions, there was harmony. There was beauty. There was life. As the traveler turned to leave the mountain, his heart felt lighter, his mind clearer. He had found the peace he had long sought, not in escaping the pain, but in embracing the duality of existence, of the light and the dark, the joy and the sorrow, the life and the death. And in that acceptance, he had finally found his place in the world. It was said that the Jian had only one wing, yet it could fly higher than any bird in the sky. Its single eye, shining with an eerie, intense glow, could see more than the world itself. Some whispered that the Jian was the embodiment of balance and partnership, a creature born from the very idea that two halves can come together to make a whole. Long ago, in a small village nestled between the edge of a great forest and a wide river, there lived a man and a woman, each with a tale of their own. The man, called Li Wei, was strong but often lonely, having spent much of his life trying to fight his way through obstacles without help. The woman, Mei Lin, was kind-hearted but had always felt incomplete, as though something was missing from her life, like a piece of a puzzle lost somewhere in time. Neither of them knew it, but their stories were fated to intertwine with that of the Jian. One evening, when the sky was painted in shades of gold and purple, the two met by chance at the edge of the river. Li Wei was trying to repair an old boat, his hands rough from years of hard work, while Mei Lin stood quietly nearby, watching the setting sun reflect off the water. They spoke little, but in their silence, there was an unspoken understanding between them, a pull that neither could explain. The world around them felt still, as if even nature held its breath, waiting. It wasn't long before the first sign came. A cry, soft and distant, echoed through the air. They both turned their heads toward the source, deep in the forest. A strange wind whispered past them, and in that fleeting moment, they both saw it, the Jian, soaring through the sky on a single wing, its lone eye glowing as it passed. The bird's cry was a haunting melody, and it carried with it a feeling of urgency, as though the bird was warning them of something important. Without saying a word, Li Wei stood up and started walking towards the forest. Mei Lin, her heart racing, followed him. The wind had died down, and the only sounds now were the rustling of the trees and the quiet rhythm of their footsteps. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the shadows stretched longer. The world around them seemed to close in, as if they were moving through a place untouched by time. Then they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing, there stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high, touching the sky as if it were trying to grasp the very stars. Beneath the tree, the Qilin rested, its single wing folded against its body. Its eye glowed brightly, reflecting the light of the moon. It seemed to be waiting for them. Mythical felt her breath catch in her throat. The Qilin's presence was overpowering. There was a sense of awe, but also of something else, something ancient and powerful that connected the bird to the very fabric of the world. Li Wei stepped forward, his eyes never leaving the bird. The Qilin, with its intense gaze, regarded him in silence. It was as if the bird knew exactly what to say, but spoke not with words, but with the silence between them. After what felt like an eternity, the bird spread its wing, revealing a single feather that gleamed with an otherworldly light. It dropped the feather, and it landed gently in front of Li Wei. The moment his fingers touched it, a surge of understanding filled his chest. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, but in that weight, he also felt something else, something that had always been missing. He looked at Mythical, who stood behind him, and in that single glance, everything became clear. They were meant to be partners, not just in the sense of walking through life together, but in a deeper, more profound way. They were two halves of a greater whole. As if the Qilin could sense his realization, the bird flapped its single wing and took flight, disappearing into the night. Li Wei turned to Mythical, his heart now open and full, and for the first time in his life, he understood what true partnership meant. It wasn't about being the strongest, nor the most independent. It was about being two halves that fit perfectly together. They returned to the village, and from that night onward, their lives were no longer solitary. Together, they built a life that was greater than anything either of them could have achieved alone. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day, and the villagers soon noticed the change. The once quiet and distant couple became the heart of the village, their love and partnership a symbol of strength and unity. But as time passed, the Qilin became a distant memory, something that belonged to the past. Still, Li Wei and Mythical carried its lesson with them, and in the quiet moments of their lives, they would often look to the sky, wondering if the bird was still flying, watching over them. They knew that the Jinn's message would stay with them forever, that together, they could face anything, that the balance between them was a force greater than any individual strength. And though the bird with its single wing and eye would never return to their lives, the lessons it had imparted would live on in their hearts for as long as they walked the earth. In the quiet of the night, when the moonlight shone through the trees, they could still hear the faint cry of the Qilin, reminding them that true strength comes not from standing alone, but from standing together. Thunder roared across the sky, dark clouds swirling in a frantic dance. The earth trembled as if it too could feel the fury that was about to unfold. In the midst of the storm, there stood a figure, odd, out of place. A beast with one leg, its body more powerful than any other, yet seemingly delicate in the chaos of the world around it. It was the Kuei, and where it walked, storms followed. Legends whispered that the Kuei was born of the heavens, summoned by the gods to accompany them in their grandest moments. But it wasn't just a beast of destruction. No, the Kuei had a special purpose that few understood. Its one leg, steadfast and firm, connected it to the heart of the earth, while its thunderous steps sent shockwaves through the skies. Its powerful body, like the roar of a storm itself, was the very embodiment of nature's unyielding force. When it moved, the world moved with it. Its presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. In a time long past, a mighty kingdom stood at the foot of a great mountain, a kingdom that worshipped the gods in the hopes that their protection would keep the people safe. But the gods, as powerful as they were, would not walk among them unless called. So, it was that when a great threat loomed, the king of the land summoned a divine companion to his aid, one whose power would be enough to protect all he held dear. The Kuei appeared before him in a burst of wind. The air crackled with electricity as the creature's one leg landed with a thundering impact. It was a beast that looked like nothing the kingdom had ever seen. Its eyes shone with a fire that was both terrifying and mesmerizing, its body thick with the power of 1,000 storms. The Kuei was not here to make peace, nor was it here to bargain. It was here to fight. And when the Kuei fought, the skies bowed to its might. But this creature was not just a destroyer. It was the companion of gods, the spirit of the drums that echoed in the heavens, calling forth the rhythm of life itself. As the Qilin stood on the mountaintop, its body vibrating with an energy that could crack the earth, it struck its powerful drum. The sound reverberated across the kingdom, carrying with it a deep, rich resonance that seemed to reach into the very soul of the land. The gods themselves paused to listen, and the people below could feel the pulse of the heavens above. The Qilin's drum was not like any instrument known to man. It did not beat out simple rhythms, it struck at the heart of the world, awakening forces that lay dormant within the earth and sky. Its power was like a heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that the forces of nature were not to be tamed. They could be harnessed, but never controlled. As the first storm rolled in, the Qilin's rhythm grew louder. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the land below in blinding flashes. The winds picked up, howling like a wild animal on the hunt, its voice carried far and wide. The drum's beats echoed through the mountains, sending shockwaves into the very bones of the earth. The clouds thickened, swirling faster, their darkened shapes twisting into terrifying forms. It was not just a storm, it was a symphony of destruction, a masterpiece composed by the Qilin itself. But the storm wasn't just a force of nature. It was a message. A warning. The king of the kingdom, standing on his balcony, watched the Qilin with a sense of awe. He had called the creature here to protect him and his people, but now, standing in the midst of its storm, he felt a deep respect for the beast. The Qilin was not a servant, it was a force of nature, something that couldn't be controlled or bent to anyone's will. It was as much a part of the heavens as the sun and the moon, as vital to the world as the flow of time itself. The storm that raged around him was not just a physical manifestation of power, it was a reminder of the delicate balance between chaos and order. As the storm raged, the king's enemies, those who sought to bring ruin to the kingdom, made their move. They had never seen anything like the Qilin before, and they underestimated the power it could bring. Their forces marched forward, ready to conquer the land, blind to the consequences of their actions. But when they reached the foot of the mountain, the Qilin's thunderous roar shattered the ground beneath their feet. The earth cracked open, and the storm above them became a living thing, swirling winds, crashing thunder, and torrents of rain that seemed to have no end. The soldiers trembled in fear. They had never witnessed such raw, untamed power. The Qilin was not just a beast, it was the embodiment of nature's fury, a living storm that answered to no one but the gods themselves. And as the Qilin struck its drum again, the very air seemed to shake with its power. The enemies faltered, unsure whether they could face such a force. One by one, they turned and fled, realizing that they were not strong enough to conquer the earth's might. But the Qilin did not stop there. With each strike of its drum, it sent a message to the heavens. A warning, a declaration that the balance of the world could not be disturbed. And as the storm began to subside, the sky slowly cleared, the wind settling into a soft breeze, the sun peeking out from behind the clouds as though to remind the people that after every storm, there is a moment of calm. The king, his heart racing from the awe he had witnessed, stood tall. His people had been protected, but he understood something deeper now. The Qilin was not a servant or a guardian in the traditional sense. It was a companion to the gods, a creature that embodied the raw power of nature. It was a reminder that no matter how strong one might become, the forces of the world are always larger than any one being. The Qilin had brought peace not through calm, but through the storm itself. And in that chaos, and the overwhelming power of its presence, the people found their strength. The Qilin, with its drum and its single leg, was more than a beast. It was a symbol of the unyielding forces that shape the world, of the storms that come and go, but always leave a mark. And just as the Qilin had left its mark on the kingdom that day, so too would it be remembered as a creature whose power echoed across the heavens, a companion to the gods who danced to the rhythm of the world. The village lay shrouded in a tense stillness, the air heavy with anticipation. Doors and windows were boarded up, streets eerily empty as night approached. In the distance, a low growl rumbled, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those hiding behind their fragile barriers. This was no ordinary night. The Yin was coming. It wasn't always this way. Once, the villagers had lived in peace, their lives marked by the steady rhythm of harvests and festivals. But then came the Qilin, a beast so fearsome it was said to devour anything in its path. Its arrival was never predictable, only that it came with the dark of the new year, when the moon hung low, and the world seemed most vulnerable. The Qilin was a creature unlike any other. Towering, with scales that glinted in the moonlight like shards of polished stone, its eyes burned with a fiery red, casting an ominous glow wherever it turned its gaze. Its jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, seemed capable of swallowing the stars themselves. Yet it was the silence of its approach that terrified most. No warning, no echoing roar, just a sudden presence, like a shadow stretching across the land. For years, the villagers had tried everything to keep the beast at bay. Offerings were left in the open fields, livestock, grain, even gold, anything to satisfy the Qilin's insatiable hunger. But it wasn't enough. The beast would tear through homes, leaving ruin in its wake. And so, the people did the only thing they could: they hid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an elderly man named Qilin sat quietly in his small home, his wrinkled hands trembling. Qilin had seen the Qilin with his own eyes once, decades ago when he was just a boy. The memory of its burning eyes and the deafening silence that followed it still haunted his dreams. But tonight, Qilin felt a flicker of determination. He couldn't let this fear rule them forever. Qilin had heard whispers of the Qilin's weaknesses, ancient stories passed down by those who dared to speak of the beast. It was said the Qilin feared the color red, loud noises, and bright lights, things it couldn't comprehend, things that disrupted its shadowy dominion. And though these tales were little more than legends, Qilin decided it was time to test them. That evening, as the villagers huddled in their homes, Qilin gathered what little he could. A bundle of red cloth, a handful of firecrackers, and a crude lantern he'd fashioned from paper and a flickering candle. Alone, he stepped into the night, his heart pounding like a drumbeat against his ribs. The streets were deathly quiet, the only sound the soft crunch of Qilин's footsteps on the frozen ground. The sky above was clouded, the stars hidden behind a heavy veil. And then, from somewhere in the darkness, came that low growl. It wasn't loud, but it carried a weight, a primal force that seemed to shake the air itself. Qilin froze, his breath catching in his throat. The growl came again, closer this time. His fingers fumbled as he lit the firecrackers, the tiny sparks illuminating his trembling hands. He tied the red cloth around his lantern and raised it high, the candlelight casting a crimson glow. The Qilin emerged from the shadows like a living nightmare. Its massive body seemed to absorb the light, its eyes fixed on Qilin with a terrifying intensity. For a moment, Qilin thought he'd made a terrible mistake. But then he thrust the firecrackers forward and set them alight. The explosion shattered the silence, a burst of sound that echoed off the surrounding mountains. The Qilin recoiled, its head jerking back as the firecrackers popped and crackled like miniature thunder. Qilin could see the beast's confusion, the way its fiery eyes narrowed as if trying to comprehend this strange assault. And then came the roar, a sound so deep and primal it shook the earth. The Qilin lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut inches from Qilин's face. But Qilin stood his ground, waving the lantern wildly, the red glow dancing across the beast's scales. The Qilin hesitated, its massive form shuddering as if repelled by the color. Qilin didn't stop. He grabbed a stick and set its end ablaze, creating a makeshift torch. He thrust it toward the Qilin, the flames flickering against the creature's hide. The beast growled again, this time with something that almost sounded like fear. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the Qilin turned and fled, disappearing into the shadows from which it had come. When the villagers emerged the next morning, they found Qilin standing in the center of the village, the remnants of his firecrackers scattered around him. He told them what he had seen, what he had done. And for the first time in years, the people felt something they had almost forgotten: hope. From that day forward, the villagers began to prepare for the Qilин's return. They painted their homes red, hung crimson banners, and crafted lanterns that cast a warm, protective glow. They made firecrackers in abundance, their sharp cracks echoing through the hills every New Year's Eve. And when the Yin came again, it found a village no longer cowering in fear but standing tall, their lights and sounds defying the darkness. The beast tried to approach, but the walls of red, the blinding lights, and the cacophony of firecrackers were too much. It roared in frustration, circling the village like a shadow searching for a way in. But there was none. The people had taken back their night, and the Yin, defeated, retreated once more into the unknown. Though the Yin was never truly vanquished, it became less of a terror and more of a reminder, a symbol of the strength that lies in unity and courage. And so, every year, as the firecrackers burst and the lanterns glow, the villagers remember the beast that once haunted their nights. They celebrate not just the defeat of a monster but the triumph of light over darkness, of resilience over fear. The jungle was suffocating in its silence, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves stirred by unseen movements. In the heart of the dense forest, where sunlight struggled to pierce through the canopy, lay a clearing bathed in an eerie stillness. The air was heavy, damp, and carried the faint scent of decay. The villagers had warned against venturing too far, speaking in hushed tones about a serpent so immense it could swallow an elephant whole. May stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest. She was searching for her brother, who had wandered into the forbidden woods hours earlier. Clutching a small dagger more out of desperation than practicality, she scanned the underbrush. The oppressive quietness made her skin crawl. It felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Then came the sound, a low, guttural hiss that seemed to vibrate through the ground. May froze, every instinct screaming for her to run, but her feet refused to obey. The hissing grew louder, closer, and then she saw it. A movement so subtle it might have been a trick of the light, but no. The shadows shifted, and there it was. The bash. It moved with a dreadful grace, its scales shimmering in hues of deep green and black, like whetstone glinting under moonlight. Its body stretched beyond what May could comprehend, disappearing into the thick undergrowth. Its head emerged, broad and angular, with eyes that glowed a molten gold. Those eyes met hers, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. May felt as though the serpent was not just looking at her, but through her, unearthing her every thought, every fear. A sudden, sharp sound broke the spell. May turned to see an elephant crashing through the trees, its massive form moving with panicked urgency. The bash shifted, its head snapping toward the new target. May's breath hitched as she watched the serpent rear up, its body coiling with unnatural speed and precision. The elephant trumpeted in terror, its cries echoing through the forest, but it was no match for the beast. The bash struck. Its jaws unhinged, revealing fangs the size of swords. With a horrifying efficiency, it wrapped its enormous body around the elephant, constricting it with a force that made the ground tremble. May could only watch in helpless terror as the elephant's cries grew weaker, fading into silence. The serpent's jaws stretched impossibly wide, and in a grotesque display of power, it began to consume the elephant whole. May's mind raced. She couldn't leave her brother to face this monster. She had to move, had to act, but her legs felt like lead. As the bash focused on its grisly feast, May forced herself to step back, one trembling foot at a time. She turned and ran, her breath ragged, her heart pounding like a drumbeat in her ears. She stumbled into a small cave, hidden beneath a thicket of vines. Inside, she found her brother, huddled and terrified. He clutched a broken spear, his face pale and streaked with dirt. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. The hiss came again, this time closer. The bash had finished its meal, and it was hunting once more. May and her brother crouched in the darkness, their breaths shallow. The serpent's massive body slithered past the cave entrance, its scales scraping against the rocks. They dared not move, not even when the serpent paused, its head swiveling as if it could sense their presence. May gripped her brother's hand, her nails digging into his skin. She prayed silently, willing the creature to move on. Hours seemed to pass before the bash finally left, its massive form disappearing into the jungle. May and her brother emerged cautiously, their legs weak and their spirits battered. The forest no longer felt alive but haunted, every shadow a potential threat. The villagers had been right. The Bash was not a mere beast, but a force of nature, a living nightmare. As May and her brother made their way back to the safety of their village, the weight of what they had witnessed settled over them. They knew the Bash was still out there, lurking in the shadows, a reminder of the thin line between predator and prey. The forest had always been a place of whispers. Stories passed from elder to child spoke of a being that roamed its deepest corners, where the trees grew so thick they blotted out the sky. They called it the Dijiang, a creature with no face, no eyes, and no mouth, yet it moved as though it saw everything and spoke in songs no human could understand. Yuan had always dismissed the tales as the ramblings of superstition. But that night, as he stood in the clearing under the pale light of the moon, he felt a peculiar hum in the air. It was not the wind, nor the rustle of leaves. It was something alive. The sound was haunting, a low and otherworldly melody that seemed to seep into his bones. He had come to the forest seeking solitude after a bitter argument with his father. But now, the solitude felt oppressive. The hum grew louder, shifting into a rhythmic pulse that made the earth beneath his feet feel as though it were breathing. And then, it appeared. The creature emerged from the shadows, gliding rather than walking. It was massive, its body a rounded mass of feathers that shimmered in hues of crimson and gold, like the last embers of a dying fire. It had no face, just a smooth, featureless surface where a head should have been. Yet it turned toward him, as if it knew he was there. Yuan's breath caught. He should have been terrified, but the Dijiang did not feel like a threat. It tilted its head, the motion oddly graceful, and began to move. Its body swayed, its feathered form twisting and turning in a dance that defied logic. The air around it seemed to shimmer, bending light and sound. And then it sang. The song was unlike anything Yuan had ever heard. It was not made of words, but of raw emotion, sorrow and joy intertwined, a sound so pure it made his chest ache. He felt tears streaming down his face, though he did not know why. The melody carried images to his mind, a mountain bathed in golden light, a river coursing through endless valleys, a sky so vast it swallowed the horizon. It was as if the creature was showing him the world through its own eyes, a world both beautiful and unknowable. But as the dance continued, something changed. The movements grew faster, more erratic. The song shifted, its tone darker, heavier. Yuan felt a cold dread seep into him, replacing the warmth from before. He saw flashes of desolation, trees falling in an endless forest, rivers running dry, shadows consuming the land. The Dijiang's dance became frantic, its feathers flaring like a fire out of control. Yuan wanted to move, to run, but he was rooted in place. The creature's song grew louder, a cacophony that seemed to tear at the edges of his mind. He clutched his head, desperate to block it out, but the sound was inside him, echoing in his very soul. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the Dijiang stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The creature turned to him one last time, its faceless head tilting as if to steady him. For a moment, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as though the Dijiang was trying to tell him something vital. But the moment passed, and the creature turned away, gliding back into the shadows. Yuan stood alone in the clearing, his legs trembling beneath him. The forest felt impossibly still, as if it too was holding its breath. He looked around, half expecting the creature to return, but it was gone. All that remained was the faint echo of its song, lingering in his mind like the memory of a dream. When he returned to the village the next morning, he found himself unable to speak of what he had seen. How could he describe a creature that had no face, yet seemed to see into his very soul? How could he explain a song that had shown him both the beauty and the fragility of the world? He carried the memory of the Dijiang with him, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lurk beyond the edge of understanding. The sky churned with strange colors, hues of gray and gold swirling in restless motion, as if the heavens themselves could not decide their shape. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of something ancient, something that had existed before time had a name. Ling stood on the precipice of the cliff, staring at the space where the world seemed to bend. A void shimmered before her, vast and formless. It was not empty, but full of something incomprehensible, alive in a way that defied the senses. Her heart raced, her hands trembling at the edge of this unknowable presence. The villagers had warned her. "Do not go beyond the ridge," they said. "That is where the Hundun dwells." They spoke of it in whispers, their voices tinged with both reverence and fear. A beast with no eyes, no mouth, no ears, a being of pure chaos. But Ling had been drawn to the stories like a moth to flame, unable to resist the pull of the unknown. And now, standing in its shadow, she felt the truth of it. The Hundun was no ordinary creature. It was a force, a living contradiction. The edges of its form shimmered, never settling into anything definite. One moment, it appeared as a massive sphere, smooth and featureless, pulsing with an inner glow. The next, it seemed to collapse inward, folding upon itself like a wave swallowing the sea. Ling's breath caught as the void rippled, and the Hundun began to move. It did not walk, nor slither, nor fly. It simply existed, its presence expanding and contracting in a rhythm that felt both chaotic and deliberate. The air around her vibrated, filling her ears with a low hum that resonated deep in her chest. It was not a sound, but a feeling, an echo of something primal. The villagers had told her the Hundun had no senses, no way to perceive the world. But as it shifted closer, Ling felt an overwhelming sense of awareness, as though the beast could see her, not with eyes, but with something far deeper. She wanted to run, but her legs would not obey. The void seemed to pull her in, drawing her closer to the edge of the cliff, closer to the chaos. And then, it spoke. Not with words, but with a presence that filled her mind. Images and sensations flooded her thoughts, stars bursting into life, mountains crumbling into dust, rivers carving paths through stone. It was the story of creation and destruction, the dance of existence itself. The Hundun was showing her the world as it truly was, unformed, ever-changing, a symphony of chaos and order. Ling fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the enormity of it. Tears streamed down her face, though she did not understand why. She felt small, insignificant, yet deeply connected to everything around her. The chaos was not something to be feared, she realized, but something to be understood. It was the essence of life, the space where possibilities were born. But the Hundun's presence grew heavier, more intense. The images in her mind shifted, showing her a world without balance. The stars fell silent, the mountains stood still, the rivers dried up. It was a vision of stagnation, a warning of what could happen if chaos was erased. Ling understood then why the villagers feared the Hundun. It was not just a beast, it was a reminder of what humanity often sought to forget, that without chaos, there could be no creation. The void around the Hundun began to pulse faster, its form unraveling into streams of light and shadow. Ling felt her body being drawn forward, the pull of the chaos growing stronger. Her mind screamed at her to resist, to fight against the unknown, but her heart told her something else. It told her to trust, to let go, to surrender to the formlessness. With a deep breath, she reached out. Her fingers brushed the edge of the void, and a jolt of energy shot through her. It was neither pain nor pleasure, but something beyond description. For a brief moment, she felt everything, the weight of the stars, the whispers of the wind, the heartbeat of the earth. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The Hundun withdrew, its form collapsing back into itself. The air grew still, the colors in the sky fading to gray. Ling opened her eyes, finding herself alone on the cliff. The void was gone, leaving only the faint hum of its presence in her mind. She stood slowly, her body trembling but her heart strangely calm. She had come seeking answers, but what she found was something far greater. The Hundun had shown her that chaos was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, a force that shaped the world, even as it threatened to tear it apart. As she walked back to the village, Ling carried the memory of the Hundun with her. It was not just a beast of legend, but a reflection of the world itself, wild, unpredictable, and beautiful in its formlessness. The waves roared and crashed against the jagged rocks, their thunderous echoes reverberating through the cliffside. The sea was endless, dark, and unforgiving, swallowing everything that dared to challenge it. A single bird hovered in the salty wind, its tiny form defiant against the vast, unruly expanse of water below. In its beak, it carried a small pebble. With an unwavering determination, the bird flung the stone into the churning sea before wheeling back to the shoreline for another. Jingwei. That was the name the villagers had given her. They whispered her story, half in awe and half in sorrow, for she was no ordinary bird. She had once been a young girl, bright and full of life. Her name was Nuwa, a cherished daughter of the mighty Emperor Yin. Her laughter had rung like bells through the mountain air, her feet nimble as she danced along the riverbanks. But the sea had stolen her. It was on a day much like this one, with the wind howling and the waves restless. Nuwa had wandered too close to the shore, curious about the sparkling water that seemed to beckon her. A sudden swell rose, monstrous and merciless, and she was swept away. The sea claimed her life, its depths cold and unyielding, leaving behind only silence where her laughter had been. But Nuwa's spirit refused to rest. Her rage and sorrow transformed her, giving her wings and feathers of flame. She became Jingwei, a bird with a mission burned into her very being. The sea had taken her once, but it would not take from her again. Each day, she flew tirelessly to the mountains, collecting pebbles and twigs, and cast them into the water. She was determined to fill the sea, to make it solid, to render it powerless against the lives it so carelessly devoured. The villagers would watch her with a mix of pity and wonder. She will never succeed, they said. The sea is too vast. Her efforts are as futile as a single flame against the wind. But Jingwei paid them no heed. She did not need their approval or their understanding. She carried her grief and her fury in every beat of her wings, and every pebble she cast into the abyss. The sea, however, was not silent. It mocked her, its voice carried on the winds and whispered through the crashing waves. "You are nothing but a tiny bird," it jeered. "Do you think your pebbles can harm me? I am endless. I have swallowed mountains and drowned forests. What are you compared to me?" Jingwei's eyes, burning like embers, narrowed against the salty spray. "I am your end," she replied, her voice a fierce cry that cut through the storm. She did not stop, not even when the waves surged higher, as if to intimidate her. Each day, her determination grew stronger, her resolve harder than the stones she carried. One morning, the sun rose in a blaze of gold and red, painting the sea with fire. Jingwei perched on a cliff, her chest heaving from her relentless labor. She stared at the horizon, where the water stretched endlessly. For the first time, doubt began to creep into her heart. The sea was so vast, so powerful. Could she truly defeat it? As if sensing her hesitation, the sea rumbled, its voice a low, menacing growl. "Give up, little bird. Return to the mountains and rest. You cannot win this fight." But just as despair threatened to overtake her, Jingwei felt a warmth deep within her feathers, a spark that refused to be extinguished. She remembered her father's face, his anguish when she was taken. She thought of other lives lost to the sea, swallowed whole by its greed. Her grief transformed once more, not into despair, but into a blazing fire of purpose. "I do not need to win," she said, her voice steady. "It is enough that I fight." With renewed strength, she leapt from the cliff, her wings cutting through the air like blades. She dove toward the mountains, gathering another pebble in her beak, and flung it into the waves. Each stone was a declaration, a testament to her defiance. She did not stop. She would never stop. And then, something extraordinary began to happen. The villagers, who had once watched her with detached curiosity, started to take notice. Her persistence, her unyielding spirit, struck something deep within them. One by one, they began to carry stones to the shore, tossing them into the water in solidarity. They did not know if they could fill the sea, but they knew that standing with Jingwei gave their lives a new kind of meaning. The sea roared louder, furious at the defiance it faced. It lashed out with storms, waves rising like walls to sweep away the efforts of the bird and the villagers. But Jingwei did not falter, and neither did those who had joined her. Each storm was met with more stones, more hands casting defiance into the deep. Years passed, and though the sea remained, something had changed. It no longer roared with the same arrogance. The stones piled at its edge, a growing reminder that even the vast and the powerful could not crush the will of those who refused to yield. Jingwei still flies, her wings slicing through the sky, her cries echoing across the water. She is more than a bird now. She is a symbol, a flame that cannot be extinguished, a reminder that even the smallest, most fragile creatures can defy the impossible. And though the sea may never be filled, it will never forget the bird that dared to stand against it. The air was heavy, tinged with the scent of scorched earth and wild chaos. A low growl rumbled through the valley, reverberating like distant thunder, setting birds to flight and silencing the forest. In the clearing stood a beast unlike any other, a massive creature with coarse fur, its body hunched and rippling with unspent energy. Its eyes burned with a ferocity that seemed uncontainable, a raw force of nature condensed into flesh and bone. This was Tao Wu, the beast of stubborn defiance and reckless fury. The villagers huddled together on the outskirts of the forest, their faces pale as they whispered tales of the creature. It had no master, no allegiance, and no cause. It was destruction for its own sake, a storm that raged without purpose. Some said it had once been a guardian spirit, betrayed and twisted by anger. Others believed it was born of chaos itself, a warning from the heavens about the dangers of unbridled recklessness. Tao Wu roared again, shaking the very earth beneath its feet. Trees splintered and fell in its wake as it charged through the forest, its movements erratic and unpredictable. There was no pattern to its destruction, no strategy, no goal. It was as though the beast existed purely to resist, to defy anything that tried to contain it. A young warrior stood at the edge of the clearing, his hand trembling on the hilt of his sword. He had heard the stories, of course. Everyone had. But nothing had prepared him for the sheer force of the creature's presence. It was more than its size or its power, it was the wild, untamed spirit that radiated from it, a primal energy that seemed to challenge the very order of the world. You can't fight it, an old man had told him before he left the village. Tao Wu isn't like other beasts. It doesn't fear death. It doesn't fear pain. It only knows how to fight, how to rage against anything that stands in its way. You will never match its stubbornness. But the warrior couldn't turn back. The beast had destroyed his home, his family, and everything he had ever known. He had no choice but to face it, no matter the cost. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped into the clearing. The beast turned its head, its fiery gaze locking onto him. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a deafening roar, Tao Wu charged. The ground shook beneath its feet as it barreled forward, a living embodiment of chaos and rage. The warrior raised his sword, his heart pounding in his chest. He had trained for this moment, prepared himself for the fight of his life. But as the beast closed the distance, he realized that no amount of training could prepare him for the raw, unrelenting force of Tao Wu. Their clash was like a thunderstorm, fierce and unyielding. The warrior's strikes were precise, each one aimed at a vital point. But Tao Wu was relentless, shrugging off blows that would have felled any other creature. Its stubbornness was its greatest weapon, a refusal to give in, no matter the odds. The battle raged on, the forest around them reduced to rubble. The warrior's movements grew slower, his body battered and bruised. Yet he refused to back down. He saw in Tao Wu a reflection of his own determination, a mirror of his unwillingness to surrender. But where his stubbornness was fueled by purpose, by the need to protect and to avenge, Tao Wu's was wild and aimless, a storm with no direction. As the fight wore on, the warrior began to understand the truth about the beast. Tao Wu wasn't simply a creature of destruction, it was a force of nature, a symbol of what happens when recklessness and defiance are left unchecked. It wasn't evil, but it was dangerous, a reminder of the chaos that lurked within every heart. With this realization came a shift. The warrior lowered his sword, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Tao Wu paused, its head cocking to the side as though confused by the sudden lack of resistance. For the first time, its fiery gaze seemed to waver, the wildness in its eyes dimming ever so slightly. "I understand you," the warrior said, his voice hoarse but steady. "You are fury. You are defiance. But you don't have to destroy everything in your path. The beast snarled, but there was a hesitation in its movements, a flicker of something almost human in its expression. It took a step forward, its massive frame casting a shadow over the warrior. For a moment, it seemed as though it might attack again. But then, it stopped. The forest was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. The warrior stood his ground, his gaze locked with the beast's. Slowly, Tao backed away, its fiery eyes still fixed on the human before it. And then, with a final, earth-shaking roar, it turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest. The villagers say that Tao still roams the land, its stubborn spirit unbroken. But they also say that it has changed. It no longer destroys without reason, no longer lashes out at the world around it. Some believe that the warrior's words reached the beast, that he showed it a glimpse of something beyond its rage. Others say that Tao remains a reminder, a living symbol of the dangers of unchecked recklessness and the power of defiance when it is tempered with understanding. The warrior never returned to the village. Some say he followed Tao into the forest, seeking to learn more about the beast and the wild spirit it represented. Others believe he found peace in his encounter with the creature, understanding that even the most stubborn and fierce forces can be met not with resistance, but with understanding and respect. The crowd had gathered in the town square, their whispers carrying an air of tension that seemed to thicken with every passing moment. Two men stood before the magistrate, their faces etched with anger and desperation. Each claimed ownership of a precious jade pendant that glittered in the sun, a family heirloom said to carry the blessings of ancestors. Accusations flew back and forth like arrows, sharp and unrelenting. The magistrate, a weary man with lines of responsibility etched deep into his face, raised his hand for silence. "This matter must be resolved," he declared, though his tone betrayed uncertainty. It was not an ordinary case, and the consequences of error loomed heavy over him. Then came the sound of hooves, a slow, deliberate rhythm that silenced the murmurs of the crowd. All eyes turned to the source, and gasps rippled through the assembly as the creature appeared. It was like nothing else in the world, a being of elegance and awe. Its body shimmered with the sheen of a deep emerald forest, its single horn gleaming like polished silver. The Shieji moved with quiet authority, each step a declaration of purpose. Its eyes, deep and piercing, seemed to hold the weight of ancient wisdom and an unwavering moral compass. The magistrate bowed deeply, and the crowd followed suit, their awe evident in their reverent silence. The Shieji's presence alone seemed to demand honesty, as though no lie could withstand the gaze of the creature that could see into the heart of truth itself. "Two men stand before us," the magistrate said, his voice steadying. "Each claims this pendant as their own. The truth must be revealed." The Shieji stepped forward, its horn catching the light and casting a faint glow across the accused. It stopped between them, tilting its head slightly, as if listening to an unheard melody. The first man, emboldened by the creature's attention, raised his voice. "It is mine," he cried. "It belonged to my grandfather, and he gave it to me before he passed. This thief has no right to it." The Shieji turned its gaze to him, unblinking and unyielding. The man's confident expression faltered for just a moment, his eyes flickering with something unspoken. The second man spoke next, his voice trembling. "He lies. It was my grandmother's treasure, passed down to me as the eldest. He seeks to take what is rightfully mine." Again, the Shieji looked, its eyes narrowing ever so slightly. The second man seemed to shrink under its gaze, his voice growing quieter as he continued. For what felt like an eternity, the creature stood between them, unmoving. The crowd held its collective breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Then, without warning, the Shieji turned sharply, its horn pointed directly at the first man. It let out a low, resonant sound, like a distant rumble of thunder. The crowd erupted into whispers, the sound swelling like a wave. The magistrate raised his hand again, silencing them. "The Shieji has spoken," he declared. "The truth lies with the second man." The first man stumbled backward, his face pale and his hands trembling. "No," he shouted. "It's mine. You can't." But his protests were cut short as the Shieji stepped closer, its horn lowering slightly. Its presence was overwhelming, a force that demanded submission. The man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I lied," he confessed, his voice breaking. I thought if I could take it, no one would know. Please, forgive me." The crowd gasped, their astonishment palpable. The Shieji stepped back, its expression inscrutable. The magistrate nodded solemnly, his voice carrying a note of gratitude. "Truth has prevailed, thanks to the Shieji." As the second man was handed the pendant, his eyes filled with tears of relief. He bowed deeply to the creature, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for seeing what I could not prove." The Shieji said nothing, of course, it never did. Its actions were its language, its judgments final and unquestionable. It turned, its elegant frame cutting through the crowd as it left the square. The people watched in silence, their respect for the creature evident in their awed expressions. Long after the Shieji had disappeared into the distance, its presence lingered in the hearts of those who had witnessed its judgment. It was not just a beast, but a symbol, a reminder that truth and justice could shine even in the murkiest of disputes. And for the magistrate, who had once doubted his ability to discern right from wrong, it was a gift beyond measure. The river roared with life, its currents thrashing against jagged rocks and frothing into wild sprays of mist. Villagers stood at its banks, their faces drawn with fear and uncertainty. A wooden raft was caught in the merciless waters, spinning helplessly as the cries of its passengers reached those on shore. The river had been calm just yesterday, and now it seemed a beast awakened, angry and untamed. Among the crowd, an old woman clutched her grandson tightly, whispering an old prayer to the river god. "Hibo, please, spare them," she murmured, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. The legend of Hibo was well known in these parts. A god who ruled over the river's waters, his moods were said to dictate the river's flow. When pleased, Hibo allowed the river to run gently, its waters clear and life-giving. But when angered, he could transform into a fearsome beast, a monstrous creature that reflected the chaos of the currents. No mortal had ever survived his wrath unscathed. The raft hit a sharp rock, shattering part of its side. A boy clung to the remnants, his screams piercing the air. A fisherman rushed forward with a length of rope, his courage faltering as the river's waters surged violently, as though alive. "It's no use," someone muttered, shaking their head. "The river god is furious." Suddenly, the air grew colder, a strange hush falling over the crowd. The thrashing waters seemed to still for a moment, and then came the sound, a guttural, otherworldly growl that sent chills down spines. All eyes turned to the center of the river, where the waters began to swirl unnaturally, forming a vortex that defied logic. From the depths emerged a shape, at first indistinguishable from the shadows of the water. Then it rose higher, revealing itself in horrifying clarity. A beast with the body of a serpent and the limbs of a great cat, its scales shimmering with the iridescence of a stormy sky. Its eyes burned like twin suns, and its roar echoed with the force of a tidal wave. Hibo had taken his beastly form. The villagers fell to their knees, their cries mingling with the howling wind. The boy on the raft clung desperately as the beast's massive form moved toward him, each ripple of its muscles sending waves crashing to the shore. Some turned away, unable to watch what they believed would be the boy's last moments. But then, a voice broke through the chaos, steady and unyielding. "Wait!" A young woman stepped forward from the crowd, her face pale but determined. She was dressed in simple garments, her hair tied back in a loose braid, but there was a fire in her eyes that matched the storm around her. "Hibo," she called, her voice carrying over the roar of the river. "Spare the boy. Take me instead." The villagers gasped, their whispers rising like the wind. The old woman who had been praying reached out to stop the young woman, but her hands grasped only air. "Don't," she cried. "You'll anger him further." The beast turned its gaze to the young woman, its eyes narrowing as it regarded her. There was a strange stillness as the creature paused, its massive body coiling and uncoiling like the river's currents. The young woman took a step forward, her heart pounding but her resolve unwavering. "I know you can hear me," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "This river is your domain, and we respect you. But this boy is innocent. If you demand a sacrifice, take me." The beast roared again, its cry shaking the ground beneath their feet. The villagers cowered, their hope draining with each passing second. But the young woman stood her ground, lifting her chin to meet the creature's gaze. For a long moment, nothing happened. The beast stared at her, its burning eyes seeming to pierce into her soul. Then, slowly, it lowered its head, drawing closer until its breath, cold and sharp as winter, fanned across her face. The young woman closed her eyes, bracing for the end. But instead of striking, the beast let out a low, mournful sound. Its massive head turned back toward the boy, who still clung to the remnants of the raft. With a single powerful movement, the beast pushed the raft gently toward the shore, its claws carefully guiding it to safety. The boy tumbled onto the riverbank, coughing and crying, but alive. The villagers rushed to him, their relief palpable. The old woman wept openly, clutching her grandson to her chest. The beast turned back to the young woman, its expression unreadable. For a moment, it seemed to hover between rage and sorrow, its form flickering like a reflection on disturbed water. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it began to dissolve into the river, its massive body melting into the currents until nothing remained but the sound of flowing water. The river calmed, its surface smooth and reflective. The villagers stared in stunned silence, their hearts pounding in the aftermath of what they had witnessed. The young woman sank to her knees, her strength finally giving way, but her eyes remained fixed on the now quiet river. They spoke of her bravery for years to come, but the young woman herself always dismissed their praise. "Hibo was not cruel," she would say. "He tested our respect, our willingness to stand for one another. And when he saw it, he showed mercy." Though the beastly form of Hibo was rarely seen again, the river bore a new reverence in the hearts of the people. They left offerings at its banks, not out of fear, but out of gratitude. For they had seen the god behind the beast, and they had felt the power of his watchful eye. The wind howled through the narrow mountain path, carrying with it a chill that burrowed into bones. Shueme pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, her lantern swaying in the dark. Shadows danced across the jagged rocks, twisting into shapes that seemed to leer at her. The villagers had warned her not to take this road after sunset, whispering tales of the Gui, phantoms that stalked the unwary, their beastly forms as terrifying as their cries. But Shueme had no choice. Her mother's fever had worsened, and the herbalist's shop lay on the other side of the mountain. As fear gnawed at her resolve, she whispered to herself, "The living must tend to the living. No ghost will stop me." Yet the path seemed endless, its turns sharper and more treacherous than she remembered. Her lantern flickered, and the trees above creaked as if whispering secrets. Then she heard it, a low growl, almost like the rumble of distant thunder. Shueme froze, her breath hitching. The sound grew louder, coming closer, and her heart raced as the air seemed to grow heavier around her. The growl gave way to a mournful wail, echoing through the night like a song of despair. Shueme turned her head, and there, just beyond the reach of her lantern's light, she saw it. A pair of glowing eyes, their color an unnatural blue, peered out from the darkness. The form they belonged to was massive, hunched like a predator but shrouded in a mist that made it hard to define. It stepped closer, revealing clawed feet and a long, jagged tail that seemed to fade in and out of existence. Her hands trembled as she raised the lantern higher, trying to make out its face. But where its features should have been, there was only a swirling void, as though it had no identity, no essence of its own. Shueme's grandmother had once told her that the Gui were lost souls, remnants of those who had died with unresolved anguish. When they cannot find peace, her grandmother had said, they take the shapes of beasts, driven by their torment. The creature tilted its head, its faceless visage oddly curious, and let out a growl that seemed to vibrate through Shueme's chest. She wanted to run, to scream, but her legs refused to move. Instead, she whispered a shaky prayer, her voice trembling as she spoke the names of her ancestors. The Gui paused, its claws scraping against the stones, and for a moment, Shueme thought she saw something, recognition. pain in the way it hesitated. Another wail tore through the air, but this one came from behind her. Xiume spun around, her lantern revealing another shape, smaller but no less menacing. It prowled closer, its body low to the ground, its eyes glowing red. A pair, now. The Gui often hunted in numbers, bound together by shared grief or hatred, or so the stories said. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. They are not evil, child. They are lost. Speak to them, and if your heart is true, they may listen. Her heart felt anything but true at that moment, pounding like a war drum. But as the second apparition crept closer, Xiume forced herself to speak. Who are you? She called out, her voice breaking. What do you want? The smaller Gui snarled, its movements erratic, as though struggling with something unseen. The larger one let out a sound, almost a sigh, and then, impossibly, it spoke. Its voice was deep and hollow, like wind through an empty cave. Why, do you disturb us? I mean no harm, Xiume stammered. I only want to pass. My mother is sick. I must reach the herbalist. The larger Gui tilted its head again, and for a moment, the swirling void of its face seemed to shift. A faint, ghostly image appeared, a woman's face, pale and drawn, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Xiume gasped, stepping back as the apparition flickered and vanished. My child, the Gui whispered, its voice softer now. I failed her. I could not save her. The smaller Gui let out a guttural cry, its form writhing as though in agony. Xiume's mind raced. Could these creatures be echoes of people who had once walked this very path? The thought filled her with equal parts terror and sadness. You were a mother? Xiume asked, her voice steadier now. The larger Gui nodded slowly, its massive form lowering slightly, as if bowing under the weight of its grief. I was, and now I wander. Searching. Always searching. Xiume swallowed hard, her fear giving way to a strange, aching compassion. She stepped closer, lowering her lantern. The smaller Gui growled in warning, but the larger one held up a clawed hand, silencing it. You are not lost anymore, Xiume said, her voice trembling with emotion. You found me. And I hear you. The Gui let out a long, shuddering breath, its monstrous body quivering. The mist around it began to thin, and the sharp edges of its beastly form softened. The smaller Gui whimpered, its movements slowing, as though the larger one's transformation affected it too. The lantern flickered again, and in its light, Xiume saw them not as beasts, but as shadows of who they once were. A woman and a child, their faces faint and shimmering like reflections on water. The woman held the child close, her eyes filled with an expression Xiume could only describe as gratitude. Thank you, the woman's voice echoed, fading with the wind. For seeing us. And just like that, they were gone. The mountain path was silent once more, the air no longer heavy with their presence. Xiume stood there for a long moment, her heart aching with a mixture of sorrow and awe. The Gui were gone, but their story lingered, etched into her soul. She tightened her grip on the lantern and resumed her walk, her steps steadier than before. The night sky was a canvas of stars, their faint glow reflecting on the rippling waters of a quiet lake. Beside the fire sat an old man, his face lined with the traces of countless battles and burdens, yet his eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Across from him, a young warrior leaned forward, eager for the story he knew was about to begin. At the old man's side lay a beast unlike any other, a massive creature with scales that shimmered like silver and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. Its head rested on its front paws, but its ears twitched, listening as intently as the boy. The old man's voice was gravelly yet warm as he began. Every hero needs a companion, child. Not because they are weak, but because no great battle was ever won alone. The young warrior nodded, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The fire crackled, and the beast opened one golden eye, its gaze fixed on the storyteller. There was a time, the man continued, when the world was young, and its shadows were darker than they are now. Heroes rose to push back the darkness, and by their sides walked creatures of wonder and power, beasts born of myth, bound not by chains, but by loyalty and love. He paused, his gaze distant, as though seeing a memory that no one else could. Then he leaned closer to the fire, the flames casting sharp shadows across his face. Let me tell you of one such pair. Their names were Yao Jin and Bai Hu. The young warrior straightened, his breath catching at the name of the great tiger, Bai Hu, whose legend still echoed through the land. The old man's voice dropped, each word a thread weaving a tapestry of courage and sacrifice. Yao Jin was a warrior unlike any other, he said, not because he was the strongest or the swiftest, but because his heart was unshakable. He carried no fear, not for the beasts that roamed the forests, not for the warlords who sought to destroy him. But even Yao Jin knew that courage alone would not be enough when the Shadow King rose. The mention of the Shadow King sent a chill through the young warrior. He had heard whispers of that ancient foe, a being who had turned the skies black and brought nations to their knees. The old man nodded, as if sensing his unease. Yao Jin knew the battle ahead would be unlike any he had faced. And so, he sought the one creature said to be able to stand against such darkness, Bai Hu, the white tiger of the eastern mountains. The beast by the old man's side stirred at the name, its tail sweeping through the dirt. The young warrior's eyes widened, his hand trembling slightly. Could it be? The storyteller didn't acknowledge the boy's silent question. Instead, he continued, his voice steady and low. Bai Hu was no ordinary tiger. It was said he could speak the language of men, that his roar could split the earth and summon storms. But he was a wild spirit, bound by no man's will. Many had sought him, but none had returned. Yao Jin, however, was not deterred. He climbed the eastern mountains, his armor battered, his sword sheathed, and his heart full of resolve. Days turned into weeks, and still, he found no trace of the tiger. But Yao Jin was patient. He set no traps, drew no blade, and instead sat beneath an ancient tree, whispering to the wind. I seek not a beast, he said, but an ally. A friend. The forest grew still, and the air grew thick. When Bai Hu finally appeared, his silver coat gleaming under the moonlight, his eyes burned with a fire that could see straight into Yao Jin's soul. The tiger spoke, his voice a rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. What makes you think you are worthy of my strength? He asked. Yao Jin didn't flinch. Because I will never ask you to fight a battle I would not fight myself, he replied. Because the world does not belong to me alone. And because no shadow should stand unchallenged while there is still light to hold it at bay. For a long moment, Bai Hu said nothing. Then he let out a roar so fierce it shook the very ground Yao Jin stood on. But Yao Jin didn't move. He stood tall, meeting the tiger's gaze, until at last, Bai Hu lowered his head. Then we fight as one, the tiger said. The old man's voice softened, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. And so they did. Together, they faced the Shadow King. Yao Jin wielded his sword with precision, his every strike guided by Bai Hu's roars, which sent waves of power rippling through the battlefield. The two became legends, not because they defeated the Shadow King, but because they stood together, unyielding, even when it seemed all was lost. The young warrior's hands tightened around his sword. His heart raced, not with fear, but with inspiration. He looked at the beast lying by the fire, its golden eyes now fixed on him. The old man smiled, a glimmer of something unsaid passing between him and the creature. Remember this, the man said, his voice as firm as the mountains. Heroes may rise and fall, but it is their bonds, their companions, that make their stories worth telling. Whether it is a tiger that roars or a beast that listens, every warrior needs something to fight for and someone to stand beside them. The boy nodded, his chest swelling with a new kind of courage. He glanced again at the beast, his thoughts racing. The fire crackled once more, but this time, the shadows seemed less menacing. The air was heavy with the scent of ink and old paper. A scholar sat in a dimly lit room, his brush hovering above the page as if caught between hesitation and inspiration. Beside him lay a tattered copy of the Shanhai Jing, its edges worn smooth by countless hands over centuries. The faint rustle of leaves outside seemed to echo the whispers of ancient voices. With a deep breath, he dipped his brush into the ink and began to write. The tales from the Shanhai Jing were not merely stories, they were living, breathing fragments of a world that danced on the edge of imagination and reality. Each creature described in its pages felt as though it could step out from the words and into the scholar's room, its form as vivid as the black strokes on the page. There was the dazzling Qilin, whose gentle steps never crushed a blade of grass. Its antlers curved elegantly, and its scales shimmered like a field of golden wheat under the sun. In the text, it was said to appear only in times of peace, a silent guardian of harmony. The scholar paused, imagining the soft glow of its presence, its eyes filled with an intelligence that seemed to pierce through mortal concerns. Could a creature like this truly exist, or was it merely a wish written into legend, a longing for an unbroken world? His brush moved again, painting another creature in words. This time, it was the Qilin, the torch dragon, whose body stretched endlessly, coiling like a river of fire across the sky. Its breath could create day or night, and its gaze held the power to command time itself. The scholar could almost feel the heat of the creature's aura, its massive form blotting out the stars. He wondered how it would feel to stand before such a being, knowing that a single blink could unravel the fabric of existence. Then came the bash, a serpent so vast it devoured elephants whole. The weight of its presence pressed down on the scholar's chest as he wrote, his mind racing with the sound of its scales scraping against stone. In the Shanhai Jing, the bash was described with such precision that it seemed less like a myth and more like a memory etched into the earth itself. The scholar could almost hear the trumpeting of panicked elephants as the beast loomed above them, its jaws opening wide. But not all the creatures were terrifying. Some inspired awe, like the Fenghuang, the phoenix, whose every feather shimmered with the colors of dawn. Its flight was said to bring music to the air, a melody so pure it could heal the broken and soothe the weary. The scholar closed his eyes for a moment, imagining the rustle of its wings, the way its song might wash over him like a cool breeze on a stifling summer day. It was a creature of rebirth, a symbol of hope rising from ashes. The room grew darker as the oil lamp flickered, casting shadows that danced like specters along the walls. The scholar's gaze fell upon the text's description of the Hundun, the faceless beast of chaos. Its formlessness defied the human mind, a reminder that not all things could be understood or controlled. The scholar felt a shiver run down his spine. What would it mean to encounter such chaos in the flesh? Could one face it without losing themselves? His brush faltered when he reached the section on the Taowu. Fierce and stubborn, the beast embodied recklessness, its snarling visage a warning against the dangers of unbridled rage. The scholar's heart quickened as he imagined the Taowu in the throes of fury, its eyes wild and unseeing, its claws tearing through anything in its path. It was not just a beast, he realized, but a reflection of the darker parts of humanity itself. Yet, even amid the fearsome descriptions, there was beauty to be found. The scholar turned to the page detailing the Dijiang, a faceless, bird-like creature that danced and sang. Though its form was strange, it carried an air of joy, a defiance of sorrow that resonated deeply. The scholar felt an unexpected warmth as he envisioned the Dijiang's movements, its body swaying in rhythm with a song that only the heart could hear. The scholar paused, his brush hovering once more. He thought of the Gui, ghostly apparitions that haunted the text like echoes of forgotten ancestors. Their forms were not fixed, shifting like mist in the early dawn. The Shanhai Jing spoke of their role as reminders of the past, their presence a bridge between the living and the dead. The scholar's chest tightened as he considered his own ancestors, the stories they had passed down, and the spirits that might still linger in the quiet corners of his home. As the night stretched on, the scholar's exhaustion deepened, yet he could not stop. The beasts of the Shanhai Jing were more than mere words to him, they were windows into a world where the impossible felt tantalizingly close. He thought of the heroes who had walked beside these creatures, their courage tested in ways he could scarcely imagine. Each beast, whether fearsome or gentle, carried with it a lesson, a truth woven into its being. The scholar's brush stilled, the ink pooling into a dark circle on the paper. He leaned back, his mind racing with the images he had conjured. The beasts of the Shanhai Jing were not just myths to be admired from afar, they were alive in the human spirit, their stories etched into the soul of every reader who dared to open the text. And in the quiet of that room, beneath the soft glow of the fading lamp, it almost felt as though they were watching him. The fire crackled low, casting flickering shadows across the faces of those huddled around it. An old storyteller leaned forward, his voice a low whisper that seemed to crawl into the very marrow of their bones. There was a time, he began, when beasts roamed the earth, not as animals, but as trials. Creatures with teeth sharp enough to tear through stone, eyes that burned like twin suns, and minds as clever as the gods themselves. The youngest of the group gasped softly, clutching a woven blanket tighter. The storyteller smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. But you see, he continued, it wasn't just their power that made them fearsome. It was the choice they forced upon those who crossed their path, whether to flee, to fight, or to outwit. The tale of the farmer and the Yaogwai came first. The beast, a towering figure with a lion's body and the face of a man, had been terrorizing a village for months. It demanded tribute in gold and grain, and when the villagers ran out of offerings, it began to take people. The farmer, an unassuming man with calloused hands and a weary heart, volunteered himself as the next sacrifice. Not out of bravery, but because he could not bear to see another family torn apart. The Yaogwai met him at the edge of the forest, its laughter echoing like thunder. "Do you think you are clever enough to save your people?" it mocked. "What could a mere farmer possibly offer me?" But the farmer knelt, head bowed, and spoke softly. "I have nothing but my wits, great beast. May I offer you a riddle?" The Yaogwai, intrigued, leaned in close. "A riddle," it sneered. "I am as old as the mountains. Your riddles are but whispers in the wind." The farmer smiled faintly. "Then it should be no trouble for you. If you answer correctly, I will serve you willingly. If you cannot, you must leave my village in peace." The beast agreed, its arrogance blinding it to the trap. The farmer posed his question, a riddle so simple that it looped back into complexity. The Yaogwai pondered, its massive frame pacing circles in the dirt. Hours passed, and the beast's frustration grew into rage. When dawn broke, it let out a deafening roar and vanished into the forest, defeated not by strength but by the quiet power of a humble man's mind. The storyteller paused, letting the tension hang like a blade in the air. Then he began again, this time recounting the tale of the seamstress and the nine-tailed fox. The fox, as beautiful as it was cunning, had taken the form of a traveling noblewoman to lure unsuspecting victims into its trap. It promised wealth and favor but left ruin in its wake. The seamstress was no stranger to hardship. She had sewn the same tattered garments for years, her fingers pricked and calloused from endless hours of work. When the fox approached her, dressed in silks and jewels, she recognized the glint in its eyes for what it was, hunger. "Come with me," the fox purred. "I can give you a life beyond your wildest dreams." The seamstress feigned ignorance, her lips curving into a shy smile. "Such kindness," she murmured. "But first, let me make you a gift. A garment worthy of your beauty." The fox, vain and impatient, agreed, not realizing the seamstress had a plan. She worked tirelessly through the night, stitching a robe with threads soaked in a special mixture, herbs and oils known to weaken the fox's magic. When she presented it, the fox draped the robe over its shoulders, its arrogance blinding it to the sudden heaviness in its limbs. "You are clever," it snarled, its true form flickering through the disguise. But the seamstress only smiled, her hand steady despite the terror bubbling in her chest. The fox fled, its power dimmed, and the seamstress returned to her work, her victory stitched into every seam. The firelight dimmed, and the storyteller's voice grew softer, almost as though he were speaking directly to the flickering flames. "Not all beasts were defeated by cunning alone," he said. "Some demanded courage of a kind that burns brighter than fear." He told the story of the boy and the Nyan. The creature had terrorized the boy's village for generations, a beast with scales like iron and a roar that shook the earth. It came every New Year's Eve, devouring anything and anyone in its path. The villagers had grown accustomed to fleeing, hiding in the mountains until the beast's hunger was sated. But the boy, too young to understand the weight of fear, decided to face the Nyan. Armed with only a red scarf and a bundle of firecrackers, he stood in the village square as the sun dipped below the horizon. The beast emerged, its eyes glowing like molten gold, its breath steaming in the cold night air. The boy shouted, waving the scarf like a banner. The Nyan paused, startled by the bold color. Then came the firecrackers, their sharp cracks splitting the silence. The beast recoiled, its massive frame shuddering with every burst of sound. For the first time, it turned and fled, defeated by a child's unyielding spirit. The storyteller leaned back, his eyes glinting in the firelight. Each tale teaches us something, he said, his voice heavy with meaning. Not just about the beasts, but about ourselves. The courage to face the impossible. The wit to outthink the unthinkable. And the strength to stand, even when the ground beneath us shakes. The flames danced lower, the embers glowing like tiny stars in the ashes. One by one, the listeners drifted to sleep, their dreams filled with towering beasts and the humans brave enough, or clever enough, to face them. But the storyteller sat quietly, his gaze distant. For in every tale, he saw a reflection of something greater, something untamed, not just in the creatures, but in the hearts of those who dared to meet them. The throne room was silent except for the faint rustle of silk as the emperor's robes shifted. His hand rested lightly on the arm of the jade throne, but his gaze was fixed on the golden doors before him. Beyond those doors, they said, waited a beast born of the heavens themselves. The emperor's heart, steady and unreadable to those around him, carried the weight of generations. If this creature appeared, it would be a sign, not just of his reign, but of his divine right to rule. The court held its collective breath as the doors creaked open. First came the sound, a low, resonant hum, like the tolling of a distant bell. Then the beast emerged. Its form shimmered as though not entirely of this world, scales that glinted like liquid gold catching every flicker of light. Its eyes, pools of endless depth, locked onto the emperor. And then, with a grace that seemed to defy nature, the creature bowed. The court erupted into cries of awe, and the emperor rose, his expression calm but his pulse roaring in his ears. This was the Qilin, the sacred beast said to appear only before rulers of unparalleled virtue. In its presence, no one could deny the emperor's mandate. The people would speak of this moment for generations. The storyteller's voice trembled as he recounted this ancient tale, his audience clutching their robes against a chill that came not from the air but from the gravity of the story. But he wasn't done. No, there were more beasts, each tied to rulers who sought legitimacy in the eyes of the heavens and their people. The phoenix came next, a creature wreathed in flames that burned but did not consume. It appeared in the time of a queen whose wisdom had turned famine into plenty and whose kindness had mended a fractured court. The bird descended from the sky in a blaze of colors so vivid they seemed almost unreal. The queen, standing amidst her people, held out her hands, and the phoenix perched upon her shoulder. Its presence marked her reign as one of unparalleled harmony, a time when even nature bowed to human virtue. But not all encounters with sacred beasts were so serene. The emperor who called forth the dragon stood at the edge of a battlefield, his armor stained with the blood of enemies and allies alike. His troops, weary and outnumbered, waited for orders that might lead them to their deaths. The sky churned with storm clouds, thunder growling in the distance. And then it came, a serpent of the sky, scales black as midnight and eyes that burned with fury. The dragon circled above, its roar shaking the earth, before descending to land before the emperor. The soldiers fell to their knees, terror and awe warring in their hearts. The emperor, however, stepped forward, his blade raised high. The dragon regarded him for what felt like an eternity. Then, in a movement too swift to follow, it lowered its massive head. The emperor climbed atop the beast, his voice ringing out above the storm, onward. That day, his army turned defeat into victory, and the emperor's legend grew until it was impossible to separate man from myth. The storyteller paused, letting the weight of these tales settle over his listeners. Then he leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But not all beasts bowed willingly," he said. "Some rulers had to prove themselves." The audience shivered as he spoke of the Tiger Emperor, a ruler whose land was plagued by a beast said to be invincible. The tiger, larger than any mortal creature, with fur the color of molten bronze and eyes that glowed like embers, had claimed the emperor's forests as its own. Crops failed, villages were abandoned, and the people whispered of curses. The emperor, desperate to restore order, ventured into the beast's lair alone. He carried no weapon, only a chain of jade beads blessed by the most revered monks of the land. When he found the tiger, it was sleeping, its breath like the rumble of distant thunder. The emperor knelt and began to chant, the sound resonating through the cavern like the tolling of a bell. The tiger woke, its massive form unfolding with a grace that belied its size. It growled, a sound that seemed to shake the very earth, but the emperor did not falter. He continued his chant, the beads in his hands glowing faintly. The tiger circled him, its steps slow and deliberate, as though testing his resolve. Finally, it stopped, lowering its massive head until its forehead touched the ground before him. When the emperor emerged from the forest, the tiger followed, its massive frame casting a shadow over the land. From that day, it became his protector, a living symbol of his strength and his pact with the forces of nature. The storyteller's voice grew softer, almost as though he were speaking to himself. "Each ruler claimed the beasts legitimized their rule," he murmured. "But perhaps it was the other way around. Perhaps the beasts were the judges, and the rulers were the ones who had to prove themselves worthy." The flames crackled low, casting flickering shadows that seemed almost alive. The storyteller sat back, his eyes distant. "The beasts," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper, "are not just creatures. They are mirrors. And in their eyes, we see not only our rulers but ourselves." The air was thick with incense, the kind that clung to your lungs and made each breath feel sacred. A single candle flickered in the center of the room, casting trembling shadows on the painted walls. There, in bold strokes of red and black ink, coiled the forms of creatures that seemed to breathe on the boundary of reality, dragons with sinuous bodies twisting around the edges, phoenixes poised mid-flight, their feathers aflame. At the altar, the priest stood motionless, his white robes flowing like liquid light, and his voice rose, ancient and commanding. He was calling them. The chants were strange, syllables layered with years of tradition and power. They echoed in a language older than stone, vibrating with a resonance that made the room hum as though it, too, were alive. From the moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted. The room felt heavier, denser, as if unseen eyes were gathering in the corners, watching, waiting. Then, with a sudden crack like thunder, it happened. The first to arrive was the dragon, spiraling out of the darkness as if it had always been there, hiding just beyond the veil. Its scales shimmered in impossible hues, its claws gleamed like obsidian, and its golden eyes burned with wisdom and wrath. The room seemed to shrink as it coiled in the air, its presence a force that pressed on every chest and silenced every thought. But the priest's chant didn't falter. His voice rose, weaving a melody that spoke not to the ears, but to something deeper, something ancient. Behind the dragon came the Qilin, stepping softly as though the ground might break beneath its jeweled hooves. Mist swirled at its feet, and the air around it grew sweet with the scent of blooming flowers. Its antlers stretched skyward, crowned with light, and its gaze was calm, patient, yet knowing. It stopped beside the altar, bowing its head in acknowledgement of the priest's invocation. The ritual wasn't just a summoning. It was a conversation, a dance. The priest moved, his hands shaping symbols in the air, each one glowing faintly before dissolving. The creatures responded in kind, their movements deliberate, their energy filling the room with a power so palpable it made the candle flicker wildly, its flame fighting for survival. The people who had gathered to watch, hidden behind a thin screen, could hardly breathe. These were no mere beasts. They were emissaries of the Tao, embodiments of the balance and chaos that shaped existence. To see them summoned was rare, to feel their presence was terrifying. The priest's voice lowered, a rhythm like the beating of a drum, steady and primal. He was calling for more. From the floor, a great rumbling began, a vibration that grew until the stones themselves seemed ready to shatter. Then it emerged, a tortoise with a shell like carved jade, its eyes dark as the void. Upon its back perched a snake, its body rippling with an iridescence that stole what little light remained in the room. Together they represented harmony, the union of opposites, and their arrival made the watchers clutch at their chests. The balance of the ritual had shifted. It was no longer the priest commanding, it was the beasts listening, weighing. But not all invocations went smoothly. A gust of icy wind tore through the chamber, snuffing the candle's flame. Darkness swallowed the room, and a coldness unlike anything natural seeped into their bones. The priest's chant faltered for the briefest moment, and in that sliver of silence, a low growl rumbled, guttural and menacing. The watchers froze. From the shadows came a hulking shape, its form fluid, unsteady, as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Eyes burned like coals, flickering between red and gold, and claws scraped against the stone floor, sending sparks into the blackness. It was Taowu, the stubborn beast of chaos and recklessness, a creature that didn't answer summons so much as it forced its way into the world. Its presence shattered the balance the priest had so carefully cultivated. For a moment, it seemed as though the room might break apart under the weight of the beast's defiance. The dragon roared, the Qilin stamped its hooves, and the tortoise hissed in unison with the snake. But the priest didn't panic. His voice returned, stronger, commanding. His hands wove faster, the symbols burning brighter, each one aimed directly at the snarling Taowu. The watchers could hardly comprehend what happened next. The beasts seemed to move in tandem with the priest, their power aligning with his. The Qilin's light grew blinding, the tortoise stomped the ground with a force that echoed for miles, and the dragon exhaled a plume of golden fire that encircled the rogue creature. Taowu resisted, its growls turning into howls that rattled the very air. But slowly, its form grew dim, its claws retracted, and its snarling maw dissolved into mist. With one final guttural growl, it vanished, leaving only the faint scent of ozone behind. The silence that followed was deafening. The beasts returned to their places near the altar, their eyes glowing with approval. The priest knelt, his hands trembling but his face calm. The watchers felt something shift inside them, as if they had glimpsed not just the creatures but the threads of existence itself, raw and unfiltered. The beasts didn't linger. The dragon ascended, its form dissolving into the air like smoke. The Qilin turned, each step leaving behind blossoms that faded as quickly as they bloomed. The tortoise and snake moved as one, their massive forms sinking back into the ground, leaving the floor smooth and unbroken. And then the room was still, the candle's flame rekindling itself as if by magic. The priest rose, his robe streaked with sweat, his voice hoarse from the strain. He turned to the watchers, his gaze heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. None of them spoke. Words were too small, too clumsy for what they had witnessed. Instead, they bowed deeply, their foreheads touching the ground, not to the priest but to the beasts, to the Tao, to the balance they had dared to glimpse. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the sky, but no one noticed. They carried the ritual with them, its echoes lingering in their hearts, a reminder that some forces cannot be tamed but only revered. The night had fallen quietly over the village, the moon a pale crescent in the sky. A soft breeze whispered through the trees, as if carrying some secret only the earth could understand. Yet, there was an undercurrent to the stillness, an unease that clung to the air, tightening the chest. Something was wrong. At the edge of the village, near the forest's dark mouth, a figure stood motionless. It was the old soothsayer, hunched and frail, with eyes clouded by age, but sharp as a hawk's. She had seen the omens before. She could feel them, like cold fingers creeping up her spine. Tonight, it was the owl that had come. It wasn't the usual hoot that echoed through the trees. This owl had perched on the roof of the temple, silent and unmoving, its eyes glinting red like smoldering embers. The villagers noticed, but none dared to speak. In their hearts, they felt the weight of the omen. The owl was not a harbinger of peace, but of change. A storm was brewing, a fate yet to be written, and it was not going to be kind. The soothsayer's breath caught in her throat as she looked toward the owl. She knew. She had known this moment would come. The owl, ancient and wise, was a messenger. But what was it delivering? The smell of earth and rain filled the air, and her mind raced through the prophecies she had heard in her youth, the ones passed down through generations. The owl had not just come to the village, it had come for something. As if on cue, the wind shifted, and a rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. The old woman closed her eyes. She could feel the weight of the sky pressing down, and it was as though the earth itself held its breath. Then, a sound, a low growl. It came from the forest, low and menacing, carried by the wind. The growl wasn't from any beast the villagers had ever seen. It was something else, something darker, older. The soothsayer's heart raced. She knew that growl. It was the cry of the Qilin, the beast of judgment. It had come not as a protector, but as a warning. And warnings were never simple. Suddenly, the owl took flight, wings slicing the air with an unnatural speed. It was no longer perched on the roof, it was soaring over the village, its path erratic, its cry now a screech that sent shivers through every living creature. The villagers, hidden in their homes, listened in dread. They knew what the owl's flight meant: disaster. The balance had been disrupted, and the forces of nature had begun to churn with unrest. The soothsayer stumbled back from the temple's entrance, her old bones creaking under the weight of the knowledge that had filled her heart. The owl's flight was a sign, yes, but what of the growl? What of the Qilin? It wasn't a simple storm that threatened. It was something far worse, something much more personal. The ground shook beneath her feet, and the sky split open, revealing a lightning storm that seemed to burn the heavens themselves. The soothsayer's voice quivered as she muttered the old chants, calling on the spirits of the earth, of the heavens, and the beasts that roamed the boundaries between. But deep inside, she knew that the owl's arrival was no accident. The beasts were restless. They were stirring. The Qilin wasn't here by chance. It had come to judge, to decide the fate of the village. There was no escaping what was about to unfold. And then, just as suddenly as the storm had begun, it stopped. A figure appeared from the shadows, walking calmly through the village as though the sky's fury was nothing but a passing whisper. It was the emperor, garbed in his royal robes, his face unreadable. He had heard the omens, too, and he was not afraid. In fact, he seemed more determined than ever. The storm had passed, but his presence alone brought with it a sense of inevitability, a certainty that whatever was coming, it would not be stopped. He was here not to seek protection, but to embrace the prophecy, to accept whatever judgment the beasts had to offer. The villagers watched, unsure whether to run or bow before him. Their fate was tied to his now, for the emperor had long believed that the beasts were the true judges of the land. Their appearance was a mark of divine intervention, an omen of either great fortune or utter destruction. The soothsayer watched from the shadows, her heart pounding. She knew what the owl's flight meant for the emperor. His destiny, like the villages, was tied to the creatures of the earth, to the judgments that were now being cast upon them. The owl's warning would lead to something far worse than any natural disaster. It would be a test of strength, courage, and sacrifice. And as the emperor stood tall, facing the storm's fading echoes, the soothsayer whispered a prayer. She had seen this before. In the old texts. In the prophecies. The owl's flight was just the beginning. The Qilin, the beast of judgment, was not just a symbol. It was the keeper of balance, and it had come to restore it, no matter the cost. The emperor stepped forward, his gaze meeting the soothsayer's. In that moment, their eyes locked, and she saw something she hadn't expected: doubt. The emperor, for all his power, was not immune to the forces at work. Even he could feel the weight of the omen. And then, from the sky, came the first cry. It was a screech, sharp and cutting, a sound that split the air. The owl had returned. But this time, it was not alone. The beasts were coming. The soothsayer's heart skipped a beat, for she knew that no one could outrun what was coming. Not the emperor. Not the villagers. The creatures had come to decide. And the balance was tipping, its consequences unknown, hanging in the balance of the beast's judgment. The artisan's hands trembled, though not from fear or weakness. It was reverence that guided each movement, every sweep of the brush, every careful turn of the clay. Before him lay the blank surface of a porcelain vase, its pale hue waiting to come alive. It was no ordinary vase, and this was no ordinary task. This piece was to bear the image of a Qilin, a mythical creature said to bring prosperity and herald the birth of great rulers. As the faint light of dawn crept through the workshop, the artisan paused, staring into the unformed vision within his mind. He had seen the Qilin in his dreams, vivid and untamed, its golden scales shimmering under a sun that felt both real and otherworldly. How could he capture that majesty, that wild energy, in something as fragile as porcelain? Outside, the early market stirred, the cries of merchants mingling with the distant hum of temple bells. But inside, the workshop was silent except for the soft scrape of tools and the muted whisper of a nearby apprentice preparing paints. The artisan dipped his brush into ink, dark and viscous, and began. With the first stroke, a curved line, he summoned the Qilin's mane. The beast's hair flowed like fire caught in a windstorm, wild yet controlled. His brush danced, conjuring horns that spiraled upward like ancient spires. He moved with precision, yet the image seemed to form itself, as though the Qilin were revealing its presence through him. Some said such creatures were mere stories, figments to keep the imagination alive in a world of routine and toil. But the artisan knew better. His father had spoken of a night long ago when he had glimpsed a dragon coiled above the river, its scales glowing like molten gold. His father's voice would tremble with both terror and wonder, recounting how the dragon had looked directly at him, its eyes burning with an intelligence beyond human comprehension. It was stories like these that lived in the hands of artisans, passed down as much in clay and ink as in words. The artisan's brush faltered for a moment. His mind drifted to a tale his grandmother once told, about an emperor who commissioned an ivory carving of a phoenix to symbolize rebirth after a devastating war. The artisan who created it had worked tirelessly, carving feathers so delicate they seemed ready to flutter with the faintest breath. When the phoenix was unveiled, the emperor himself was said to have wept. But the story did not end there. That very night, the palace caught fire, and while much of it was consumed, the carving remained unscathed. It was believed that the phoenix's spirit had absorbed the flames to protect its home. The artisan blinked, returning to his work. The Qilin's body was taking shape now, its muscular frame balanced on thin, graceful legs. He used a lighter ink to suggest movement, the creature poised mid-stride as though it had only just paused to let itself be seen. The Qilin was a symbol of justice, a protector of the innocent. Legend spoke of its ability to sense the pure of heart, of how it would bow before a virtuous ruler and trample the wicked underfoot. As the artisan reached for a fine-tipped brush to add scales, his apprentice hesitated nearby, holding a tray of pigments. "Master," the boy said, his voice small, "do you believe the Qilin truly exists?" The artisan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gestured for the boy to sit, then handed him a brush. "Here," he said. "Add the light to its eyes." The boy's hand shook as he dipped the brush into a pale gold pigment. He hesitated, then made a careful stroke. The eyes of the Qilin gleamed, alive with an almost tangible depth. The apprentice gasped softly as he stepped back, as though the painted creature might leap from the porcelain. "Do you feel it?" the artisan asked quietly. The boy nodded, wide-eyed. "It's as though it's watching us." The artisan smiled. "That is your answer. In the years to come, that vase would stand in a temple, a tribute to the Qilin's grace and mystery. Worshippers would bow before it, whispering prayers for justice and fortune. But it was not the only creation of its kind. All across the land, artisans worked tirelessly, carving jade dragons with coils so smooth they felt alive, painting phoenixes with wings that seemed ready to ignite, and shaping lions with expressions of fierce guardianship. Each piece was more than decoration. It was a bridge between worlds, a way for mortals to honor the divine beasts that walked the borders of their reality. Sculptors in the capital once chiseled a massive stone turtle to honor Xuanwu, the black tortoise said to protect the northern sky. The turtle was carved with such care that villagers swore they could hear it breathe on still nights. In a quiet mountain village, a humble potter once molded a clay tiger, fierce and unyielding, to protect her family during a year of famine. When her home was threatened by bandits, they claimed the tiger glared at them, its eyes burning like coals. The bandits fled, and the family survived. To this day, the tiger rests on a shrine, its presence a silent testament to the power of belief. As the Qilin form on the vase neared completion, the artisan stepped back, letting his apprentice add the final strokes to the background. The boy painted wisps of cloud around the Qilin's legs, as though the creature were emerging from the heavens themselves. The artisan watched with quiet pride. It wasn't just about creating beauty. It was about giving form to something greater, something untouchable yet ever-present. Each line, each curve, carried a fragment of the artisan's soul, a tribute to the stories that had shaped his life and the lives before him. When the vase was finally finished, it gleamed in the soft light of the workshop, the Qilin seemingly poised to leap into the world. The artisan placed it on the drying rack with care, then turned to his apprentice. "Do you see it now?" he asked. The boy nodded, awestruck. "It's alive." The artisan didn't respond. He simply smiled, knowing that the boy would carry this moment in his heart forever. And perhaps, one day, when his own hands shaped mythical beasts from clay and paint, he too would tell stories of creatures that bridged the divide between mortal and divine. Creatures that lived not just in the heavens, but in every brushstroke, every chisel mark, and every whispered tale. A lone merchant ship cut through the still waters under a velvet sky, its sails illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. On board, crates brimmed with silk, porcelain, and ink scrolls. Yet, nestled between these treasures were objects less tangible, stories. Each piece of cargo carried the whisper of a dragon's roar, the flicker of a phoenix's flame, and the silent grace of a Qilin's stride. These weren't mere tales, they were alive, ready to take root in foreign soil and flourish in the imaginations of distant lands. The first to feel their pull were the islands of Japan. Monks returning from China brought more than sacred texts and sutras. In their robes, they carried stories of dragons with pearly scales that coiled through the skies. These dragons, steeped in Chinese legend, began to interweave with the native Japanese myths. Dragons in Japan became protectors of temples, guardians of rivers, and heralds of rain, beasts of both fear and reverence. In a small coastal village, a fisherman once swore he saw a dragon rise from the sea as dawn broke over the horizon. The creature's serpentine body glistened with the hues of coral and deep sapphire. The fisherman's tale spread, and soon the villagers carved wooden dragons for their shrines, hoping to appease the spirit they believed had brought them fortune. These carvings, inspired by stories from distant shores, became cherished protectors of the coast, blending the heart of Chinese mythology with the soul of Japan. Further west, across the Korean peninsula, another tale was unfolding. A scholar stared into the flickering flames of his lantern late one night. He had spent hours translating a Chinese text that described a nine-tailed fox, a creature both beautiful and deadly. In China, it was called the Huli Jing, a cunning being that could shift between forms and ensnare humans with its charm. As the scholar's quill danced across the parchment, he wondered what the fox's tail might symbolize: power, perhaps, or temptation. In Korea, this creature transformed. Known as the gumiho, it became a fixture in local folklore, haunting the mountains and forests, luring wanderers with its ethereal beauty. Unlike its Chinese counterpart, the gumiho was often depicted as a tragic figure, cursed to roam the earth until it could achieve redemption. Villagers told stories of encounters with the gumiho to warn their children to stay close to home. Yet there was also a yearning in these tales, a hope that even the darkest spirits might find light. Southeast Asia, too, embraced the echoes of these mythical creatures. Across the jungles and rivers, dragons became entwined with local beliefs. The Chinese long, with its celestial grace, merged with the Naga, the serpent spirits of Southeast Asia. The result was a creature that slithered between the heavens and the underworld, embodying life, water, and fertility. Farmers left offerings at Naga shrines during droughts, praying for rain to nourish their parched fields. In a bustling marketplace in Vietnam, an artisan once molded a statue of a dragon for the emperor's court. He shaped its body with intricate care, borrowing from the flowing lines of Chinese art but adding the sharp, angular details of the Vietnamese style. The dragon symbolized strength and unity, a creature that could weave the dreams of rulers into reality. As the statue was unveiled, the crowd gasped, seeing not just a beast of legend, but a piece of themselves reflected in its form. Stories of the phoenix also traveled across borders. In the royal courts of Korea and Japan, the Chinese Fenghuang evolved into creatures that symbolized imperial power and harmony. Korean artisans painted their phoenixes in fiery hues, while Japanese craftsmen etched them onto lacquerware, their wings unfurling like bursts of sunlight. These phoenixes became harbingers of peace, appearing only in times of great prosperity. When envoys visited from one kingdom to another, they brought gifts adorned with these majestic birds, their elegance speaking of diplomacy and shared reverence for myth. The Qilin, too, found a home in these lands. In China, it was a creature of justice and purity, often depicted alongside sages and emperors. In Japan, it became the Qilin, a creature so pure it could not bear to harm even a blade of grass. Merchants sold Qilin statues in Kyoto, their horns gleaming with gilded paint. Travelers placed these statues in their homes, believing they would bring protection and good fortune. One evening in a small Korean village, an elder recounted a tale of a Qilin appearing before a righteous judge. The creature's presence silenced the courtroom, its gaze piercing through falsehoods like a blade. The accused, unable to withstand the Qilin's judgment, confessed. The elder's voice trembled with emotion, and his audience, young and old, sat entranced, their imaginations ablaze with the image of the Qilin's noble form. As these creatures crossed borders, they changed, adapting to the values and dreams of the lands they entered. The Chinese dragon's elegance became tempered with the strength of the Japanese Ryu and the mystique of the Vietnamese Rong. The Huli Jing's sly cunning gave way to the Gumiho's haunting sorrow. The Fenghuang's celestial beauty found new colors in the hands of Korean and Japanese artists, while the Qilin's purity resonated across cultures as a symbol of hope. But these were not simple imitations. Each transformation added layers to the myths, weaving them into the fabric of their new homes. A Korean potter painted a gumiho onto a ceramic vase, its 9 tails curling like tendrils of smoke. A Japanese storyteller described a dragon guarding a sacred pearl, its eyes burning with the light of eternity. A Southeast Asian dancer moved with the fluid grace of a naga, her every motion a tribute to the spirit of water. The beasts became bridges, connecting not just lands, but hearts. Through them, people found a way to share their fears, their desires, and their dreams. Even today, their forms endure, etched into temple walls, painted onto scrolls, and whispered in stories that span generations. They remind us that while oceans may divide us, the human spirit, its love of wonder and its hunger for meaning, remains universal. The beating of drums echoed across the riverbank, a rhythm that seemed to summon the heartbeat of the earth itself. The scent of incense lingered in the humid air, mingling with the aroma of steamed dumplings and sweet rice. Children clutched their parents' hands, their faces lit with excitement as they watched the boats being prepared, sleek, colorful vessels carved to resemble dragons. Their heads were adorned with fearsome expressions, mouths open as if roaring, eyes wide with eternal vigilance. A loud gong reverberated through the crowd, signaling the start of the race. The rowers, muscles taut and glistening with sweat, gripped their oars tightly. The drummer at the boat center raised their hands high, bringing the sticks down with a commanding thud that synchronized the movements of the paddlers. The dragon boats surged forward, slicing through the water like serpents awakened from their slumber. The crowd roared as the boats raced neck and neck. People shouted encouragement, their voices a cacophony of passion and energy. Amidst the cheers, the story of the festival hung in the air, an invisible thread tying past and present. The Dragon Boat Festival wasn't merely a spectacle, it was an invocation of the mythical dragon's power, a plea for protection, prosperity, and unity. As the boat sped toward the finish line, a little girl perched on her father's shoulders clutched a small paper dragon, waving it with all her might. Her eyes sparkled as she whispered to it, as though sharing a secret. To her, the dragon wasn't just a decoration or symbol. It was alive, listening, and watching over them. Elsewhere, the streets of a bustling town vibrated with the rhythm of cymbals and drums. The lion dance was about to begin. Two performers, hidden beneath a vibrant lion costume, crouched low, ready to spring into action. The head of the lion shimmered with golden paint, its eyes wide and its mouth moving with each step as if breathing. The first notes of music signaled the lion's awakening. It leapt forward, the performers inside moving in perfect harmony, bringing the mythical creature to life. The lion pranced and roared, weaving through the crowd, sometimes playful, sometimes fierce. Its eyes blinked and its head tilted, as if it could see the people before it. Children squealed with delight, reaching out to touch its fur, while elders nodded in approval, acknowledging the lion's role in warding off evil spirits. The lion stopped suddenly in front of a small table set with offerings, red envelopes, fruit, and incense sticks. It bowed its head, its movements reverent. The crowd hushed as the lion opened its mouth, its jaws snapping shut to retrieve a red envelope filled with blessings. A collective cheer erupted as the lion raised its head high, victorious. The energy surged through the streets, a shared joy that united the onlookers. The origins of these celebrations may have been ancient, but their spirit was timeless. They were more than performances, they were acts of connection. Each beat of the drum, each roar of the lion, each stroke of the oar was a tribute to the mythical creatures that had shaped their world. It was a reminder that these beings, though unseen, were still present in their lives, woven into their hopes and fears. As night fell, lanterns painted with images of dragons, phoenixes, and lions illuminated the streets. The flickering flames brought the creatures to life once more, their forms dancing in the glow. A young boy held a dragon-shaped lantern high above his head, his shadow stretching long and thin beneath him. For a moment, he imagined himself as the dragon, soaring through the skies, powerful and free. Nearby, an elderly woman lit a lantern painted with a Qilin. She closed her eyes and murmured a prayer for her family's health and happiness. To her, the Qilin was not just a symbol of purity and peace, it was a guardian watching over them, guiding them through life's uncertainties. The lantern swayed gently in the breeze, its light casting soft patterns on the cobblestones below. The festival was not confined to a single place or moment. It spilled over into homes, where families gathered to share stories of these mythical beasts. Grandparents spoke of dragons that brought rain to parched fields, lions that banished darkness, and phoenixes that rose from ashes to bring hope. Each tale carried a lesson, a spark of wisdom passed from one generation to the next. In one such home, a mother carefully helped her son shape a dough figure of a dragon. His small hands struggled to smooth the edges, but his determination was unwavering. When the dragon was finished, its body curled gracefully, its head lifted as if surveying its domain. The boy smiled proudly, imagining it leaping from the table and into the skies. Even after the festival ended, its echoes lingered. The oars that had powered the dragon boats were carefully stored away, the lion costumes hung in shadowed corners, and the lanterns extinguished. Yet, in the hearts of the people, the mythical beasts remained alive. They were companions in their daily lives, reminders of courage, strength, and unity. Each year, the festivals brought the community together, connecting them not just to each other but to something greater, a shared belief in the magic of these creatures. Whether it was the ferocity of the lion, the grace of the dragon, or the resilience of the phoenix, each one spoke to a part of their souls that longed for wonder. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a pale light over the silent village. A young boy crouched by the fire, his eyes wide as his grandfather spoke. The old man's voice was deep and resonant, weaving tales that danced between shadow and flame. Tonight's story was about a dragon, not the fearsome, fiery beasts often imagined, but a benevolent creature, its scales shimmering like rain-soaked leaves, bringing water to the earth during times of drought. When I was your age, the grandfather began, we believed dragons soared in the clouds to guard the heavens. But long before that, they swam in rivers, protecting the waters from chaos. The boy tilted his head. How did the dragon change? The grandfather paused, his gaze distant, as though sifting through memories that belonged to someone else. Stories change with the world, child. People see the same creature but with new eyes. It wasn't just dragons. Across the land, myths evolved like the seasons, adapting to the shifting landscapes of human belief. Once, phoenixes were messengers of the divine, their fiery tails illuminating the will of the heavens. But in a time of turmoil, they became symbols of resilience, rising not just for glory, but for survival. In the north, they were said to guard snowy peaks, their feathers like frost. In the south, they became guardians of lush forests, their cries echoing through bamboo groves. 1,000 miles away, a different fire crackled. Here, a group of scholars debated fiercely over the Qilin, the mythical creature that treaded so lightly it never crushed a single blade of grass. One scholar insisted the Qilin was an omen of good governance, appearing only in the presence of just rulers. Another argued it was a symbol of compassion, its horns used not to harm but to guide. It depends on the ruler, doesn't it? One said with a wry smile. If he is kind, the Qilin brings blessings. If he is cruel, it stays hidden. Their arguments reflected more than mere interpretation, they mirrored the uncertainties of their time. During prosperous eras, beasts in stories were allies, protectors, and symbols of abundance. During chaos, they became omens of change, their appearances tinged with warnings. A phoenix's song could herald not just hope, but upheaval. A dragon's roar could mean rain or rebellion. In the bustling markets of a southern port, the mythology of beasts shifted again. Traders from distant lands arrived with strange tales, their words blending with local beliefs like streams merging into a river. They spoke of creatures with features both familiar and foreign, dragons with serpentine grace but wings like bats, or lions with fiery manes that lit the darkness. These stories wove themselves into local folklore, creating hybrids that felt both ancient and new. A potter sat at his wheel, crafting a vase adorned with a creature no one had seen before. It had the body of a lion but the horns of a Qilin, its expression both fierce and serene. "What do you call it?" a passerby asked. The potter shrugged. "It doesn't need a name. It is whatever you believe it to be." Centuries later, a poet wandered through a crumbling temple, its walls painted with fading images of beasts. She traced her fingers over the outlines of a dragon, its body winding like the river below. To her, the dragon was not a bringer of rain, nor a guardian of the skies. It was a reminder of the past, of a world where the line between myth and reality blurred. She sat by the riverbank and wrote, "The dragon sleeps in stories told, through shifting sands and rivers old. Its form may change, its name may fade, but still it watches, unafraid." Even as stories changed, the heart of the beasts remained the same. They were born from the hopes and fears of those who told them, reflections of the world as it was and as it could be. 1,000 storytellers, 1,000 versions, but always a truth carried forward. In a forgotten village, an elder knelt before an altar, placing a bowl of rice and a carved wooden figure, a tiger with sharp teeth and gentle eyes. She whispered a prayer for her grandchildren, asking the tiger to protect them, just as it had protected her ancestors. This tiger was no longer the predator of ancient forests. It was a guardian, its fierce nature softened by generations of reverence. Nearby, a child watched her with curiosity. "Is the tiger real?" the child asked. The elder smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "As real as the love that made it." And so, the stories continued to shift, carried by the winds of time and the voices of those who shared them. What began as beasts of the wild became companions in the human story, their forms shaped by need, their meanings by belief. Each change was not a loss, but an evolution, a testament to the enduring bond between people and the creatures they imagined, loved, and feared. Somewhere, in the depths of an untamed forest or the heights of an unreachable mountain, a beast might still roam. Its scales gleamed like jewels, its eyes knowing and kind. Or perhaps it lingered only in the minds of those who called its name, a myth transformed, yet eternal. The cinema was packed, a hush settling over the crowd as the screen flickered to life. A distant roar echoed, its vibrations seemingly rippling through the theater. The image of a massive dragon filled the screen, its scales shimmering like molten gold under an otherworldly light. It wasn't just a creature, it was a force, an embodiment of ancient power and grace, yet so vividly alive in this modern moment. The audience gasped as the dragon soared through a stormy sky, its movements impossibly fluid, each flap of its wings casting shadows of legends untold. The girl in the fourth row gripped her seat. To her, this wasn't just a special effect, it was a connection. The dragon reminded her of the stories her grandmother used to tell, stories of creatures that were both protectors and destroyers, tied to the land and the people's fates. But here, in the glow of neon lights and surround sound, the dragon felt different. It wasn't locked in the past, it was alive, reborn into a world of skyscrapers and screens. Outside the theater, young gamers gathered in an internet cafe, their eyes glued to monitors. A player guided their avatar, a warrior clad in gleaming armor, toward a glowing mountain peak. At its summit, a phoenix waited, its feathers aflame with radiant colors that defied description. The battle was fierce, but it wasn't just about victory. The players knew that if they succeeded, the phoenix would become an ally, its strength and wisdom aiding them in their quest. To these players, the phoenix wasn't merely a mythical bird, it was a symbol of resilience, a companion in a virtual world where challenges mirrored the struggles of real life. They logged off feeling emboldened, their minds lingering on the beauty of the creature and the hope it represented. In another corner of the city, a child leafed through a vividly illustrated book. The Qilin on the page looked regal, its antlers curling like branches, its expression serene yet commanding. The story was simple, a tale of the Qilin guiding a lost traveler home. Yet the child's imagination expanded, painting scenes of the Qilin roaming bustling city streets, its hooves glowing softly as it brought harmony to chaos. Meanwhile, an artist sat in her studio, brushing the final strokes on a canvas that depicted a roaring tiger surrounded by swirling clouds. The tiger wasn't just a tiger, it was Hu, a figure she had loved since childhood. In the stories her father told, Hu was more than a beast. He was a protector, his stripes carrying the weight of her family's history. Now, her painting would hang in a gallery, where strangers would interpret Hu in their own way, finding pieces of themselves in his fierce gaze. Elsewhere, a film crew prepared a scene for a fantasy series. The director adjusted the lighting, ensuring it highlighted the intricate costume of an actor playing Yin, the beast of New Year's legends. The costume shimmered with reds and golds, its design a nod to centuries of tradition. But as the actor growled and lunged, there was an edge of modernity, a reminder that Yin, once a terror of ancient villages, now danced in festivals, scaring away the darkness of the year gone by. A young writer, inspired by these sights, sat at her desk, crafting a screenplay. Her protagonist was an ordinary student who accidentally awakened a sleeping Baizé, the mythical creature said to know the secrets of all beasts. The Baizé in her story wasn't just a wise entity, it was sarcastic, witty, and oddly relatable. It questioned humanity's obsession with control, while offering glimpses of a world where myths were more than stories, they were truths waiting to be remembered. In the bustling streets of a modern city, mythical beasts didn't only live in books, films, or games. They were etched into the fabric of life. Street performers donned lion costumes during festivals, their movements a blend of tradition and acrobatics, thrilling both elders and children. Neon signs depicted dragons curling around buildings, their bodies glowing as if to remind passers-by that power and fortune were just around the corner. Even advertisements embraced these creatures. A billboard showcased a sleek electric car, its logo a stylized phoenix. Rebirth of Speed, the tagline read, as if the phoenix's legendary rise from ashes could now inspire a new era of technology. In another ad, a phone company promised connectivity as strong as a dragon's grip, a nod to the creature's unyielding spirit. Despite their modern transformations, the beasts retained their essence. They weren't just decorative or entertaining. They were reminders of a shared heritage, a bridge between the ancient and the new. Each dragon, phoenix, or tiger carried whispers of the past, yet spoke boldly to the present, asking how myths could guide a world rushing into the future. Back in the theater, the girl watched as the dragon descended, its golden eyes meeting the hero's gaze. The screen faded to black, but her heart was still racing. She thought about how the dragon felt both timeless and timely, a creature born from ancient dreams but reborn into her own. As the credits rolled, she whispered a silent promise, to remember. The rain poured in steady sheets, drumming against the roof of a small, cluttered room. Inside, an elderly scholar sat at a heavy wooden desk, a lamp casting a golden halo over stacks of scrolls, books, and fading parchment. His hand moved slowly but deliberately, brushing the strokes of an ancient script onto rice paper. Each character carried the weight of centuries, a fragile thread connecting the present to a time when the beasts he wrote of roamed freely in the imaginations of those who first whispered their names. The scholar paused, his fingers trembling. The story of the Ho, the monkey-like creature who could outsmart any man, was nearly complete. It was a tale he had heard as a boy from his grandfather, who had learned it from his own. The Ho's wit had saved villagers from a greedy warlord, its mischievous antics cloaked in wisdom. The scholar smiled faintly, hearing the echo of his grandfather's voice, but the smile faded as he looked at the brittle scroll beside him. The original text had cracks running through its surface, the ink fading into obscurity. He sighed. How many other stories had been lost this way? How many beasts had been silenced by time? His gaze shifted to a photograph pinned to the wall, an image of his daughter standing in a library abroad, surrounded by students. She had taken his passion for preservation and carried it to a new world, using technology to breathe life into the old. Far away, in a sleek, glass-walled archive, his daughter worked late into the night. Her fingers danced across a keyboard as a digital Qilin appeared on her screen, its antlers luminous, its expression as enigmatic as the ancient texts described. Behind her, rows of servers hummed, housing countless scanned manuscripts and transcriptions. The Qilin wasn't just a creature in her project, it was a testament to her father's belief that these stories could live forever. The Qilin blinked, animated by code and imagination. She clicked on its profile, and a text box appeared, displaying excerpts from the Shanhai Jing. Her team had spent months translating the cryptic descriptions of this mythical beast, cross-referencing them with paintings, carvings, and oral traditions from across the country. Every detail mattered: the shape of the Qilin's hooves, the texture of its mane, the way its aura seemed to exude both peace and power. Not far from her, a group of filmmakers gathered in a meeting room, reviewing storyboards. They were collaborating with her to bring these creatures to the screen, not as mere spectacle but as living, breathing symbols of cultural identity. One of them held up a sketch of the Nuwa dragon, its serpentine body coiling around a golden orb. "This isn't just a dragon," he said. "It's the force that created humanity. It deserves reverence." The team nodded, and another spoke up, describing how they had visited rural villages where elders still told tales of the Nuwa dragon during festival times. The elders' voices were recorded, their gestures filmed, their words preserved. The filmmakers knew their work wasn't just about entertainment, it was about passing a torch to future generations. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of a museum, a young curator adjusted the lighting on a display. A ceramic baize, its intricate details painstakingly restored, gleamed under the spotlight. Nearby, an interactive screen allowed visitors to explore the baize's story with a touch. A child approached, hesitating before reaching out. The screen lit up with an image of the creature, its many eyes gazing back at her. She gasped and turned to her mother, tugging her sleeve. "Is it real?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and disbelief. The mother knelt beside her, smiling. "In a way, yes," she said. "It's real in our hearts, in our stories." The curator overheard and felt a pang of gratitude. Her team's efforts, the months spent sourcing artifacts, translating texts, and creating interactive experiences, had brought a spark of wonder to a new generation. Elsewhere, in a bustling city, a performance took place in a modern theater. Dancers moved across the stage in costumes inspired by the Xiezi, the unicorn-like beast known for its unwavering sense of justice. The choreography mirrored the beast's legend, a confrontation between truth and deceit, with the Xiezi intervening to expose lies. The audience sat spellbound, their applause erupting as the performance reached its crescendo. Back in his small room, the elderly scholar's lamp flickered as he carefully sealed the new scroll he had written. He placed it in a wooden box alongside others, their labels meticulously written. His work was slow, but he knew it was necessary. Somewhere in the silence, he thought of his daughter's archive, the filmmaker's vision, the museum's displays, the theater's performances. Each was a piece of the same puzzle, a collective effort to preserve what could so easily be forgotten. As he leaned back, his mind wandered to a story his grandfather had told him, one that wasn't written in any book. It was about a boy who met a phoenix in a time of great sorrow. The phoenix didn't speak, but its presence alone gave the boy strength to continue. The scholar wondered if these stories, these creatures, were the phoenixes of their own time, quietly inspiring those who listened to carry on. He glanced at the rain-streaked window, feeling both the weight of the past and the promise of the future. Somewhere, beyond the glass, a Qilin walked through digital forests, a dragon unfurled its wings on a movie screen, and a Baizé gazed out from a museum, waiting for someone to ask, "Is it real?" The night sky stretched wide, shimmering with 1,000 stars. Beneath it, a young woman sat on the edge of a quiet hillside, her fingers tracing the delicate lines of a small jade pendant that hung around her neck. It was shaped like a dragon, intricate and ancient, its details worn smooth by generations of hands before hers. Her grandmother had given it to her, whispering that she was born in the year of the dragon, a fact that carried a weight she had yet to fully understand. She tilted her head back, her gaze finding the patterns her grandmother had pointed out long ago. The stars weren't just stars to her anymore, they were alive with meaning. Somewhere in that expanse, the azure dragon stretched across the eastern heavens, a guardian of spring and the essence of renewal. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory, "The dragon is strength, ambition, fire. But even fire must learn control." The dragon was only one piece of a much larger tapestry. The woman closed her eyes, imagining the celestial will her grandmother had once described. 12 animals, each bound to a cycle of years, spinning endlessly, their energies shaping fate, fortune, and personality. She had laughed as a child when her grandmother had said she was destined to be fierce, bold, and charismatic because of the dragon. Now, she wasn't so sure it was a laughing matter. Elsewhere, in the heart of a bustling city, a street festival unfolded under red lanterns. Vendors shouted, music filled the air, and dancers wearing lion costumes wove through the crowds. A storyteller had set up in a corner, his voice carrying above the clamor. Children sat cross-legged in front of him, their faces lit with awe as he told the tale of the great race, the origin of the zodiac signs. And so, the storyteller said, his arms wide, the Jade Emperor decreed a race across the river. The 12 animals who crossed it first would mark the years. The rat, clever and small, tricked the ox to win first place. The dragon, powerful and majestic, could have won but paused to bring rain to a thirsty village. He paused, his voice softening. Even the celestial beasts showed compassion. A boy in the crowd raised his hand. "What about the snake?" he asked. The storyteller grinned. "Ah, the snake. A creature of mystery and intuition. It hid in the horse's mane and slithered ahead at the last moment. A reminder that cunning can be as powerful as strength." He leaned closer to the children. Each of these animals isn't just a symbol, they're a guide. They live in your spirit, shaping who you are. At another corner of the festival, an astrologer sat behind a table covered in silk. She studied a man's birth chart, her finger gliding over symbols and numbers. "You were born in the year of the tiger," she said, her voice steady and calm. "Courage runs through your veins, but so does a restlessness that can leave you lost if you're not careful. The dragon governs the hour you were born, giving you ambition, but the rabbit is your secret friend. It brings balance to your life. The man frowned, his skepticism showing. The astrologer smiled knowingly. "Let me tell you a story," she said. "Once, a tiger roamed the mountains, fierce and untouchable. But its strength alone couldn't sustain it. It met a rabbit in a clearing, and the rabbit taught it patience and gentleness. Together, they thrived. Your life, too, needs this balance." Far from the festival, in a quiet temple nestled among pine trees, a monk lit a stick of incense. He knelt before a large circular mural painted on the temple wall, depicting the four celestial animals. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. These weren't just guardians of directions, they were the essence of the seasons, the balance of elements, the keepers of cosmic order. The monk's hands folded in prayer, but his mind drifted to the stories of those beasts. The azure dragon, with its scales the color of spring leaves, was said to soar through the skies, bringing life to barren lands. The white tiger, fierce and unyielding, represented autumn and the end of cycles. The vermilion bird, aflame with eternal fire, carried the energy of summer, while the black tortoise, entwined with a snake, embodied the stillness and wisdom of winter. For centuries, emperors had consulted the stars and these celestial animals before making decisions. Armies wouldn't march until the dragon's constellation aligned, and harvests were timed with the cycles of the vermilion bird. These beasts weren't just symbols, they were woven into the very fabric of life, guiding everything from the mundane to the monumental. In a small apartment miles away, a teenage girl sat at her desk, her laptop glowing in the dim light. She was researching her zodiac sign for a school project. The year of the dog, her search had told her, meant loyalty, honesty, and a sense of justice. She hesitated, feeling both proud and burdened. Did these traits define her, or was it her job to live up to them? Her screen flickered to an animation of the dog alongside the other animals. The snake's eyes glinted, the rooster crowed, and the horse reared up. She clicked on the dragon, and her screen filled with images of scales, fire, and wings. A chill ran through her. It didn't feel like just a story, it felt alive. She thought about her grandmother, who had once pointed at the moon and told her that the rabbit lived there. The girl had laughed then, but now she wasn't so sure it was just a tale. Maybe these animals, these symbols, were more than myths. Maybe they were pieces of herself she hadn't yet understood. Back on the hillside, the young woman with the jade dragon pendant stood, her breath visible in the cool night air. The stars seemed closer now, brighter. She imagined the animals watching her, their energies intertwined with hers, their stories whispering through time. She clutched the pendant tightly and smiled, feeling both small under the vast sky and infinite in the way she carried those ancient stories within her. A storm brewed across the screen, vivid and electrifying. The silhouette of a massive dragon unraveled through the mist, its scales shimmering like liquid gold under the moonlight. This was no ordinary scene, it was the opening shot of a blockbuster fantasy film. In the theater, a child gripped their parent's hand tightly, eyes wide, heart pounding. The creature moved with such grace, such power, it was hard to believe it wasn't real. The audience was spellbound, transported to a world where ancient Chinese legends came alive. In another part of the world, an artist hunched over a tablet in a dimly lit room, sketching furiously. The creature on their screen had the body of a serpent, antlers of a stag, and the claws of an eagle, a Qilin. Its majesty demanded reverence even in digital form. The artist paused, remembering the first time they had read about this mythical creature, nestled within the pages of a book on Chinese folklore. That book had sparked something in them, a fascination, a hunger to bring those stories into modern worlds. This fascination with Chinese mythical creatures isn't new. Across continents and cultures, the allure of creatures like the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin has seeped into stories, games, and art. In a bustling Tokyo arcade, a teenager chose a phoenix card in a strategy game, captivated by its rebirth powers. Halfway across the globe, in a Parisian cafe, a writer sipped espresso while weaving a dragon into the climax of their fantasy novel. These beasts, steeped in thousands of years of history, now found themselves reimagined in worlds far from their origin. It wasn't just their grandeur that drew people in, it was the stories behind them. In a cozy library, a young woman flipped through an anthology of myths, her fingers stopping at a tale about the vermilion bird, a creature of fire and renewal. She whispered the words aloud, savoring their cadence. When the vermilion bird rises, it carries hope on its flaming wings. It struck her as more than just a tale. To her, it was a reminder of resilience, of finding strength in the ashes. In the gaming industry, Chinese mythical creatures breathed fire into creativity. Developers spent sleepless nights animating the Azure Dragon for a virtual universe where players could harness its might. A Qilin guarded hidden treasures in another game, its glowing hooves leaving trails of light wherever it walked. Players from every corner of the world fought to unlock these beasts, drawn not just by their power but by the rich history they represented. A classroom buzzed with chatter as a teacher unveiled a poster of the Chinese zodiac. Students leaned forward eagerly, their curiosity ignited by the story of the great race. The dragon could have won, the teacher said, but it stopped to help a village. It's not just about strength, it's about character. Hands shot up, children eager to share which animal they thought they were. They argued, they laughed, and they learned, unaware that this moment was part of something much larger, the enduring influence of these myths on the way people see the world. At a comic convention, cosplayers roamed the halls, their costumes vibrant and intricate. A young man had transformed himself into a dragon, his shimmering wings drawing admiring stares. Nearby, a woman donned the flowing robes of a fox spirit, her 9 tails swaying as she moved. They weren't just wearing costumes, they were embodying legends. Cameras clicked, stories were shared, and for a moment, the lines between myth and reality blurred. Even in music, these creatures found a voice. An orchestra performed a symphony inspired by the phoenix, the violins mimicking the creature's soaring flight, the drums echoing its fiery descent. The audience sat in silence, overwhelmed by the soundscape that painted images in their minds. Each note carried the weight of centuries, a bridge between ancient China and the modern world. A child sat cross-legged on a carpet, watching an animated series on their tablet. The protagonist, a fearless warrior, fought side by side with a Qilin, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. The child's face lit up, captivated not just by the action but by the bond between human and beast. As the episode ended, they turned to their parents and asked, "Do you think Qilins are real?" In a New York gallery, an exhibition featured modern interpretations of Chinese mythical creatures. One painting depicted a phoenix rising over a futuristic city, its flames lighting up the skyline. Another showed a dragon coiled around the earth, its gaze protective rather than menacing. Visitors wandered through, pausing to absorb the layers of meaning. To some, the art was a tribute to tradition, to others, it was a call to reimagine those traditions in a global context. A novelist in Brazil typed the final words of their manuscript, their protagonist bowing before a Qilin in gratitude. In India, a filmmaker storyboarded a scene where a dragon's roar shook the heavens, echoing themes of justice and power. Across oceans and languages, these creatures had become more than symbols of Chinese culture, they were threads woven into the global fabric of storytelling. The boy in the theater eventually left, his hand still clutching his parents'. But the dragon on the screen stayed with him, flickering in the back of his mind. The artist in the dimly lit room finished their sketch, satisfied that the Qilin now carried the same grace it had in their imagination. The gamer in Tokyo logged off, their phoenix card a prized possession. And somewhere, under the same vast sky, someone else looked up and wondered about the creatures that might be watching from the stars. The old storyteller sat beneath the ancient tree, its twisted roots cradling him as he leaned against the trunk. A group of children gathered around, their faces lit by the glow of paper lanterns swaying gently in the evening breeze. His voice, withered but strong, wove through the air like a thread binding past to present. He began, not with words, but with a low hum, a sound that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was a sound that carried the weight of centuries, the echo of countless tales of beasts who were not just beasts, but mirrors of human spirit and struggle. The first story he shared was about the dragon. Not the fire-breathing monster of the West, but a creature of wisdom and power, of rain and rivers. The dragon, he said, his eyes gleaming, is the sky's roar and the land's embrace. It is the balance that holds everything together. The children leaned forward, captivated, as he spoke of an emperor who once sought the dragon's guidance. The dragon didn't speak but led him to a mountain spring, where its waters reflected the stars. There, the storyteller whispered, the emperor learned that his role wasn't to rule the land, but to nurture it. One of the children, a boy with curious eyes, asked, "Did the dragon disappear after that?" The old man shook his head. "No," he said softly. "It stayed in the rain, in the rivers, in the whisper of the wind. It reminds us that power isn't about taking, it's about giving." The night deepened, and the next tale unfurled like a ribbon. This one was of the phoenix, its feathers aflame with rebirth. There was a village, the storyteller began, where the crops had withered, and the people despaired. They prayed for a miracle, and the phoenix descended from the heavens. But it didn't bring food or gold. Instead, it set the fields ablaze. The children gasped, horrified, but the old man raised a hand to calm them. From the ashes, he continued, grew the greenest fields they had ever seen. The phoenix taught them that sometimes we must let go of the old to make way for the new. His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. One of the older children, on the cusp of understanding life's complexities, whispered, "So, it's not just about the phoenix, is it? It's about us." The storyteller smiled, his wrinkles deepening like the lines of an ancient map. "Exactly," he said. "These creatures, they show us what we can become." The stories rolled on like waves, each one a lesson wrapped in wonder. The Qilin, the gentle yet powerful beast, appeared next. A ruler, the old man recounted, was plagued by doubt. He feared he would never be worthy of his throne. One night, the Qilin appeared in his dreams, its hooves glowing like embers. It led him to a forest where a young sapling struggled to grow in rocky soil. The Qilin told him, "Protect this tree, and you will understand your worth." The ruler tended to the sapling, sheltering it from storms and feeding it with care. Years later, the tree grew into a mighty oak, its roots breaking through stone. The Qilin never spoke again, the storyteller said, but it didn't need to. The ruler had learned that worth is earned through kindness and persistence. As the fireflies danced in the shadows, a hush fell over the group. The old man's voice lowered, almost as if he were sharing a secret. "These creatures," he said, "aren't just stories. They are hopes. They are fears. They are everything we are and everything we wish to be." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the children, now quiet with thought. "And do you know why they endure?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper. The youngest of them, a little girl clutching a stuffed toy dragon, shook her head. The old man leaned closer, his words meant just for her but heard by all. "Because they remind us of who we are. They remind us of the courage we hold, the kindness we can give, and the balance we must keep." A chill seemed to pass through the air, not of cold, but of something deeper, an awareness, a connection to something ancient and vast. The lanterns flickered, their light a mirror of the stars above. The children didn't speak, they didn't need to. The stories had filled the spaces within them that words couldn't reach. The old storyteller closed his eyes, his head tilting back against the tree. For a moment, he seemed as timeless as the myths he told, as if he were a bridge between the world of now and the world of always. The children lingered, reluctant to leave, their minds racing with images of dragons soaring through stormy skies, of phoenixes rising from fiery depths, of Qilins walking with steps that could shake mountains but chose not to. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the wind carried a sound, a rustle, a whisper, perhaps a roar. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but if you listened closely, you could hear it. It was the echo of beasts who had never truly left, who still walked among us in ways we might never see, but always feel. And in that echo was a promise, as old as the first tale ever told, that as long as we remember, they will never fade.